call.
Your country is going to fail.
But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant,
that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail.
We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest
exporter. I worry about Europe. I love
in
Europe.
the United States. We want trade and robust commerce with
all
nations, everybody.
By energy, and
we want to help nations. We're going to help nations.
This double-tailed
monster be fair,
everything in its wake, and they cannot.
The challenge with trade is much
the
same with
doing
climate.
Because you want to be nice.
The countries that follow the rules,
correct,
all their factories have been plundered.
Your heritage.
It's really,
they must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster
broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries.
Is a hoax.
And much as these
made up
tariffs
by people with evil
intentions
applied to us,
and they're heading down a
applied
path
to us of total
we've
destruction.
used
the
tariffs
carbon footprint
as
was a big
defense
thing
mechanism
under
years
the Trump
ago,
administration,
including
hearing about
my first
carbon
term
footprint,
hundreds of billions of
and
dollars.
then President Obama would get into Air
by the
Force
way, we had the
One,
lowest
massive
inflation, and now we have very low
747.
inflation.
And
not a new
different
one.
is that
An
we have
old one
hundreds
with
of
old
billions of
engines
dollars
that
flowing
spew
into our country.
everything into the atmosphere.
But this is how we will ensure
you talk
that
about the
system
carbon
works for
footprint. We
everyone
must do so.
then
Then
get
sustainable into
and
the
you fly
future.
from Washington to
We're also
Hawaii
using tariffs to
play a
defend
round
our
of golf.
sovereignty and security
And then you
throughout
get
the
back
world,
onto that
including
big,
against
beautiful
nations that have
plane,
taken advantage
and
of
fly
former
back
U.S.
talk about
administrations
again
for decades,
global
including
warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job.
corrupt,
at extreme cost and
incompetent
expense. Europe
administration
reduced
and
its
history.
own carbon
The
footprint
sleepy Joe
by
Biden administration.
37%. Think of
Brazil
that.
now faces
Congratulations,
major
Europe. Great
tariffs in
job.
response
Cost
to its
yourself a lot of jobs,
unprecedented
a lot of factories
efforts to
closed, but
interfere
you
in the rights
reduced
and
the carbon
freedoms of
footprint by
our American citizens and others.
37%. However,
With censorship,
for all of that
repression,
sacrifice
weaponization,
and much
judicial
more,
corruption,
it's been totally
and
wiped out,
targeting
and then
of
some
political critics
by a
in the
global
United
increase
States.
of 54%.
I have a little problem saying this because I
much
must
of it
tell
coming
you,
from China and
I was
other
walking in and the leader of
countries
Brazil was walking out.
that are thriving
saw him
around
and
China,
I saw him, he saw
which
me,
now
and we
produces
embraced.
more CO2
And then
than
I'm saying,
all
can
the
you
other
believe I'm
developed
going to be saying
nations
this in just 2
in
minutes?
the world.
So
But
all
we
of these
actually
countries
agreed
are
that we
working
would
so
meet
hard
next
on the
week,
carbon footprint,
which is
we
nonsense.
didn't have much
by
time
the
to
way.
talk, like about
It's
20
nonsense.
seconds. They were,
You know,
in
it's
retrospect,
interesting.
and the
I'm glad
United
I
States,
waited.
we have
Still,
this
radicalized
radicalized work out too well.
environmentalists. But
And they want
we
the
did talk.
factories to stop.
We had a
Everything
good talk,
should
and we
stop.
agreed to
no
meet
more cows.
next
We
week,
don't want
if that's
cows
of
anymore. I
interest.
guess they want to kill all the
But
cows.
he seemed
They
like
want
a
to do
very
things
nice
that are
man,
just
actually.
unbelievable.
He liked
And you
me.
have
I
it
liked
too.
him.
But
But
know,
if you
and I only
we
do
have a
business
border,
with people I
strong,
like. I don't.
and we have a shape,
When I don't like them,
and that shape doesn't just go straight.
when I don't like them, I
that
don't
shape
like
is
them.
amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere.
We had, at least for
and
about
if we had the
39
most
seconds,
clean
we
air,
had
and I think
excellent
we do,
chemistry. It's
we
a
have
good
very
sign.
clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in
But
many,
also
many
in the
years.
past, Brazil,
But the
can you
problem
believe
is that
this?
other countries,
unfairly
like
tariffed
China,
our nation, but now
which
because
has
of our
air that's a little
tariffs,
bit
we are
rough,
hitting them back, and we're hitting
it
them back very
blows.
hard. As president,
And no matter what
I
you're
will
doing down
always
here,
defend our
the
national
air up
sovereignty
here
and the rights of
tends to get very
American
dirty because it comes in
citizens,
from
so,
other countries where their air isn't so
I'm
clean.
very sorry to say this. That
And the
Brazil is doing
environmentalists
poorly,
refuse to acknowledge
and
that.
will continue to
Same
do
thing
poorly.
with garbage.
They can
In
only
Asia, they dump
do
much
well
of their
when
garbage right into
they're
the
working with
ocean.
us.
And over
Without
about
us,
a
they will
1
fail
week and
just
2
as
week
others
journey.
have failed. It's
It
true.
flows
Next year, the United States will
right
celebrate the
past Los Angeles.
250th
You've seen
anniversary
it.
of our
Massive
glorious
amounts of
independence,
garbage,
a
almost too
testament
much
to
do
enduring
anything
power
about.
and American
Flowing
freedom and
past
spirit.
Los Angeles,
We will
past
also
San
be proudly
Francisco,
hosting the
and
2026
then somebody will get in trouble
FIFA
because
World
he
Cup,
dropped a cigarette.
and shortly
on the
thereafter
beach.
the 2028
The whole
Olympics.
thing
It's going to be
is
very exciting.
crazy.
I hope you all come.
The primary
I hope that
effect of
countless
these people
people from
green
all over
energy
the globe will
policies
take part
has
of these
not been
great
to
these
help the
will be
environment,
great
but to
celebrations of liberty and
redistribute
human
manufacturing and industrial
that together
activity
we
from
all can
developed
rejoice in
countries
the
that follow
miracles of
the
history that began in
insane
July 4th,
rules that are put down
1776
to polluting
when we
countries
founded
that break the rules
light to
and are
all
making a fortune.
nations, and
They're making
it's
a
something
fortune.
really that is an amazing
European
thing came out of
electricity
that date.
bills
It's
are
called
now
the United
4 to 5
States of
times
America.
more expensive than
In
those
honor
in
of
China,
this momentous anniversary,
and 2
I
to
hope
3
that all
times
countries
higher
will
than the
find
United States. And
inspiration
our
in
bills are coming
example
way
will
down.
join
You
us
probably
in
see that.
renewing our commitment,
Gasoline prices
values,
are way down. You know, we have
and
an
those
expression,
values
drill,
really that we hold so
Nós
dear
reduzimos
together.
os custos
lanes.
So I have a little
They
standing
charged
order in the
into
White
thunderous
House.
battles,
Never used the word
plunged
coal,
into
only
grave
used the words
dangers, and they
clean, beautiful
were
coal.
soldiers and farmers
Sounds much
and
better,
workers
doesn't it?
and warriors.
But we
and
stand ready to
explorers
provide
and
any
patriots.
country with abundant,
They built
affordable
towns into
energy
cities,
supplies if
tribes
you need
into
them, when
kingdoms,
most of you do.
ideas into industries.
We're proudly
and
exporting
small
energy all
islands
over the
into
world. We're
mighty
now the
empires.
largest exporter.
Europe
In the
part of
United
all of
States,
that.
we want trade
They
and
were champions for their
commerce
people
with
who never gave
all
up,
nations, everybody.
and who never, ever
We want to help
gave in.
nations. We're going to help
Their
nations.
values defined
But it
our
must
national
also be fair
identities.
and reciprocal.
Their
The
visions
challenge with
forged
trade is
our
much the same with
magnificent
climate.
destiny.
The countries
Everybody
that
in this
followed the
room
rules
is a part of it. In
all
your
their
own
factories
way.
have been
Each
plundered.
of us inherits the deeds,
It's
and
really
the myths, the triumphs,
really
the
sad
legacies
to watch.
of our
They've
own
been
heroes
broken.
and founders. Who
They've
so
been broken
bravely
by
showed
countries
us the
that
way.
broke
Our
the rules.
ancestors gave everything.
That's why the
for
United States is now
homelands
applying
that
tariffs
they
to other
defended
countries, and
with
much
pride,
as
with
these tariffs
sweat,
were for many
with
years applied
blood,
to us,
with life, and with
uncontrollably applied to us.
Now the righteous task
We've
of
used
protecting the
tariffs
nations
as
that they
a
built
defense mechanism
belongs to each
under
and
the
every
Trump
one of us.
administration, including
So together,
my
let
first
us
term,
uphold
were
our
hundreds
sacred
of
duty
billions of
to our
dollars in
people
tariffs
and to
were
our
taken in.
citizens. Let us
And by the way,
protect
we had
their
the lowest
borders,
inflation, and now we
ensure
have
their
very low
safety,
inflation.
preserve their
The
cultures,
only thing
treasures,
different is that we have
and
hundreds of
traditions,
billions of dollars flowing
and fight,
into our
fight,
country.
fight for their precious
But
dreams.
this is
and
how
their
we will
cherished
ensure that
freedom.
the system works for
And in
everyone
friendship
and is sustainable into
Really
the
a
future.
beautiful vision.
We're also using
Let
tariffs
us
to
all
defend
work
our sovereignty
together
and
to
security
build a
throughout the
bright,
world, including against nations
beautiful
that have
planet,
taken
a
advantage
planet
of
that we
former
all share, a planet
U.S.
of peace in a
administrations
world
for decades,
that is
including
richer,
better, and more beautiful than ever before. That
the
can
most
happen.
It will happen. It will
corrupt,
happen, and I hope it can
incompetent
happen.
administration
and start
and
right
history.
now, right at this
The
moment.
sleepy Joe Biden
We'll turn it around.
administration.
We're going to make our countries
Brazil
better,
now faces
safer, more
major
beautiful.
tariffs in response
We're
to
going to take
its
care of our people. Thank you very much. It's
unprecedented
been an
efforts
honor.
to
God bless
interfere in the rights
nations
and
of the
freedoms
world.
of
Thank you very much.
our
Bye.
American citizens and others. With censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out.
On behalf of the Assembly,
saw
I
him,
wish
and
to thank
I
the
saw him, he
President
saw
of the
me, and we
United
embraced.
States.
And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk, we had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States,
Please be seated. Please be seated.
Excellencies, could you please take your seats in due respect to the next speakers? The second row, could you please take your seat right now? Please take a seat now. With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask you, gentlemen in the left row, please take your seats. We will continue. Excellencies, as we are receiving queries, I would like to assure you that don't worry, the UN teleprompters are working perfectly. And by this technical note, I would like to call on the next speaker. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency, Madame Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Moses Abelian, Under-Secretary General for General Assembly and Management, Excellencies, Heads of States, Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this august General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid, threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland. We Indonesians know what it means to be denied justice and what it means to live in apartheid, to live in poverty, and to be denied equal opportunity. We also knew what solidarity can do in our struggle for independence, in our fight to overcome hunger, disease, and poverty. The United Nations stood with Indonesia and gave us vital assistance. Decisions made here based on human solidarity by the Security Council and this Assembly gave Indonesia independence international legitimacy, opened doors, and supported our early development through the efforts of the United Nations Children Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency. In the face of these challenges, we must not give up ideals. We must draw closer, not drift apart. Together we must strive to achieve our hopes, our being committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens the institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the sustainable development goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice. We will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice in this very hall. Excellencies, Thucydides warned, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak. Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared to deploy 20,000 or even more of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Libya, everywhere when the peace needs to be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will take our share of the burden, not only with our sons and daughters, we are also willing to contribute financially to support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations. Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this Assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations, even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels. The sea level on the north coast of our capital city is increasing by 5 centimeters every year. Can you imagine in 10 years? Can you imagine in 20 years? For this, we are forced to build a giant seawall, 480 kilometers in length. It will take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice. We have to start now. Therefore, we choose to confront climate change, not by slogans, but by immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security. Madam President, Excellencies, we live in a to be the loudest voices, but beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth, that every person longs to be safe, to be discerning leadership, not from textbook, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers have said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly the path of humanity to shun hatred, to overcome suspicion, and to avoid the use of violence. The use of violence will, the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression, will unite complete support for the two-state solution in Palestine. We must have an peace and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions, we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Excellency President of UNGA, Excellencies Heads of State and Government, Distinguished Secretary General, distinguished delegation members, on behalf of myself and my nation, I greet you all with most heartfelt feelings. I wish for the 80th United Nations General Assembly to bring blessings to all humanity. I am deeply honored to address you once again from this podium, which represents the collective conscience of humanity. I congratulate Mr. Young, who has completed his term as President of the General Assembly, and I wish success to Ms. Baerbock, who has taken over this position. At the outset of my speech, I would like to first express my regret at the absence today of the President of the State of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, at a time when Palestine is being recognized by an increasing number of countries. Today, we stand here on this podium, I stand here on this podium alongside my 86 million citizens, also for our Palestinian brothers and sisters whose voices are being silenced. I'd like to thank all the countries who announced that they recognize the state of Palestine, and I call on all the other countries who have not done so yet to do so, to recognize the state of Palestine as soon as possible. Esteemed President, distinguished members, the United Nations Charter was signed in San Francisco 80 years ago, and it entered into force on October the 24th, 1945. I would like to recall here again the first words of the first article of the UN Charter. Quote, "The purpose of the United Nations is to maintain international peace and security," unquote. As we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the UN in this hall, grave events are unfolding in many parts of the world that cast a shadow over the very first words of the UN Charter's opening article. Particularly in Gaza, right before our very eyes, genocide has been going on for over 700 days now. Even as we gather here, as we speak now, Israel is currently massacring civilians in Gaza. The number of civilian casualties in Gaza has surpassed 65,000. Unfortunately, the number of people who are still trapped under the rubble is not yet known, and more than 20,000 of those who died were children. For the last 23 months, a child has been murdered by Israel in Gaza every hour. Yes, every hour. These are not just figures, dear friends. All of these, each one of these is a person, a human being, innocent people. People are now being killed not with weapons, but with the weapon of starvation. In the 21st century, under the gaze of the civilized world, 428 people died of starvation. Out of those 428, 146 were children, and this number is increasing every day. Now, I will show you a photo, which is a picture from daily life in Gaza. The first photo, as you see, these are people. These are women with these cups that they are holding in their hands, cups and buckets. Just feel your conscience and answer the following question. Can we possibly have a reasonable reason for this brutality in 2025? But this shameful picture in Gaza has been unfolding and is being repeated every day for 23 months now. And there are 2.5 million Gazans who live in 365 square kilometers. And every day what happens is they are being dragged from one place to another. The healthcare infrastructure of Gaza is completely collapsed. Doctors have been killed or they have disappeared while under custody. Ambulances have been hit. Hospitals targeted and destroyed. Treatment is not possible. Surgery is not possible. It's not possible to find medications. Now, dear friends, now as Tayyip Erdogan, with a heavy heart, with my heart bleeding here, I'm telling you, innocent little ones, just 2 or 3 years old, without hands, arms, or legs, have become, unfortunately, a common sight to see in Gaza. This one. What kind of a human conscience can possibly bear this? Possibly. How can one stay silent vis-à-vis this? In a world where children are dying of starvation and lack of medication, can we possibly have calm and peace? We all are parents. We have children or grandchildren who we dearly cherish. Here, say in America or in Europe, anywhere in the world, when a small rose thorn hurts a child's hand, the hearts of parents break. But in Gaza, children's hands, arms, and legs are being amputated without anesthesia. Now, I'm extremely sorry to say, but this represents the lowest point of humanity. Human history has not witnessed such bloodshed within the last century. All of this is happening before our very eyes. The genocide in Gaza is being broadcast live every moment through the media and social media. So far, Israel has deliberately killed 250 journalists working in national and international media in Gaza. And they have closed all the entrance into Gaza, but they still have not been able to cover up the genocide. I wholeheartedly support Secretary General Guterres because he consistently draws attention to the ongoing genocide in Palestinian territories, and I would like to once again congratulate him for his courage. But the United Nations has not even been able to protect its own personnel in Gaza, unfortunately. In Gaza, 500 people rushing to help others have been killed. Out of those 500, 326 were UN staff members. Esteemed President, distinguished members, now, genocide, like the Holocaust, is a shameful concept which refers to the mass extermination of people. It's a barbaric concept. But today, it's not only people who are being killed in Gaza, mind you. Animals are being targeted and killed in Gaza. In Gaza, agricultural land, gardens, trees, grass, century-old olive trees are being destroyed. In Gaza, water supplies are being destroyed and polluted. Buildings, homes, libraries, hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and historical structures in Gaza are being deliberately destroyed. The soil of Gaza is being rendered useless for humans, for animals, and for plants. So Now, let me show you yet another photo. And let me ask you here. Look at this photo. What could this photo here possibly have to do with security concerns? This is being against life, don't you think? Let me state this openly from this podium. There is no war in Gaza. We cannot possibly talk about the presence of two sides in Gaza. Because in Gaza, on one side, there is a regular army with the most modern, most lethal weapons, and on the other hand, there are innocent civilians, innocent children. This is not fight against terrorism. This is an occupation, deportation, exile, genocide, and life destruction, mass destruction policy carried out by invoking the events of October the 7th. Today, while Gaza is being destroyed under the pretext of Hamas, concurrently, simultaneously, the West Bank, where Hamas is not in power, is also being occupied step by step, and innocent civilians are being massacred through executions. Moreover, Israel is not limiting itself to Gaza and the West Bank only. By launching attacks on Syria, on Iran, Yemen, and Lebanon, Israel is also threatening regional peace. Just recently, an Israeli attack took place against a delegation meeting in Qatar for ceasefire negotiations. The attack on Qatar has also shown that the Israeli leadership is now completely out of control. Netanyahu is not obviously interested in forging peace or releasing the hostages. Not only Israel's neighbors, but all countries in the Middle East are subject to the Israeli government's reckless threats. And we must realize the following. Due to the increasing aggression of Israel, in Europe and the West in general, the values that emerged after the Second World War have been eroded. The most fundamental human rights, such as freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly and protest, women's rights, children's rights, democracy, equality, and justice, have been shelved away. At this point, we all have to see the following truth, my dear friends. The Israeli government, driven by an obsession with the promised lands, is openly threatening regional peace and the shared values of humanity. Three celestial religions. Jerusalem hosts all three celestial religions, and a common inherited holy place, Al-Quds, is holy for all three religions. This madness disturbs conscientious Jews. It fuels anti-Semitism around the world. We cannot continue with this madness anymore. We have to have ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. Attacks should stop. Humanitarian aid should be able to enter with no obstacles. The genocide team should be held accountable vis-à-vis international law. And God willing, this will definitely happen. Vis-à-vis the barbarity taking place in Gaza, everyone who is keeping silent is accomplice to this barbarity. From here, I would like to call on all the heads of state and government. Today is the day. Today is the day to stand firm alongside the oppressed Palestinians and alongside humanity. while your peoples back home are reacting to the barbarity in Gaza, do show the courage to take action here. Fulfill your humanitarian duty toward Gaza, where children are raising children. On this occasion, I would like to say the following. There are peoples all around the world who are taken to the streets. Unarmed activists and volunteers from different countries of the world, academicians, students, journalists, everyone, all the defenders of Palestine. I would like to say to them, thank you so much, and clear bows and favorable winds for their actions. Esteemed delegation members, for 13 years, I have spoken to you from this platform about the oppression and conflicts in our neighbor, Syria. Just as I raise my voice today for the oppressed people of Gaza, likely for 13 years, I have also drawn attention to the cries of the Syrians, and here I became their voice and breath as well. The persecution that caused the death of 1 million people and that forced millions more to flee their homeland has, thankfully, become a thing of the past with the December 8th revolution. Our Syrian brothers and sisters opened the doors to a new period as of December the 8th. I believe that the people of Syria who fought against a bloodthirsty regime will also be able to carry the victory they achieved at great cost to its rightful place, God willing. We'll support with all our means the vision of a one and unified Syria with no forms of terrorism, especially ISIS, being present. A free Syria where security is established is what we want. As stability takes root in Syria, the winners for sure will be all the neighboring countries, our entire region, along with Syrians. And the brotherly countries in the Gulf. I would like to thank them for their contributions for Syria to recuperate. All the regional and international actors who share the same principles with us, God willing, we will continue with our cooperation with all those actors in the same manner. Esteemed friends, we hope that the nuclear issue with our neighbor Iran will be resolved through diplomacy as soon as possible. It should not be forgotten that our region cannot tolerate yet another crisis. Meanwhile, the stability, security, and prosperity of our neighbor Iraq are extremely important for the well-being of our region. In this regard, we attach great importance to strategic moves based on stability and prosperity, such as the Development Path project. In the north, we are hosting with great enthusiasm the Istanbul process between Russia and Ukraine, both of which are our neighbors. Through direct talks, we facilitated the exchange of several prisoners and corpses, and we worked to identify the modalities of peace negotiations between the parties. Don't forget, there is no winner of war and no losers of a just peace. So with this motto in mind, in the coming days also, we will continue to work hard for a peaceful ceasefire. Meanwhile, we have encouraged the parties from the very beginning to establish peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. We are pleased that steps were taken on August the 8th, steps that will enable the establishment of lasting peace between the two countries. I would like to once again congratulate the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, the Prime Minister of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan, and the American President Donald Trump, who contributed to this process, and I would like to congratulate them. On this occasion, I would also like to state that the normalization process between our country and Armenia is progressing as planned. Within the scope of the Ankara process, which is another of our mediation activities, we continue our efforts to resolve the conflict between Somalia and Ethiopia. I hope that the parties will successfully conclude this genuine initiative as soon as possible. Distinguished delegation members, we have been implementing the Montreux Convention, which guarantees security in the Black Sea. And we have been implementing this convention impartially and to the letter for exactly 89 years now. We want to see the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean as a basin of stability and prosperity where the legitimate interests of all parties involved are respected. We are ready for constructive cooperation on all issues, particularly on energy and the environment, and we expect the same approach from our neighbors. On this occasion, I would like to particularly underline that projects which exclude Turkey and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean, such projects which exclude us will not be successful. Turkey has rights and authority in the western part of the island of Cyprus, while the Turkish Cypriots have legitimate rights in the areas surrounding the island. An Eastern Mediterranean Conference, which we have proposed before, would contribute to finding common ground. Resolving the Cyprus issue has been tried many times before, but due to the rigid stance of the Greek Cypriot side, no resolution has been found. We cannot possibly have this as a foundation for a resolution of the issue. There are two separate states and two separate peoples on the island of Cyprus. Turkish Cypriots are equal owners of the island and they will not accept being a minority. The international community must put an end to the unfair and inhumane isolation that the Turkish Cypriots have been subjected to for half a century now. I reiterate the call I made at the last 3 UN General Assemblies. Let me repeat. I call on the international community to recognize the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and to establish diplomatic, political, and economic relations with it. Esteemed President, distinguished members, in the coming period, we desire a new beginning and vision in Turkey-European Union relations. This should not be a vision that just saves the day, but rather a vision that redefines the horizon and shapes our shared future. For this, it is of course important that the European Union is as willing and determined as we are. As a net security provider, we continue to contribute to the operations and missions of the United Nations, NATO, OSCE, and the European Union. The annual NATO summit next year will be held in Turkey, in Ankara. The USA, who is our NATO ally, our relations with them are continuing on trade, investments, energy, defense industry, in addition to other many areas, and we're strengthening our relations with them. Meanwhile, we attach great importance to the peace, stability, and prosperity of our brotherly countries in Central Asia, which is our ancestral homeland. Our Organization of Turkic States is moving forward with confidence on the path to becoming a global actor, going beyond being merely a regional umbrella. We are making intensive efforts to ensure the continuation of peace and stability in the Balkans, where we have strong historical, cultural, and people ties. The Balkan Peace Platform, which we established in July, is the newest and most concrete manifestation of our efforts in this direction. And this October, we'll once again assume the command of KFOR forces. In Afghanistan, our fundamental desire is that the current administration demonstrates an approach that embraces the society and that takes human values into consideration. In this process, it is essential that the international community does not leave Afghan people alone, and as Turkey and as the Turkish nation will stand by the Afghan people at all times. Esteemed friends, in South Asia, we consider the preservation of peace and stability to be of utmost importance. We are pleased with the ceasefire achieved following the tensions last April between Pakistan and India, the tension which had escalated into a conflict. It is important to see a cooperation between the two countries when it comes to counterterrorism. The issue of Kashmir should be resolved on the basis of resolutions of the UN for the best for our brothers and sisters in Kashmir through dialogue, we hope. In the continent of Africa, from education to health, from infrastructure to in other areas, our relations are improving annually. And while providing all possible support to Somalia, we are also continuing our humanitarian aid activities. In Sudan, the conflict that has been going on for over 2 years saddens us deeply. Stopping the bloodshed in Sudan and establishing sustainable peace is the shared responsibility of the international community. And Turkey's efforts in this direction will continue. The Great Lakes region has suffered greatly from years of ongoing instability and conflict. Our hope is that these conflicts in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo will give way to lasting peace and stability. We wholeheartedly support the efforts being carried out under the mediation of the US and the facilitation of Qatar. The increasing terrorist activities in West Africa, particularly in the Sahel Basin, are also of great concern to us. We will continue our unwavering efforts to ensure peace, tranquility, and stability for the peoples of this region with whom we share historical ties. Drawing inspiration from the historical double-headed Turkish Selçuk eagle, I would like to emphasize that our relations with Asian countries in Turkish foreign policy are of great strategic importance. We pursue a 360-degree approach in this policy. Within the framework of our Return to Asia initiative, we are deepening our engagement with regional organizations such as ASEAN, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, for example. We will continue to develop new partnerships with Asian countries, and we attach great importance to developing our relations with Latin America and the Caribbean region in a spirit of partnership and a win-win approach. We are determined to further strengthen the friendly ties we have established with all the countries in the region. Esteemed delegation members, increasing protectionist trends in international trade and disruptions in supply chains are leading to fundamental changes in the global economy. To successfully address current challenges, we support the reform of rules-based international trade, including the World Trade Organization. I believe access to affordable, safe, and sustainable energy is essential, particularly for developing countries, to be able to achieve their development goals. We are resolutely advancing the strategically important Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor project, which extends from China to Europe. We contribute to the development of world trade with our modern transportation infrastructure and the Baku-Tbilisi-Kars line. On our journey to build a future that respects nature, we are moving forward with determination towards the 2053 net zero emission target. We are pleased to observe that the zero waste movement, under the patronage of my wife Emine Erdoğan, has grown in waves around the world every year, reaching more people and hearts. In this process, it is no longer a choice for developed countries to fulfill their responsibilities. It has now become an obligation for them. As one of the countries providing the most development aid in the world, we are striving to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. To achieve the 2030 goals, and to enable hundreds of millions of people around the world to live with dignity, we advocate for aligning the global financial architecture with the principle of leaving no one behind. And here, let me also particularly draw your attention to the following. While we grapple with geopolitical challenges, humanity is also witnessing an extraordinary leap forward in artificial intelligence, AI. The transformative power and the benefits offered by these technologies, no society should be deprived of these benefits. AI technologies should be used for the benefit of humanity, not as a new tool of domination. The UN Technology Bank for the Least Developed Countries, which we host in Turkey, plays a critical role in closing the digital and technological gap. We have prepared a children's rights convention in the digital world, and we will soon open this up for ratification. I'm sure this will create a lot of awareness in this area, and we expect your support for this. On the other hand, in today's world, where racism, xenophobia, and particularly Islamophobia have reached alarming levels, combating these trends that directly threaten the culture of coexistence has now become an essential duty for humanity. It is significant that Mr. Moratinos, High Representative of the Alliance of Civilizations, has also been appointed as the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on combating Islamophobia. As I stated here last year, the institution of the family is under threat today as never before. Defending the family, consisting of a woman and a man, means defending humanity, defending nature, life, and the future. Turkey will continue to defend the family in the face of ever-increasing attacks. Distinguished delegation members, the roots of the UN, established to prevent humanity from experiencing the disaster of war again, are filled with values that will eliminate the dark era we are in. We fully support the UN 80 initiative launched by Secretary General Guterres to make our organization more effective, succeeds as a process that will further strengthen all the activities of the UN. I express our readiness to provide strong support to this process, also driven by our vision of making Istanbul a UN hub. I sincerely believe that it is our shared responsibility to take steps that will restore the founding spirit of the UN in its 80th year. We will continue to say The world is bigger than 5 until a system is established where the righteous are powerful, not the powerful are righteous. Our duty is not to abandon the system, but rather to repair it and to make it work again. Without a doubt, a more just, a fairer world is possible. Turkey will patiently continue its fight for the construction of a more just world. So may God help and aid us all. Once again, let me greet you all with kind regards and thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señora.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock. Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, ladies and gentlemen present here in this august forum. Peru is the center and cradle of great millennial civilizations, the last of which was the Inca Empire, which left us a legacy of greatness. We are also heirs of the Viceroyalty of Peru, which encompassed 2/3 of South America. We are a mestizo nation, a fundamental mix between Hispanic and Andean peoples, proud to be the heirs of the 2 greatest empires of Europe and America of the 16th century. The Peruvian people today are resilient, entrepreneurial, supportive, and lovers of peace, freedom, and democracy. Our great writers, Mario Vargas Llosa and José María Arguedas, shared the idea that Peru is a country of all bloods. Our identity creatively expresses that we are the unity of the diverse, united under the same red and white Peruvian flag. In our country, native peoples and peoples of the world live together in peace and unity as a great synthesis of Peru, the country in which Pope Leo XIV lived and worked in for 40 years, a naturalized Peruvian because of his deep love for our people, both for his supportive as well as his peaceful disposition and his Catholic and Christian faith. All studies indicate that we are the most entrepreneurial country in the world, which is why, after the COVID-19 pandemic, that due to poor government administration, claimed more than 2 million lives. But we have begun to recover, and today we look back on more than 17 months of consecutive economic growth. We have overcome the recession and inflation caused by political violence and by corruption, a failed coup d'etat, and the flight of more than $20 billion. That was between 2021 and 2023. we have regained the trust of national but also of foreign investment, and we have embraced freedom. We are a solvent and a stable country. Because of the coup attempt of December 2022, which sought to establish a dictatorship by forcing all branches of the state into submission, I had to constitutionally assume the presidency of the Republic. Since that date, a narrative was established by which the coup plotter became a victim, and the president, who constitutionally and legally assumed the presidency, was accused by some quarters of being a coup plotter and usurper. Lies turned into truth, and truth turned into lies. This is one of the issues of our time. The building of false narratives to attempt to defend anti-democratic political projects. The thinking goes that ideologies of hatred, where they're projects of failed states that grow into all-powerful states, require, in order to impose their will, a false narrative, in order to achieve their objectives through violence, and who, once in power, crush freedoms, silence the press and democratic opposition, violate human rights, and begin to control, to confiscate, and to expropriate private companies, creating a corrupt bureaucracy that destroys the economy, society, and public morality. The first step for achieving all of this is to build a narrative in order to lie, to deceive, and to manipulate. The ideology of class hatred is very skillful at distorting reality and building false narratives, because it uses the totalitarian method of repeating a lie ad infinitum, as was done in the world before the Second World War, and as is happening again today, because totalitarianism renews itself, presents itself with other faces, but it remains a serious threat to countries and to the world. The cynical narrative is reinforced by interventionism in the internal affairs of countries, supporting and spreading falsehoods to destroy democracy and eliminate freedom. In Peru, we have overcome strong, organized and persistent political violence that sought the return of the coup plotters' government, and since 2024, progress has been made in restoring stability and confidence. And this is why the Peruvian economy managed to grow this year by 3.3%. And in the current year, 2025, is exceeding 3.5% growth, with forecasts that in 2026 the trend of economic growth will continue. The government guarantees 3 years of economic growth, being the leader in South America. Inflation is below 2% annually. International reserves amount to more than $88 billion, and our currency remains stable, and it's getting stronger every day. Our external debt is less than 32.2% of GDP, one of the lowest in the Americas and in the world. and our fiscal deficit this year will be 2.2% annually. Madam President of this magnificent General Assembly, on October 24th, the UN was created after World War II, when one of the greatest totalitarian political projects built on an ideology of hatred, leading to the most serious genocide in human history, the Holocaust, was defeated. And this is something that we must never, I say never, forget. That dreadful war caused the death of 60 million human beings. All ideologies of hate, class hatred, and its elevation as a principle and driver of history, racial hatred, nationalist hatred, religious hatred, ethnic hatred, hatred against women, amongst others, are the causes for the worst crimes committed in human history. Ideologies of hatred build narratives as absolute truths that instrumentalize people and nations. The political constitution of my homeland, Peru, affirms that the defense of the individual and their dignity is the supreme goal of society and of the state. Peru, therefore, rejects the two principal hate narratives in the world, namely class hatred and religious hatred. These are the origins of wars and inhumane violence. In Peru, we suffered for more than 20 years from a messianic, dogmatic, violent and genocidal terrorism that cost the lives of more than 70,000 Peruvians. The terrorist hates elections and the citizens' right to choose and to stand for election. When they participate, they do so to destroy democracy from within. However, the narrative that they wanted to impose is a flagrant lie. The armed forces and the police, who defended the life and the freedom of Peruvians, are now accused of violating human rights. Thus, the heroes who defended life, democracy, and freedom are turned into victimizers, and the terrorists are turned into victims. In this way, the heroes who defended democracy are being persecuted in trials that drag on for decades, while the terrorists are compensated and considered victims. This is the world in reverse. The UN was a fundamental milestone in the 20th century, but in the 21st century, we must be more vigilant. It is our duty to prevent the world from plunging into new genocides and new violence. It is not acceptable in a civilized world that one country invade another using a false narrative to justify a war that first and foremost attacks the civilian population. It is not acceptable to slaughter civilians, to capture hundreds of young people, women, and even children, and use them as hostages. We live under the threat of international organized crime. In Peru, international crime based on extortion uses terrorist methods such as bomb attacks to submit citizens to its will. These criminal organizations that use weapons of war have created financial mechanisms to launder blood-stained money, sending large sums back to their countries of origin. They seek to normalize this violence, which requires, in order to be defeated, recognition by the UN as terrorist organizations and new national and international legislation to stop them being a threat to the democratic system and to the development of peoples. It is also imperative that we act against drug trafficking and illegal mining that destroys the environment, pollutes rivers, and condemns peoples and individuals to slavery. International crime has subjected thousands of women taken from their home countries through violence and deception and being exploited and deprived of their freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through times that recall the darkest chapters of our modern history, and Peru is convinced that the world does not need less UN, but more and a better UN, one that is in tune with the times. In times in which ideologies of hatred that caused and cause so much damage to humanity have taken refuge in lies, in misinformation, and which have penetrated democratic societies. Peru, as a founding member, is committed to an open multilateral system based on international law and the principles of the UN Charter. And we see in the UN the pillar of the model that has brought peace and prosperity. But we have to look at what's happening around us in the world. At this time, as we're meeting here, in other parts of the world, they are killing children, girls, boys, innocent people. Prosperity will only come if we are united and work together. And we have to adapt to new threats. Each of our countries has the duty to make their contribution towards finding solutions to the problems that we all face together. And my country is striving to do this. But the interconnection of our societies and economies means that it is only through international cooperation that we can resolve the crises which we face. If we do not reform the United Nations, our common home, to restore representativeness and effectiveness to its action, then we run the very serious risk of seeing one of the most precious instruments that the international community has for world stability disappearing. For this reason, Peru supports the work of the UN 80 initiative, launched by the Secretary General, placing particular emphasis on the need to refocus the organization on its fundamental functions, bringing it closer to the needs of peoples, and at the same time making it more efficient. UN 80 must be an opportunity to strengthen multilateralism and ensure that the organization is better prepared to achieve its essential goals. This reform can only truly become fully effective if it is complemented by a transformation in UN governance that prevents institutional stalemates when it comes to decision-making, while ensuring its suitability. Ladies and gentlemen, in Peru, our government is working to meet its commitments, both to our citizens as well as to the international community, facing the threat of organized crime resulting from the collapse of tyrannical governments that led to migration to other countries. This is true of our country. From day one, my government has fought to restore governance in the country and to defeat polarization and violence. In Peru, there is full separation of powers, the rule of law, respect for freedom, and human rights. My government is the most stable of the last 5 years, during which 5 presidents have succeeded one another. We are fighting for citizen security, facing crime that takes advantage of the rise in the price of gold, and drug trafficking. We have achieved positive, verifiable results in these areas. We are working to strengthen human capital. We are fighting child malnutrition and anemia. And we are building schools and hospitals throughout the country, which has not been done in recent years. The priority is children, women, and the Peruvian family. We are modernizing the country's infrastructure, ports, airports, roads, bridges, designing an economy that is better connected to the world, as well as a firm policy for fighting corruption. Our goal is to guarantee free and impartial elections, defeating the attempt of a violent minority that seeks their failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations organization has always been present in the modern history of my country, particularly in its most difficult moments. Similarly to what is happening elsewhere in the world, and despite our efforts, Peru today finds its democratic institutions and the rule of law under attack by the polarization of politics, the cause and consequence of the return of extremist violence. We suffer from the scourge of transnational organized terrorist crime, which causes deaths, attacks, insecurity, and drug trafficking that destroys the social fabric. We face the threat of climate change that is destroying our Amazon, causing the melting of our glaciers, and putting our biodiversity at risk. We promote inclusive and sustainable growth in a context of opposing powers. But none of these problems is merely national, but global. This is why we need the United Nations to once again be a forum for dialogue and cooperation. I wish to recall the legacy of Ambassador Javier Pérez de Cuellar, who managed to do relevant work in the organization despite the Cold War. With that example in mind, and in view of our region's adherence to the purposes of the Charter, and in order to ensure better representation, we believe it is time for the next Secretary General to come from Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, Peru is committed to ensuring that this General Assembly this year is not a mere commemoration, but the reaffirmation of our commitment to collective action that will revitalize the United Nations as a tool that supports peace and global unity, as well as development. We must stand firm in the truth in the face of narratives that try to conceal it, pervert it, or openly lie in order to hide agendas that do not correspond to our time, much less to the destiny of humanity. For this reason, it is essential that we strengthen truth against narratives that are based on hatred, the lie repeated that seeks to impose itself and only leads to destruction. But despite all of these obstacles, truth will find a way, and truth will set us free. Peace and unity for Peru and for the world, for all those on the planet.
Ama Yuyacuspa, buscando el desarrollo de nuestro.
Let us seek the development of our peoples, presidents of the world. Together, let us work together without hating one another. Let us work for the development of our peoples. Yes to life, no to violence, and no to war. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful.
General Assembly, at another occasion when I stand before you to address the same issue, the conflict in the Middle East. And not for the first time, developments on the ground have made me question the worth and utility of words in capturing the magnitude of the crisis. Yet not speaking about it would signal acceptance of the situation and abandonment of our humanity. And that I will not do. Our UN General Assembly was born 80 years ago, pledging to learn from, not repeat, history. The world vowed never again. However, for almost as long, Palestinians have been living through a cruel cycle of yet again, bombed indiscriminately, yet again, killed, injured, and maimed, yet again, displaced and dispossessed, yet again, denied rights, dignity, their basic humanity, yet again. So I must ask, how long? How long will it be before we find a resolution to this conflict, one that safeguards the rights of all sides and allows a level of normalcy in the lives of the families at its core? How long will it be before I stand before you and speak not of suffering and devastation in my region, but of prospect, prosperity, and potential? Sadly, this is not the only conflict in our world. And some may say that other wars are also devastating. But the Palestinian-Israeli conflict remains unique. It is the longest standing conflict in the world. An illegal occupation of a helpless population by a self-declared democratic nation. and a flagrant violation of repeated UN resolutions, international law, and human rights conventions. A failure that should have elicited outrage and action, especially from major democracies. Instead, it has been met with decades of inertia. My friends, the war in Gaza marks one of the darkest moments in this institution's history. But although it is today's horror, the injustice stretches back decades. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the UN agenda throughout its 8 decades of existence. How long will we be satisfied with condemnation after condemnation without concrete action? When it comes to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it seems that what unfolds in the halls of power is theory. The struggles and suffering on the ground is reality. For decades, we have seen several attempts to achieve a solution by interim agreements and temporary stopgaps, none that delivered on the end game. In fact, many would argue these processes served as a distraction as Israel grabbed more land, expanded illegal settlements, demolished homes, and displaced entire neighborhoods. Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem have been vandalized and desecrated by those under government protection. And throughout all these years, Israeli families too have not been able to live in true security because military action cannot bring the safety they need. Nowhere is that more evident than in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians killed, 50,000 children injured or killed, miles of burnt out rubble, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, farms, even mosques and churches in ruins, widespread starvation. And what we are seeing is only a glimpse, because never in our modern history has the lenses of international media been obstructed like this from capturing the reality on the ground. Almost 2 years in, and the cruelty of this military campaign continues unabated. Furthermore, the current Israeli government's provocative calls for a so-called Greater Israel can only be realized through the blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighbors. And there is nothing great about that. I can't help but wonder if a similar outrageous call were made by an Arab leader, would it be met with the same global apathy? The international community must stop entertaining the illusion that this government is a willing partner for peace. Far from it. Its actions on the ground are dismantling the very foundations on which peace could stand, and intentionally burying the very idea of a Palestinian state. It has shown how little it respects the sovereignty of other countries, as we have seen in flagrant violations in Lebanon, Iran, Syria, Tunisia, and most recently, Qatar. And its hostile rhetoric calling for the targeting of Al-Aqsa Mosque will incite a religious war that would reach far beyond the region and lead to an all-out clash that no nation would be able to escape. How long before we hold all nations to the same standards? How long before we recognize the Palestinians as people who aspire to the same things you and I do, and we act on that recognition? how long before we recognize that statehood is not something Palestinians need to earn? It is not a reward. It is an indisputable right. In Jordan, we are determined to work for a world in which people are secure in their homes, are safe to practice their faiths, and are able to live and thrive in dignity. As custodians of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, we safeguard these holy places against actions that violate the city's legal and historical status quo. Compromising the delicate balance in the holy city will turn it into a tinderbox that ignites global conflict. And Jordan is serving as the main base for international humanitarian response in Gaza, working by all possible means to provide critical supplies of aid and food. And we appreciate our regional and international partners. I'm also immensely proud of the many Jordanians, including men and women of Jordan Armed Forces, who are at the heart of this effort. Ground convoys, aircraft crews, doctors, nurses, and mobile medical staff who work even under fire to provide relief. These and countless others carry forward deep heritage of compassion and generosity to people in grave need. My friends, amid such darkness, there is a glimmer on the horizon. We are seeing more nations stepping up on behalf of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, one that ensures the release of all hostages, unhindered humanitarian aid, and support for the Palestinian people as they rebuild. We all know that force is no foundation for security. It is a prelude for greater violence. Repeated wars are teaching generations of Israelis and Palestinians that their only recourse is the gun. Security will only come when Palestine and Israel begin to coexist. Seems I have the same problem as President Trump. Begin to coexist side by side. This is the two-state solution, in line with international law and UN resolutions. An independent and viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, alongside a secure Israel living in peace with its neighbors. For almost a quarter of a century, this has been the promise of the Arab Peace Initiative, in which Arab and Muslim partners around the globe extended their hand. My friends, for the past 2 years, we have finally seen the world's conscience stirring in the courage of ordinary people from every walk of life and every corner of the globe, raising their voices as one and declaring, "It has been too long." This United Nations must echo that call. It has been too long, and it must act on that call until peace is a reality. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lee Jae-myung, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
I would like to express my respect and gratitude to all members of the United Nations and staff of the UN Secretariat for their contribution to world peace and shared prosperity. I extend my sincere congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 18th session of the UN General Assembly. I also pay tribute to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his unwavering dedication and hard work. I hope the 18th session of the UN General Assembly will achieve even more meaningful results under their outstanding leadership. Madam President, Mr. Secretary, and distinguished delegates, this year is a meaningful year marking the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. The past 80 years of the UN have been a valuable journey of protecting the dignity and values of humanity and at seeking a path forward for future generations. If someone asks what the UN has achieved, I would confidently reply, look at the 80-year history of the Republic of Korea. It is no exaggeration to say that the Republic of Korea's history, dotted with challenges and responses, is the history of the United Nations, which has constantly confronted enormous challenges facing humanity. Liberated from colonial rule the very year that the United Nations was founded, the Republic of Korea emerged from the scars of division and ashes of war through UN assistance, maintaining national identity while achieving industrialization and blooming into a democracy. Therefore, the Republic of Korea in itself is a country that has proven the value of the UN's existence. Whenever the Republic of Korea revived the hopes of lives as precious as the weight of the universe amidst horrific wars and disasters, the UN flag fluttered at the center of that intense solidarity. The United Nations has strived to provide equal rights and opportunities to everyone without discrimination, and has provided education and vaccines to make children's lives blossom. The small country in the East, which rose with the support of the UN and the international community, has become a proud UN member that is drawing the world's attention. It is raising its role and responsibility as a member of the international community more rapidly than any other country. There were times when democracy and peace were in crisis, but each time the Republic of Korea rose with indomitable strength. Even a safe coup could not break the people of the Republic of Korea's strong will, desiring democracy and peace. The revolution of light that the people of the Republic of Korea achieved against the darkness of the insurrection last winter was a historic moment that demonstrated the brilliant achievement of the UN spirit. The remarkable resilience and strength of democracy that the Republic of Korea has shown will be ours as well as that of the entire world. I need you to take my hand and guide me away from all this, away to where the light shines through, to where the flowers bloom. As the novelist Han Gang, laureate of the Nobel Prize in Literature, wrote, the Republic of Korea will be a milestone of light for all those who join the journey toward democracy. Today, at the UN General Assembly, where world peace and humanity's shared prosperity is discussed, I proudly announce that a new Republic of Korea, which will be a beacon of light for global citizens, has completely returned to the international community. Thank you. The Republic of Korea, which has grown thanks to the support and assistance of the UN, will not hesitate to take on the role of a leading nation, generously sharing its experience and history of restoring democracy. Despite ceaseless efforts from all corners of the world, the international community's determination and aspiration to maintain international peace and security 80 years ago still remains an unfinished task for everyone. 280 million people are still in a state of extreme hunger. Armed conflicts around the world, including in Ukraine and the Middle East, as well as the climate crisis, which has already become a real problem, threaten the survival of humanity. The answer lies in the wisdom of the pioneers who founded the United Nations, as well as the path that the people of the Republic of Korea demonstrated. There is only one way: more democracy. The people-centered government of the Republic of Korea, through the power of collective intelligence, is ceaselessly attempting innovations, seeking better alternatives in democracy. The way to solve common challenges facing the international community is no different. When all the countries experiencing the same problems gather here at the United Nations and continue multilateral cooperation, putting their heads together, we will all be able to move toward a bright future of peace and prosperity. I look forward to the UN 80 initiative presented by the Secretary General, taking root as a vision that achieves UN's evolution and advancement in line with the demands of our time. I also hope the UN Security Council can increase the number of seats of non-permanent members, reflecting changes in the international environment, and enhance its effectiveness and representation. As a member of the UN Security Council for the term 2024 to 2025, the Republic of Korea is making efforts so that the UN Security Council can respond proactively to threats to the international peace and security. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, having restored democracy, dreams of a better future. The Republic of Korea will fulfill its responsibility as a responsible global power that steadfastly upholds the values of freedom, human rights, inclusiveness, and solidarity championed by the United Nations. We will further develop our institutions and cultures so that everyone residing in the Republic of Korea, both nationals and foreigners, can be respected as an equal member of society in all fields of life. The Republic of Korea will strengthen and lead cooperation with the international community while realizing the value of respect for human rights. In a time of crisis where immediate survival is urgent, words like solidarity, coexistence, and cooperation may feel somewhat distant. However, humanity has always dreamed of hopes as high as its deep despair, and has achieved the progress we see today through a passion for a better tomorrow. The more difficult the times are, the more we must return to the basic spirit of the UN, which is trust in universal values of humankind. Just as the determination to not pass down the devastation of wars led to the founding of the UN and has prevented conflicts and preserved peace, we today must cooperate more, trust more, and join hands more firmly in order to build a better future, a better world for future generations. Democratic Korea will lead the way in multilateral cooperation toward a sustainable future.
Peace is a value that is more important than anything else. In the Republic of Korea, as well as elsewhere in the world, peace is the basic foundation for democracy and economic development. The disputes and conflicts we are currently facing vividly show how easily the ideals of human dignity and sustainable development can crumble without peace. Today, the Republic of Korea is fulfilling its responsibility as a key contributor to the United Nations peacekeeping and peacebuilding activities. Our brave soldiers who have
The 10,003rd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the Secretary General, distinguished President, ministers, and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Egypt, Kuwait, Norway, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. I propose that the Council invite permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine to the United Nations to participate in the meeting in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided. In accordance with the Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following to participate in this meeting: His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Abul Hayt, Secretary General of the League of Arab States, and Her Excellency Ms. Kaya Kallas, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, and Vice President of the European Commission. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President, Excellencies, we are confronting one of the darkest chapters of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Nearly 2 years after the horrific Hamas terror attacks of 7 October and the devastating Israeli military response that followed, the violence has only deepened across the occupied Palestinian territory, with grave threats to regional and global peace and security. The Israeli military onslaught in Gaza City is compounding an already catastrophic humanitarian crisis. Countless Palestinian civilians and the remaining hostages are trapped under relentless bombardment and deprived of food, water, electricity, and medicine. Famine is a reality, with the population constantly forced to move and being starved. To call this situation untenable and morally and legally indefensible does not begin to capture the scale of human suffering. I have repeatedly appealed for an immediate permanent ceasefire, the immediate unconditional release of all hostages, and the immediate unconditional and unhindered humanitarian access. UN resolutions continue to be ignored, international humanitarian law violated, impunity prevails, and our collective credibility is being undermined. The violence is spreading from Gaza into the occupied West Bank and beyond, including several countries in the region and recently even Qatar. Efforts to secure a ceasefire and hostage release deal led by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States suffered a serious blow on 9 September. The Israeli attack was not only a violation of Qatar's sovereignty and territorial integrity, it also threatened the very norms and mechanisms we rely on for diplomacy and conflict resolution. Excellencies, the viability of a two-state solution is steadily eroding, now reaching its most critical level in more than a generation. Relentless settlement expansion, de facto annexation, forced displacement. Cycles of deadly violence, including by extremist settlers, have entrenched an unlawful Israeli occupation and pushed us perilously close to a point of no return. Israel's recent approval of settlement construction in the E1 area is especially alarming. If implemented, it would sever the occupied West Bank, sever the occupied West Bank, destroying the territorial contiguity of a Palestinian state. Israeli settlements are not just a political issue, they are a flagrant violation of international law. At the same time, the Palestinian Authority is facing an existential crisis. Fiscal, political, and institutional pressures are undermining its ability to function. Israel's withholding of clearance revenues, the suffocation of the Palestinian economy, and the sharp decline in donor aid have left the Palestinian Authority unable to pay salaries or deliver basic services. Urgent international support, financial and political, is needed to stabilize the Palestinian Authority and preserve its viability as a partner for peace. And yet, amid the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged yesterday with the resumption of the high-level international conference on a two-state solution. I commend France and Saudi Arabia for co-chairing this important meeting and for helping to reignite political momentum. I welcome the recognition of Palestinian statehood by many more countries, including permanent members of the Council, France and the United Kingdom. This is the clearest path to a two-state solution. Israel, an independent, sovereign, democratic, viable and contiguous state of Palestine, living side by side in peace and security on the pre-1967 lines, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states, based on international law and UN resolutions. We must seize this momentum. The so-called day after in Gaza must be anchored in international law, reject any form of ethnic cleansing, and have a clear political horizon towards a viable two-state solution. As I said to the General Assembly this morning, we must urgently reverse the dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence and the looming threat of annexation must stop. The calls of the International Court of Justice must be heeded, including for Israel to immediately cease settlement activities and end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. The illegal occupation must end. And we must support Palestinian institutions politically and financially to carry out essential reforms and ensure fiscal stability.
Excellencies, a just and lasting peace will never be built through more violence. Peace demands a collective commitment to diplomacy, to international law, to the dignity of all people. There are actions that the Security Council must take. There are responsibilities each member of this council must uphold. We cannot let this fragile moment slip away. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. I thank again the Secretary General for his briefing. It is yet another stark reminder that the situation in Gaza stands as one of the gravest challenges to international peace and security. The immense scale of human suffering and the implications for regional stability demand our urgent and united attention. This is not an abstract challenge, but measured in lives lost every day. Nearly 2 years have passed since Hamas terrorist attacks on October 7, 2023. In that time, more than 64,000 people have been killed. The humanitarian crisis worsens each day, with people in Gaza, particularly women, children, and other vulnerable groups, facing constant threats to their lives and safety. Equally troubling is the famine now unfolding in Gaza. According to the recent IPC report, more than 500,000 people are already facing famine. The crisis is projected to spread to Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis in the coming weeks. We must prevent any further devastation for civilians already in desperate conditions. Safe, sustained, and unimpeded humanitarian access must be guaranteed without any further delay. We call for the immediate lifting of all restrictions on the entry and distribution of humanitarian assistance. Excellencies, the Republic of Korea is deeply alarmed by Israel's ground operation to seize control of Gaza City, which risks further exacerbating an already catastrophic humanitarian crisis. We are also gravely concerned that its decision to resume construction in the E1 settlement area would threaten to isolate Palestinian communities in the area. Given the dire situation, upholding international law, in particular international humanitarian law, is imperative. These rules are not aspirational ideals, but binding obligations designed to safeguard human dignity, even in the darkest moments of conflict. We urge all parties to comply fully with these principles. In this difficult context, the Republic of Korea remains gravely concerned about Israel's recent attack in Qatari territory. This act is unacceptable. It not only violates the territorial sovereignty of the state of Qatar, one of the key mediating countries, but also jeopardizes ongoing negotiations to achieve an immediate ceasefire and secure the release of all hostages held by Hamas. We reaffirm our full support for the tireless mediation efforts of the United States, Qatar, and Egypt. We commend the unwavering commitment of Qatar's diplomatic mediation, which remains indispensable to ending the cycle of violence and creating a pathway toward stability. The Republic of Korea also reiterates its steadfast call for an immediate ceasefire and the unconditional release of all hostages. Securing their freedom, together with establishing a permanent and fully respected ceasefire, are indispensable steps towards a just and lasting peace. Excellencies, the Republic of Korea deeply understands the Palestinian people's aspiration to establish their own state. We believe that the two-state solution is the only viable pathway to resolve the Israel-Palestinian issue and to build lasting peace. The Korean government will continue to play its due role in the international community's growing efforts to build peace and stability in the region based on the two-state solution. Taking all considerations into account, Korea is committed to recognizing Palestinian statehood at a time when it would be genuinely conducive to realizing the two-state solution. As we deliberate today, let us not lose sight of our common goal, a Middle East where peoples of all walks of life can coexist in peace, security, and prosperity. Korea stands ready to contribute to alleviating civilian suffering, upholding the principles of international law, and helping to lay the firm foundations of a just and enduring peace for all. I now resume my functions as the President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I wish to express my gratitude to you, Mr. President, for convening this meeting. I welcome the participation of all distinguished ministers joining this important discussion today. I also thank Secretary General for his valuable briefing and thoughtful remarks. The Secretary General's voice has always been of wisdom and compassion in Palestine and beyond. To promote peace and alleviate human sufferings, we salute this dedication and devotion, Mr. Secretary General. Mr. President, we meet today in the shadow of a profound and deeply troubling tragedy. The Palestinian people are enduring unimaginable suffering, an unbearable daily toll of human lives, the destruction of homes and neighborhoods, and the obliteration of essential infrastructure. Hospitals, schools, and markets lie in ruins. Roads and utilities have been shattered. The very fabric of society has torn apart. Over 64,000 lives have been lost, and over 100,000 have been injured. These are not mere statistics. They were grieving mothers, anguished fathers, suffering children, and revered elders. The devastation is immense. The grief is immeasurable. The world must not remain silent. The humanitarian situation in Gaza has reached catastrophic proportions. Starvation grips the population, and famine has taken hold. According to the latest Integrated Food Security Phase Classification (IPC) analysis, famine is now a reality in Gaza City, putting over 500,000 people at grave risk. In Khan Yunis and Deir al-Bala, famine looms imminently, threatening countless more lives. The ongoing military operations in Gaza City inflict a relentless toll. Dozens of Palestinians are killed each day, entire families displaced, and communities torn apart. Already, 300,000 people have been uprooted, and nearly 1 million face imminent displacement. The roar of fighter jets, the plumes of smoke from tank fire, and the collapse of buildings. What must this relentless violence mean for women, children, and the most vulnerable? And what of the hostages caught in the crossfire, whose lives hang in the balance? Mr. President, in the West Bank, illegal settlement expansion continues unabated. The latest E1 plan is grave violation of international law and relevant UN resolutions, as well as a stark manifestation of settler colonialism in the 21st century, a blow to the two-state solution. Mr. President, the time for action is upon us. Pakistan calls for the following urgent and concrete measures. 1. An immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire to halt the bloodshed and prevent further loss of lives. 2. Full, unhindered humanitarian access to Gaza and the immediate lifting of the blockade to allow life-saving aid to reach those who are in need. 3. A categoric end to any forced displacement of Palestinians from their lands, while upholding the right of return for refugees in accordance with the international law and establishing an international protection mechanism. And, Mr. President, Pakistan reaffirms its unwavering support for the Palestinian people in their just struggle for dignity, justice, and self-determination through the establishment of a sovereign, independent, and contiguous Palestinian state on pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Pakistan welcomes the two-state solution conference chaired by France and Saudi Arabia. We also commend the recent recognitions of the State of Palestine by numerous member states, a step that reflects adherence to justice and the principle of international law. Pakistan had the honor to be among the first few countries to recognize the State of Palestine following the Declaration of Independence in 1988. This positive momentum must be sustained with resolute determination, seriousness of purpose, and an unwavering commitment to achieving a just and lasting solution. Mr. President, the people of Palestine are facing a crisis of historic proportion. Their suffering is a stain on our collective conscience. Gaza has become a graveyard for the humanity as well as for the global conscience. We call upon the Security Council and the broader international community to act decisively, to uphold human dignity, to ensure accountability and deliver justice. The time for words has passed. The time for action is now. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Dar for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Tanya Fayon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia.
President, and I thank the Secretary General for his briefing and his personal commitment to this issue. Mr. President, upon entering the UN Security Council, Slovenia felt the heavy weight of responsibility of this council to uphold international peace and security, a weight that translates to upholding international law and rejecting double standards, choosing global benefit over national interests, being ready for difficult conversations with partners and instead of silence. Everyone who enters this Security Council or is a permanent member of this body should know that membership entails a responsibility to act. And it does not matter whether a threat to peace and security is unfolding in Ukraine or in Gaza. In both of these conflicts, international law is disregarded blatantly and red lines crossed persistently. Excellencies, this year we again witnessed immense numbers of deaths among civilians in armed conflicts, with many of them being women and children, lives shattered by starvation and displacement. Let us be reminded we have built a system that should prevent atrocities, and we promised a never again. Yet what we saw this year was a Security Council paralyzed by disrespect of this Council's resolutions and disregard of decisions of international courts. Colleagues, we should stand up to this. When politicians facing charges for war crimes and crimes against humanity are walking free, while judges are put under sanctions, we cannot afford to remain silent without becoming complacent. Let me be clear, when all rules and obligations of the international system we had constructed fail, this itself is a threat to international peace and security. Mr. President, Gaza has become a textbook example of failure of international community. It has become a place in which people dread the nightfall and fear what a new day will bring. Gaza has become the deadliest place for children, the deadliest place for humanitarian and medical workers, and the deadliest place for journalists. The place of first ever proclaimed famine in the Middle East, marked by continuous offensives and strikes against hospitals, schools, homes, shelters, and holy places. It is defined by death and despair, and where hostages suffer and civilians count heartbeats left. Gaza is a man-made catastrophe which is live-streamed across the globe and sustained by those acting in contradiction to everything we stand for. And Mr. President, existence of reasonable grounds to conclude or finding that acts may amount to genocide are threat to international peace and security. We commend the work of the judicial and investigative mechanisms, the ICG, the ICC, and the Commission of Inquiry, particularly for its latest report for sounding the alarm. It is not on us to question their findings, it is on us to act on them. And demands of a large majority of international community are not performative diplomacy. Calls for a ceasefire, irreversible political steps, and even simple expressions of solidarity are not stage-managed acts. They paint a dark picture of international community in despair. Understanding that never again has become a failed promise. And Mr. President, the two-state solution is equally in a need of concrete and irreversible action. I welcome the new wave of countries recognizing the state of Palestine, and I call on others to take bold steps to recognize Palestine and normalize ties with both states. We must step up to prevent further disintegration of this vision and to counter occupation and annexation, forced displacement, human rights violations, and terrorism and extremism. Slovenia firmly supports the role of United Nations, including UNRWA, in addressing the ongoing crisis and in paving way to the two-state solution, and of the Palestinian Authority in carrying out reform and assuming full political ownership in the state of Palestine. And I appeal to all of us, do not let the future of Israeli people be defined by terrorism and violence. Do not let the future of Palestinian people be defined by occupation and perpetual human rights violations. And I appeal to you, do not let our collective future to be defined by the stain of the Gaza genocide. Act now. There is no bigger threat to international peace and security than a cycle of violence perpetrated by continuous fear, everlasting hate, and uncertain future. The stories of children starved to death, a threat of a population displaced, and a territory in fear should be all we need for us to understand that the time for the immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire is now. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Fayon for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Attaf, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, National Community Abroad, and African Affairs of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this session and for responding to the request of the Group of Islamic States in the Council. I also thank His Excellency, the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his valuable briefing covering the recent developments in the Middle East. This region has become synonym to destruction and devastation, a synonym to injustice and oppression, a synonym to criminality in its harshest forms and manifestations. How can it not be so, while this region has known all these horrors, horrors that no other region has known for successive generations? Without any exaggeration and without any qualifications, the situation there is self-telling, whether be it regarding the Palestinian cause, particularly all the regional landscape in the Middle East in general. On the Palestinian level, we cannot deny anymore that Gaza, and for more than 2 years, have been witnessing a full-fledged genocidal war. This has been confirmed by the UN Commission of Inquiry. And there is no doubt today that famine is indeed occurring in Gaza after our organization has confirmed famine in Gaza officially. There is also no room for interpreting the designs for displacement, reoccupation, and the annexation of Gaza and the West Bank after the Israeli occupation started implementing these designs and announcing them blatantly and brazenly. On the regional level, the Israeli aggressions continue unabated. An Israeli aggression against Yemen, followed by an Israeli aggression against Lebanon, then an Israeli aggression against Syria, followed by an Israeli aggression on Iran, and a few days ago, yet another Israeli aggression against the state of Qatar. Needless to say that this list might expand even further following the threats against other countries in the region. This is the unjust and tragic situation that the Israeli occupation is trying to entrench. The Israeli occupation is opening new fronts of aggression, one front after the other. This council does not have to solve riddles anymore, now that the Israeli occupation itself is boasting about its achievements. The Israeli aggression is first aiming at undermining any prospect for the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state, not on the ground alone, but also in the minds of people, if possible. Second, the Israeli occupation aims at redrawing the borders in the region based on its imagination and its illusions, basing itself on the most dangerous myth, which is the myth of Greater Israel. Third and last, the Israeli occupation aims at entrenching its absolute monopoly over the region and at having the final say in that region, to attack whomever they want, whenever they want, and however they want. They give no regard to international law, nor to the UN Charter, and not even to the merest rules and customs related to civilized coexistence. Beyond all that, the Israeli occupation dares to promote their lies. They say that the Palestinians want them out, while they deny their right to exist, their right to life, and their right to build their own independent sovereign state. The Israeli occupation dares to promote their propaganda, claiming that they are alone, surrounded by enemies who want to destroy them, while they have been acting arrogantly against all the countries of the region. In addition to all the above, the Israeli occupation is claiming to be a shrine for democracy and the rule of law in the region, while they have proved for the whole world that they are the greatest danger to right and to law, and that they are the gravest threat threatening security and stability in the region and international peace and security. The tragedies and horrors that the Middle East is facing today require us to reconsider peace and security in the region and to approach them differently from a more comprehensive perspective that accepts no fragmentation. The issue of security in the Middle East did not start on the 7th of October 2023 in order to be associated and reduced to that date. That would be unjust and biased. The history of the region runs parallel to the history of this organization. It proves that the Palestinian cause remains the central cause that cannot be obliterated, that cannot be ignored, and cannot be marginalized. Today, we see for ourselves how attempts at liquidating this cause only added to its legitimacy and made it the most just cause on the planet. The history of the region is carved into the resolution of this Council. This history proves that there is no alternative to the two-state solution and to the establishment of the State of Palestine along the borders of 1967 with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. This is the just, lasting, and final settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian crisis or conflict. Today, we also see for ourselves how the designs to obliterate this state only made it more resolute through the diplomatic recognitions. Algeria welcomes these recognitions and calls for strengthening them in order to grant the Palestinian state a full membership in our organization. The history of the organization is also rooted in international legitimacy. This history proves that there is no alternative to putting a final end to the exceptional, unjust treatment granted to the Israeli occupation, including impunity, non-accountability, and no punishment. And today, we also see for ourselves how the overwhelming majority of the member states believe in the importance of dissuasion and accountability for those who believe that they are above all the rules, regulations, and laws that others are respecting. Furthermore, the history of the region also shows that security and stability in the Middle East will not be achieved if our Council does not shoulder its responsibilities. The fate of the Palestinian cause and the fate of the Palestinian people, the fate of all the countries and peoples of the region, all these fates depend on the will of this Council and on the Council's ability to impose the respect of its resolution, to impose the respect of international legitimacy, and its ability to dissuade all violations and to end impunity. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Attaf for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Musa Timothy Kaba, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, I thank His Excellency Cho Hyun, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for convening this meeting at the request of Algeria, Guyana, Somalia, Pakistan, and Sierra Leone. I also thank the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his important briefing. My delegation commends the principled leadership of the UN Secretary General and the work of the UN teams in the field. Mr. President, the overall situation in the Middle East remains fragile and evolving. However, while some areas such as Lebanon and Syria are experiencing significant less violence than before, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, in contrast, are in very dire circumstances, with civilians enduring over 23 months of unimaginable and increasing violence. We recall the attack by Hamas and other armed groups of 7th October 2023 that led to the killing and taking of hostages of Israeli civilians, and reiterate our unequivocal condemnation of that heinous action, especially the taking of hostages. Sierra Leone further recalls that since the start of this conflict, the Council has remained seized of this subject, having received extensive briefings on the prevailing security, humanitarian and political situation in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. We regret that effort by this Council and the mediators to secure a deal that allows for the cessation of hostilities have been met with challenges. In this regard, we have concluded, along with other member states, that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict can only be resolved by peaceful means and that the military option is not viable. The atrocities committed on and since the attacks of 7th October 2023 highlight the urgency of finding a comprehensive and lasting solution to this long-standing conflict. Sierra Leone remains dedicated to supporting international efforts toward a political, just, and comprehensive settlement that ends the occupation, stops settlement expansion, and addresses extremism and terrorism. Sierra Leone is gravely concerned that the continuation of this war deepens despair among civilians in the Gaza Strip and the hostages held by Hamas. With intensified hostilities, significant loss of life, destruction of critical civilian infrastructure, blockades and evacuation orders, the civilians in the Gaza Strip, including women and children, have borne the brunt of this war. The current status quo is unacceptable, as it is unbearable for the civilians with no seeming hope of survival. This is a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter, the provisions of international humanitarian law, and Security Council resolutions. Guided by the UN Charter, international law, and the rule of law, we emphasize the following key points. First, a complete cessation of hostilities in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and an irreversible political process leading to a permanent ceasefire. The parties to the conflict must recommit to ongoing peace efforts and take concrete steps that will prevent further atrocities. We acknowledge and commend the efforts of the mediators, Egypt and Qatar, and the United States to achieve this end. Second, the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, including Israeli civilians held by Hamas and Palestinian detainees held without due process. The immediate and unconditional lifting of the aid restrictions and restoration of full and unhindered humanitarian access. We emphasize the role of the United Nations and its partners, including UNRWA, to achieve this end. Third, Sierra Leone reaffirms its unwavering support for the two-state solution based on relevant General Assembly and Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 1812 of 1947, and consistent with Article 4, Sub 1 of the United Nations Charter. We welcome the endorsement by the General Assembly of the New York Declaration and reaffirm the legitimacy of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, including their right to an independent and sovereign state over the entire occupied Palestinian territory, in line with international law and agreed parameters. Fourth, Sierra Leone supports Israel's right to exist in peace and security, free from threats and attacks. Accordingly, we urge all armed groups to disarm and renounce violence, paving the way for the demilitarization of the Palestinian territory. Sustainable peace cannot take root while armed groups continue to operate outside the law. Deplore and reject any attempt to forcibly displace Palestinians from their land. Palestinians temporarily evacuated must be allowed to return to their homes at the earliest opportunity. Finally, Mr. President, we emphasize the need for the Palestinian Authority to be fully empowered and supported politically, financially, and administratively to enable it to continue implementing its credible reform agenda. As we celebrate the 80th session of the United Nations, let us reflect on the principles on which this very institution was built. Among its core values is to promote peace, justice, and the dignity of all persons. We must exercise the political will to deliver peace to the Palestinians and Israelis. Ongoing international efforts are a positive step that must be fully leveraged by both parties in good faith. The time to act is now in order to save the Palestinian people from the scourge of war. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kappa for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hugh Hilton Todd, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Guyana.
Mr. President, as a member state of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, OIC, Guyana thanks you for facilitating the group's request for convening today's meeting. I also thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his remarks and for his consistent and principled advocacy on behalf of the Palestinian people and for peace in the Middle East region. Mr. President, the protracted Israeli aggression against Palestine cannot continue to be a defining feature for the politics in the Middle East. In recent times, the aggression has extended to other countries in the region, heightening instability and insecurity, driving Israeli poles away from its neighbors and undermining good neighborliness. The ongoing war in Gaza has itself become a catalyst of pain and pressure. Pain for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who are the targets of Israelis' instruments of war, starvation, bombs, bullets, displacements, dispossession, and other cruelties solely intended to subjugate the Palestinian nation. We have seen, for example, how famine unfolded in Gaza in full view of the international community, and 192 countries, could not stop it. The war in Gaza has also become a catalyst for pressure, political pressure, which seems to be the only way the occupying power might respond to the international outcry against the genocidal acts being perpetuated against Palestinians. Guyana calls on the member states of the United Nations to ensure that their engagements with the State of Israel do not in any way contribute to prolonging the war in Gaza and the Israeli oppression of the Palestinian people. It took a collective effort to dismantle the system of apartheid in South Africa, and Guyana firmly believes that an equally strong and organized international response is needed to ensure the end of the occupation of the Palestinian territory. I must underscore the importance of recognition of the State of Palestine by all UN member states as a pivotal part of forcing an end to the Israeli occupation. Recognition lends greater strength to international efforts to end the occupation and to achieve an independent Palestine. On the question of the occupation, Mr. President, allow me to recall that more than 1 year ago, the International Court of Justice issued its advisory opinion confirming that Israel's prolonged occupation of the Palestinian territory is illegal under international law and must be brought to an end. The General Assembly later demanded that Israel end its occupation within a year. That is by the 18th of September 2025. That date has now passed without compliance on Israel's part. On the contrary, we have instead witnessed a series of developments that only entrench the occupation further and destroy the two-state solution. Ghana calls on Israel to respect the Charter of the United Nations, to abide by the relevant resolutions of the General Assembly, the Security Council, and other organs of the United Nations, to cease its contempt of international law, and to commit to true peace in the Middle East. Mr. President, the occupation of the Palestinian territory and the attendant ills is a historic tragedy of proportions that should shock the human conscience across the globe. Sadly, however, what we are witnessing is an othering of the Palestinian people that makes it difficult for some to see Palestinian people as they see their own people. We must all reject the othering and fight for the rights of the Palestinian people, as we would fight for the rights of our own people. The right-minded, the peace-loving, and the promoters of justice must continue to defend the Palestinian people and oppose all attempts to erase them from their homeland. I conclude, Mr. President, by reaffirming Ghana's continued commitment to the two-state solution and by underscoring our conviction that the rule of law will ultimately prevail in the decades-long question as long as all member states choose to be guided by the principles of the Charter. I also reiterate the calls we have consistently made over the last 2 years for a ceasefire in Gaza, for the release of all hostages held in Gaza and Palestinian detainees held in Israeli prisons, for the unimpeded humanitarian access in Gaza. I also call on Israel to cease all its actions that are dismantling the two-state solution and the possibility of peace in the Middle East region. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Todt for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Lars Løkke Rasmussen, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I want to thank Mr. Cho Hyun, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for convening this meeting. And I also want to thank the Secretary General for his very insightful briefing. Through the chaos of this abhorrent war, he has consistently raised his voice and that of United Nations in support of peace. And Denmark commend this kind of leadership. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the tireless efforts and sacrifice of the UN staff on the ground. Colleagues, I'm speaking to you today not only as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, and by so a politician responsible to the people of Denmark, but also as a member of this Council responsible for the maintenance of international peace and security, and as a grandfather, responsible to my grandchildren, who I'm totally convinced one day will ask what I did, what we did, in the face of such immense suffering. Colleagues, I ask you today, how will we answer them? That we stepped up and met the challenge of peace, or that we idled in action and watched helplessly as the horrors unfolded? Mr. President, nearly 2 years have passed since the war in Gaza began. It was unleashed by the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas on the October 7th, an attack that tore through Israeli families, that left parents without children, children without parents, a nation wounded to its core, hostages and their families going through unimaginable suffering. Denmark has condemned this attack in the strongest terms possible, and we will continue to do so, just as we will continue to insist on the immediate and safe release of every hostage. Denmark considers itself as a long-standing friend of the people of Israel. Israel has the right to defend itself against terrorism. This I have always supported, and this I will continue to support. But friends also have to speak the truth to each other. And today we must face the fact that Israel's war in Gaza has created a humanitarian catastrophe of unbearable scale. Israel must comply with international law, including international humanitarian law. The human suffering in Gaza must be brought to an end, and it must happen now. Tens of thousands of civilians have already been killed, including over 18,000 children. This constitutes a classroom of children every day. It constitutes a humanitarian and human failure of unprecedented scale. We are witnessing an ongoing expanded military operation in Gaza City. Children starving with no access to clean water or medicine. Doctors forced to amputate without sedation. Mothers powerless to feed their babies. A famine unfolding before our eyes. While the World Food Programme alone has enough food to feed Gaza for months waiting at the border. This is also why Denmark, on behalf of the E10, coordinated a resolution for this council just last week. The resolution demanded a ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and that the government of Israel immediately lift all restrictions on the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza in line with international humanitarian law. These are demands that the international community has reiterated on multiple occasions, including just yesterday in the General Assembly. And I deeply regret that the resolution did not receive the support of all 15 Council members. But today I restate these demands. Israel must change its course immediately. The war in Gaza must end. The Security Council, as the body responsible for international peace and security, should be able to make these demands. Indeed, this should be the bare minimum that we can do. But around this table, that means all of us, every single member, working in concert and common cause towards this goal. It means setting aside political differences to save lives. Last week, 14 members of this council were willing to do this. We hope that this can soon become all 15. So to our American friends, just this morning, President Trump said that we have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. He said we have to negotiate immediately to negotiate for peace. Denmark continues to support the dedicated efforts of the US, Qatar, and Egypt to mediate a ceasefire. Your unwavering commitment to find a path to peace is critical in the context, but we count on you in this Council too. Your leadership is critical in our joint aspirations of bringing peace and stability to the region. Mr. President, I will conclude very soon. Denmark has consistently contributed to ease the suffering through humanitarian contributions. Together with 24 other countries and the EU, we have called on Israel to resume medical evacuations from Gaza to the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and we stand ready to support the treatment of those patients. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, I visited the region, which I have done several times since 7 October. I have met with the Israeli families of hostages. The pain is real. The demand must be immediately and unconditionally answered. I also met with Palestinians in the West Bank who face checkpoints, settlements, settler violence, destroyed property and land grabbing, and their pain is real as well. The longing for freedom and dignity is evident. So, Mr. President, the two-state solution remains the only solution to lasting peace for two people, both deserving of security, both deserving of dignity. This was confirmed during the high-level conference on the two-state solution yesterday. It is clear that the momentum is growing, that we are witnessing a renewed energy and enthusiasm for peace based on the two-state solution, a solution that Denmark is prepared to build on. And this is why I said yesterday, and that I repeat today, the keys to recognition of the Palestinian state should no longer lie in the hands of the Israeli government. The Palestinians themselves must become masters of their own destiny. The time for the end of this decades-long struggle is now. The only path to lasting peace is the two-state solution for both Palestinians and Israelis. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rasmussen for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Yvette Cooper, MP, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom.
Can I thank the President today and also the Secretary General for the briefing at the beginning of this crucial session. Yesterday, alongside other ministers here in New York this week, I hosted a session to hear from doctors who have recently returned from Gaza. And the stories they told would stay with me forever. One told of the screams of toddlers and the scream of a toddler who she had operated on without full anesthetics, and how she hoped and prayed that he would not feel pain. Another told of the seriously malnourished pregnant women affecting their babies, and they talked about doctors and nurses whose family members were killed but who still came back to work in hospitals in unimaginable conditions to help others. And they told of how the absolute basics of modern medicine, like antibiotics and anesthetics, things that we around this council table take for granted for ourselves and our loved ones, were unavailable, blocked and denied. And we say the words humanitarian crisis, but this is what it means, the pain and the screams of a toddler who cannot get the basic health care that they need. And only 18 out of 36 hospitals in Gaza now remain open, all of them struggling to operate amid severe shortages of fuel, medicine, equipment and staff. Over 1,700 healthcare workers have been killed in Gaza, more than 300 detained. This is what the catastrophic collapse of Gaza's healthcare system looks like. And as we are gathered here, Israeli forces are escalating the conflict in Gaza City, pounding more homes into rubble, sending frightened families scattering. It is incomprehensible, it is inhumane, it is utterly unjustifiable, and it must end. All that this action from the Israeli government will do is make a catastrophic humanitarian situation worse. More healthcare in crisis, harder than ever to get desperately needed aid to those who need it, more innocent children enduring a man-made famine, more civilians killed, but making it harder to get the remaining hostages out. Hostages who are still being held, who were seized by Hamas on the barbaric terrorist attack of October the 7th, and are still being held in the most horrendous conditions, prolonging the anguish for their families. And I reiterate our condemnation of Hamas and that barbaric terrorism in October the 7th. I met with some of the UK-linked hostage families again last week. Their ask of all of us is to keep the hostages at the forefront of our minds, to do everything we can to give their loved ones the chance of coming home and to achieve a ceasefire that gives them the chance to do that. And that must be our task. We know what needs to be done. We need a ceasefire now. We need the release of all the hostages. We need the immediate restoration of aid and support for medical care. And we need a broader framework for the lasting peace. And I welcome and support mediation efforts being made by the United States, Qatar and Egypt to seek an end to conflict and to seek peace. We know too that Gaza cannot be seen in isolation from the West Bank. The Israeli government is tightening its stranglehold on the Palestinian economy and continuing to approve illegal settlement construction, including just recently in the E1 area of East Jerusalem, which is a further blow to the viability of a two-state solution. And we urge Israel to reverse these plans. After 2 years of bloodshed, I believe the world is united in wanting this awful war to end, united in wanting all the hostages released, united in rejection of any role for Hamas in the future of Gaza or the future of a Palestinian state, united in wanting Israel to unblock aid and end the humanitarian catastrophe, and united in wanting a better and more peaceful future for the region, with the reconstruction of Gaza, the dignity for its people, and a new era of relations to support their collective security. And that future must be based on a two-state solution. The UK's historic recognition of the state of Palestine this week is part of our commitment to peace, part of acting to protect the viability of the two-state solution as the only path to a just and lasting peace and to security for Palestinians and Israelis alike, part of rejecting extremist ideas on all sides, which involve too often fantasies of the destruction of the state of Israel or expulsion of the Palestinian population. We reject both of those, and part of our wider effort to work with partners on a long-term peace, not just to halt the immediate crisis, but to advance a pragmatic plan for what comes next. None of this can happen without an immediate ceasefire, and that is where all of this has to start. One of the doctors yesterday described the impact on children of growing up in trauma and devastation. And those will be the consequences on generations to come if we do not act now. We owe it to all of those children growing up in Gaza, across Palestine, across Israel. We owe it to all of them to build a better future. The time for peace is now. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Cooper for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Georgios Gerapatritis, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank you personally for convening this important meeting today at a very critical moment for the Middle East. Distinguished colleagues, what we have been witnessing in the Gaza Strip, words fail to describe. The humanitarian catastrophe is ongoing. For almost 2 years, the civilian population has endured conditions that are unsustainable and deeply concerning. No one should be compelled to live under such circumstances. The expansion of military operations in the city of Gaza has led to further displacement and risks, worsening an already dire humanitarian crisis. This reality endangers civilian lives. Any further escalation in Gaza, which worsens the already dramatic situation for civilians, must be avoided. The plight of children underscores the urgent need to guarantee safe, unhindered and sustained humanitarian access at scale to all parts of Gaza, in full respect of international law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Greece is actively engaged in all efforts to alleviate the suffering of the people in Gaza. We have consistently provided humanitarian assistance. We have already welcomed injured children from Gaza for treatment in Greek hospitals. On another strand of effort, we voted in favor of every draft resolution that would address the crisis in Gaza, the latest demanding the lifting of all restrictions on humanitarian aid. And this past May, I stood alongside the representatives of 80 UN members here in New York, reaffirming the significance of protecting civilians in armed conflicts. Humanitarian access is crucial to alleviating the suffering of the Palestinian population. Safe access to food, water, shelter, clothing, and medicines throughout the territory must be guaranteed, and international humanitarian law must be respected. Initiatives to expand deliveries in Gaza by land, air, or sea must be further strengthened. At the same time, hostages continue to suffer horribly at the hands of Hamas. We were appalled by the images and videos released last month showing 2 hostages visibly emaciated as they described the appalling conditions of their captivity. We reiterate our call for unconditional release of all remaining hostages. Mr. President, we recall that this Council has rightly addressed the recent strikes in Doha earlier this month, which are even more concerning given Qatar's crucial role in hosting and mediating negotiations for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas alongside the United States and Egypt. We continue to believe that diplomacy remains the most effective tool even in the most difficult circumstances. Greece has unwaveringly supported the negotiation efforts and will continue to do so. And we urge all parties to rise up to the gravity of the situation, return to the negotiating table as soon as possible, and be guided by international law. Mr. President, recent settlement expansion in the West Bank and settler violence further impair the prospects for peace. We express our profound concern over announcements on the construction of additional settlements in the E1 area of West Bank. Such plans, were they to be realized, would further undermine the prospects of a two-state solution. The escalation of settler violence, including against Christian communities, is a cause for grave alarm as well. It needs to stop now. Mr. President, however remote or difficult the prospect may seem today, the two-state solution remains the only viable path forward. We need to provide the Palestinian people with a credible prospect of hope for the future. This is an indispensable condition for peace, stability, and security in the region, including the long-term security of Israel. We appreciate in this vein the leadership demonstrated by France and Saudi Arabia in co-chairing the two-state solution conference. We stand by all international initiatives, including the relevant global alliance and the Arab Plan, towards realizing this vision. We will continue to contribute to every effort that revives the political process towards a two-state solution, a political process which we firmly believe must lead to the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state through a revitalized and comprehensive approach, and which is essential for lasting peace and stability in the region. Against this backdrop, we see no role for Hamas, neither in governance nor in future discussions concerning the day after in Gaza. Therefore, Greece has repeatedly stressed that an empowered and reformed Palestinian Authority must play a central role in Gaza's future and remains the best partner for peace. The European Union has already stepped up, approving a 3-year package worth around 1.6 billion euros, crucial to preventing fiscal collapse and enabling the Palestinian Authority to fulfill its task. Mr. President, to Greece, the stability of the Middle East is not an abstract concern. It is an indispensable necessity. As a country of Eastern Mediterranean, at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, developments in the region have a direct impact on our own security, prosperity, and stability, as well as on Europe as a whole. We are convinced that only through dialogue and the rule of international law, we can build a safer neighborhood, one where peoples can coexist in dignity and security. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gerard Petritis for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Carlos Arturo Hoyos Boyd, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Panama.
President, Panama is grateful for the convening of this briefing at the request of the delegations of Algeria, Guyana, Pakistan, Sierra Leone, and Somalia. We would also like to express our thanks to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, for his briefing, which strengthens this Council's obligation in line with the United Nations Charter, to respond with unity and responsibility, given the scope of the catastrophic situation unfolding in the Palestinian territories. For more than 7 decades, the Israeli-Palestine conflict has been characterized by a lack of political will to resolve its root causes, paving the way only to mistrust, extremism, and violence. The consequences of this lack of political will were brutally exposed on the 7th of October 2023, with the atrocious attacks carried out by Hamas, which we strongly condemn once again, and which claimed the lives of more than 1,200 people and kidnapped another 251 people, of whom it is believed that 20 are still alive, suffering in the darkness of tunnels, deprived of contact with their families and the most basic dignity. That episode only triggered a spiral of violence that led to an unprecedented war, given its scale of devastation in the Gaza Strip. More than 65,000 Palestinians, including 18,000 children, have died. Tens of thousands have been injured. Millions have been forcibly displaced from one side to the other again and again, and entire communities have been reduced to rubble, leaving an indelible scar of suffering for thousands of families. In the 59 days that the ceasefire lasted for between January and March, it was possible to stop human suffering, to facilitate humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza, and to make progress in releasing the hostages. But since the ceasefire broke down, the catastrophic humanitarian situation has only got worse. More than 14,000 Palestinians have died and tens of thousands more have been injured. The hostages and their families continue to pay an unbearable price, trapped in uncertainty and suffering. As if violence were not enough, hunger is also claiming lives every day. The Integrated Food Security Classification has declared starvation in Gaza, famine in Gaza. More than 425 people, including 125 children, have died of hunger, not because there was a lack of food, but because of the obstacles preventing food from getting in. This tragedy has been exacerbated by the further development of the military operation in Gaza City, which is still inhabited by hundreds of thousands of people, and which has become the backdrop to intense bombing and land operations that have led to widespread displacement and dozens of deaths, including those of children. The devastation is also affecting essential services. Hospitals and health centers have been damaged, water supply systems, sanitation systems are collapsed, and there is extreme danger for those who are trying to save lives or tell the truth about what is happening. Humanitarian staff and journalists, of whom hundreds have been victims of the violence, nevertheless continue to carry out their work in unbearable conditions and under constant threat. No goal can justify using methods that violate international law or the protection of human life. That is why Panama once again calls for an immediate, sustainable ceasefire. We also call for the immediate, dignified, unconditional release of all of the hostages and safe, sufficient, unhindered access for vital humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. These are the basic conditions of humanity that cannot be put off any longer. President, the crisis is not limited to Gaza either. In the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, violence has reached alarming levels. Land fragmentation, insecurity, and a lack of prospects are undermining the possibility of any sustainable political solution. This year alone, more than 186 Palestinians and 16 Israelis have lost their lives in incidents in this area as a result of the conflict intensifying. This is in addition to hundreds of people who've been injured and thousands of people affected by restrictions that are conditioning their everyday life. The military operations and widespread detentions have displaced entire families, including children and older persons, while Further closures and obstacles are threatening to isolate communities and cut off access to schools, hospitals, and workplaces, which is making an already unsustainable situation even worse. In addition to this, the recent unacceptable incident in Qatar, which we unequivocally condemn, reiterates the need to put an end to this conflict before it escalates any further. President, Panama reiterates that there is no military solution to this conflict, only a serious, comprehensive, and sustained political process based on international law and on the relevant resolutions of this Council, which allows Israelis and Palestinians to live in security and dignity within internationally recognized borders and with guaranteed rights and with verifiable guarantees for both. That is the only solution. That is the only possible way to put an end to decades of suffering and to pave the way to reconciliation. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Hoyos Boyd for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank the Korean presidency for convening this meeting based on the request from the OIC members of this council. I would like to welcome all the distinguished ministers participating in this meeting today. I would also like to express our gratitude to the Secretary General for his briefing. Mr. President, we remain gravely concerned about the continued escalation of Israeli military operations in Gaza. As we speak, these military operations are expanding rapidly, and for the 2 million people still trapped in Gaza, it's a death sentence, literally and figuratively. Since this war began, over 65,000 Palestinians have been killed, the majority of them women and children. Last month's IPC report has removed all doubts about what's happening in Gaza. Famine is no longer looming. It is taking place now. It is taking place now in front of our all eyes. The death of children from hunger and disease is not a forecast. It's a daily reality. Let us be absolutely clear. This is a man-made disaster created through siege, blockade, and systematic obstruction of humanitarian aid. The starvation of civilians as a method of warfare is prohibited, and the use of hunger as a collective punishment is a grave violation of international law. We must act with moral clarity. The International Court of Justice advisory opinion unequivocally reaffirmed the legal obligations of all states regarding the occupied Palestinian territory. These obligations are binding and they must be enforced. The blatant disregard for these binding decisions, including the provisional measures issued in January and March of this year, is a direct challenge to the international legal order. In that regard, I would like to make the following points. First, we reiterate our call for an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire. It's clear that there is no military solution to this conflict. Somalia recognizes and supports the ongoing ceasefire efforts led by Qatar, the United States, and Egypt, and commends their unwavering commitment. The Israeli airstrikes on residential areas in Doha, the capital of Qatar, on September 9th mark a grave and perilous escalation. It's appalling that this military airstrike unfolded when negotiators were engaged in talks over a US-backed ceasefire proposal. We stress that mediators must not be targeted but they should be protected to ensure a pathway to peace remains viable. Second, my delegation calls for the immediate and full restoration of humanitarian access for all UN agencies, including UNRWA, throughout Gaza. Israel, as the occupying power, bears the legal responsibility under international humanitarian law, including the Fourth Geneva Convention. Somalia reiterates its call for the immediate release of all arbitrary detainees to return to their families and loved ones. Third, we must revive a credible political track towards the recognition of the State of Palestine as full member of the United Nations, and stress the importance of the unification of Gaza and West Bank under a single Palestinian Authority. We call for international support for the reconstruction and development in the Palestinian territories, including Gaza. There is no doubt that addressing the root causes of the conflict begins with the end of the occupation and the establishment of a sovereign, independent state of Palestine with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital in accordance with relevant UN resolutions. In that regard, we welcome the resumption of the two-state solution conference co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia. We commend the states who have recognized the state of Palestine and urge others to do so. Mr. President, to conclude, Somalia reaffirms its commitment to working with all partners toward a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, in line with international law and advancing the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. I thank you.
Representative of Somalia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to begin by thanking the Secretary General of the United Nations for his briefing and his commitment to supporting the two-state solution in favor of peace and security for Israel and Palestine. Yesterday, from the podium of the United Nations General Assembly at the Conference for the Two-State Solution, the President of the French Republic forcefully reminded us of what unites us: the urgency of ending the war in Gaza and giving peace a real chance. Today, at the Security Council, it is our collective responsibility to translate this demand into concrete decisions. Mr. President, France unequivocally condemns the terrorist attacks of October 7th, 2023. Nothing can justify terrorism. France also condemns the brutal attacks on innocent lives in Gaza, where hundreds of thousands of human beings have been plunged into hunger, fear, and mourning. France also rejects the unacceptable prospect of the forced displacement of the Gazan population. The expansion of the Israeli military offensive into Gaza City over the past week only inflicts further suffering on the population of Gaza. It is our duty to build a realistic alternative, faithful to our values and in accordance with international law. As famine continues to gain ground in the Gaza Strip, France is deeply concerned that this council failed to reach agreement last Thursday to call for a response to the humanitarian emergency. France's message is clear: all lives are equally valuable and all lives must be protected. The immediate and unconditional release of hostages still held by Hamas is a priority. This demand must go hand in hand with a permanent ceasefire in Gaza to end the suffering of the population in Gaza and allow for the safe, large-scale, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid. Mr. President, yesterday, the President of the French Republic announced France's recognition of the State of Palestine. This gesture reflects a profound conviction: the security of Israel and justice for the Palestinians are inseparable. They can only be guaranteed through the coexistence of two sovereign and democratic states living side by side in peace and security, with Jerusalem as their capital. This decision, shared by many other countries, opens a political path that we must consolidate. This path is structured around a roadmap, the New York Declaration, which France, along with Saudi Arabia and many partners, submitted and had adopted by the General Assembly, thanks to the support of 142 states. This roadmap is based on two essential stages. The first, the emergency phase, aims to secure the release of hostages, the cessation of hostilities, and large-scale humanitarian access. We call on all parties concerned to resume negotiations as soon as possible and in good faith. In this regard, we commend the tireless mediation efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States. The second stage is stabilization and reconstruction. A transitional administration excluding Hamas must be established in Gaza under the auspices of the Palestinian Authority, supported by the international community. It must ensure security, undertake the effective disarmament of Hamas, and address the urgent needs of the population. France, together with its European partners, stands ready to contribute, including through participation in an international stabilization mission at the appropriate time. This process also requires renewed and reformed Palestinian governance, fully implementing the commitments made. It also requires clear choices from Israel in favor of negotiation and respect for international law. The European Union, along with France, will condition its future cooperation on these commitments. Mr. President, the alternative is simple. Either we preserve the possibility of two states, and with it, peace, or we allow a permanent conflict to take hold with disastrous consequences for the region and beyond. France calls on this council to act with the determination and sense of responsibility that is incumbent upon it. History will judge our ability to seize this moment. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find it, and we find it deeply regrettable that council members have opted to convene this high-level UN Security Council briefing on Gaza on Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, knowing full well that that decision excludes Israel. And frankly, colleagues, it's a testament to how this council has prioritized a lot of performance over serious efforts to actually advance peace. Serious efforts that President Trump, Secretary Rubio, his team, and partners like Egypt and Qatar are engaged in right now as we speak, to end this horrific war. There have been over 80 council meetings on this issue since October 7th. The main outcome of these meetings, unfortunately, has been to embolden Hamas, to undermine and disrupt negotiations that are aimed at freeing all of the hostages and ending the war and ending the suffering that we all want to end. Unspoken today, in the last 2 weeks alone, Israel has suffered 2 terrorist attacks in Jerusalem on September 8th and at the Allenby border crossing on September 18th. We condemn these attacks. We offer condolences to the families of those killed. We call upon other countries to join us in a clear and explicit condemnation of this violence by Hamas and its ideological allies. And extremists like the terrorists who killed 2 IDF soldiers on September 18th have shown their utter contempt for the people of Gaza. Hamas has shown its utter contempt for the people of Gaza. They struck the very border crossing through which nearly half of all aid delivered to Gaza between May and September of this year has passed. Let me say again, Hamas struck the border crossing through which half of all aid through the better part of this year has passed. No country here would willingly allow terrorists like this to threaten its people Israel should not be expected to be any different, and of course, has the right to defend itself from groups that wish to do it harm. As Secretary of State Rubio recently said, as long as Hamas exists, there will be no peace in the Middle East. And every member here has seen evidence of how Hamas has starved hostages, has tortured them. We've heard the testimony of freed hostages and what they've endured in captivity. And sadly, some endure still. We, the United States, again demand Hamas immediately release all 48 remaining hostages and their remains, cease putting civilians in harm's way, cease sacrificing their own people for propaganda aims, that they disarm, and that they surrender. This war could end today if that happened. But Hamas refuses. While Israel has accepted the negotiators' proposals, rewarding Hamas's refusal, whether with performative conferences or one-sided Security Council resolutions, colleagues, it undermines and it delays achieving the peace we all want. Unfortunately, yesterday's conference spoke to domestic audiences, but it will prolong this tragic war in Gaza, and it will prolong the suffering. Hamas stands emboldened today after that conference. We've rewarded its obstruction. We've undermined efforts to achieve peace in both the short and the long term. Unilateral recognition statements do not alter the reality on the ground. It does not alter the fact that there is not a Palestinian state to recognize. And at this point, there is no credible Palestinian partner for peace. The Palestinian Authority leaders from Ramallah are absent from New York this week because they failed to meet their Oslo commitments. The commitments were basic, including renouncing terrorism, renouncing violence, resolving issues through direct negotiations with Israel. The Palestinian Authority has failed to clear even those low bars. And their attempts to bypass negotiations through what can only be called lawfare, including at the ICC and at the ICJ, and its pushes for unilateral recognition of statehood. This charade is disappointing. It is clearly fueled by domestic politics and has given Hamas a reward for refusing to surrender, as well as an incentive. They're now incentivized to hold on, keep holding the hostages in subhuman conditions. We call on the Council membership and the UN to change its course, to focus instead onto how to prevent Hamas from ever doing this again and to how to eliminate them, on how they should free the hostages and create a framework so that Gaza can have a better future than the life, that the people of Gaza can have a better future than the life they have endured under terrorists. Secretary of State Rubio recently traveled to Israel and Qatar to address the threat posed by Hamas, to advance the immediate return of all hostages, and to ensure humanitarian aid actually reaches civilians. And the United States will continue working tirelessly towards those ends. And the Secretary was clear. The United States supports a negotiated settlement that will lead to the release of every single hostage. The President was clear today in the General Assembly to that same end. We must lead to the elimination of Hamas, and we must end the war. In the interim, the United States has worked to support the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza with actual meaningful results. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has securely delivered more than 170 million meals directly to civilians. We have also seen the increased flow of humanitarian aid, including through UN entities. However, looting and diversion is undeniable and remains serious problems that must be addressed. The UN's own data shows that approximately 85% of UN aid sent to Gaza since May 19th has been looted. Colleagues, the fighting must end. so the international community can concentrate on the very hard work of building a new Gaza, one that embraces peace and coexistence and rejects terrorism and violence. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank Algeria, Guyana, Pakistan, Sierra Leone, and Somalia for their initiative to convene this meeting, and thank Secretary General Guterres for his briefing. President, the Palestinian question is at the core of the Middle East issue, bearing on the Middle East's peace and stability and global peace and security. Over 7 decades or so, the Palestinian-Israeli situation has time again fallen into turmoil and even led to the outbreak of wars, shaping the evolution of the international landscape and the development of international relations. Since the start of the current Gaza conflict, the Palestinian people have been deeply mired in suffering. Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, among others, are witnessing escalating tensions, and even Qatar has come under attack. The mounting conflicts and volatility in the Middle East have worsened the global security environment, dampened the economic outlook for the world, and ran counter to the common interests of the international community. It is therefore imperative to accord this issue the utmost importance and accelerate the resolution of the Palestinian question, which lies at the heart of the current turmoil. I will make 4 points. First, we must bring an end to the tragedy in Gaza without delay. The conflicts of the past 2 years have devastated Gaza with scenes of misery and destruction everywhere, yet Israel is stepping up its military offensive, causing even greater civilian casualties and displacements. Military means are not the solution to the problem. An immediate ceasefire is the right way to save lives and bring hostages home. We urge Israel to cease all military actions in Gaza without delay, fulfill its occupying powers' obligations under international humanitarian law, and fully restore access for humanitarian supplies. Last week, the Security Council's draft resolution on Gaza was vetoed once again by a permanent member. With deep disappointment, we expect the relevant country to effectively shoulder its responsibility and make earnest efforts to end this war. Second, we must de-escalate tensions in the West Bank. Israel continues to expand settlements in the West Bank, forcibly demolish Palestinian structures, conduct frequent searches, arrests, and raids, and condone settler violence. The occupying power has recently approved and advanced the E1 settlement plan. This dangerous act gravely violates international law and Security Council resolutions, undermines the territorial contiguity of Palestine, and erodes the foundations of an independent Palestinian state. We call on Israel to immediately cease all settlement activities, curb settler violence, and lift restrictions on Palestinian economic activities. Third, we must rectify the historical injustices suffered by the Palestinian people. Israel has long established itself as an independent state. The Palestinian people, however, remain without a homeland. This is the root of the problem. The two-state solution as the only viable way to solve the Palestinian question is irreplaceable and must not be denied. Yesterday, the Younger High-Level International Conference on a Two-State Solution once again issued a strong call in support of the two-state solution. A number of Western countries have recently recognized the state of Palestine one after another. The international community should sustain the current momentum, strive to revitalize the prospect for the two-state solution, and support the early establishment of an independent Palestinian state and its early admission as a full member state of the United Nations. Both Gaza and the West Bank are inalienable parts of the Palestinian territory. We must resolutely oppose unilateral actions that undermine the foundations of the two-state solution. Any day-after governance and reconstruction arrangements must respect the will of the Palestinian people and uphold the legitimate rights of the Palestinian nation. Fourth, we must maintain peace and stability in the Middle East. From the onset of the current Gaza conflict, there has been frequent abuse of force and military adventurism, which have triggered profound changes in the regional landscape. The Middle East is once again standing at historical crossroads: relaxation or escalation, dialogue or confrontation, peace or war. These are the choices that the regional countries and us, the international community, should make collectively. We call on all parties to effectively respect the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of countries in the Middle East. We call on Israel to earnestly respect the rights to survival and development of the people in the Middle East, and call on countries in the region to prioritize long-term peace and security, uphold the vision of common security, resolve differences through inclusiveness, address conflicts through dialogue, come together to shape a regional order based on equity and justice, and jointly build a future of peaceful development in the region. President, China always upholds fairness and justice on the Palestinian question and always firmly supports the just cause of the Palestinian people. Chinese President Xi Jinping has put forward in succession the Global Security Initiative and the Global Governance Initiative, contributing a Chinese plan to resolve conflicts and hotspot issues, maintain international peace and multilateralism, and enhance global governance. This also provides important guidance for addressing Middle East issues. Guided by these initiatives, China is committed to working with the international community to promote a ceasefire, alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe, implement the two-state solution, and ultimately achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the Palestinian question, so that both Palestinians and Israelis may live in peace and happiness, and the Middle East may embrace a future of lasting peace, stability, and shared prosperity. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, we thank the Secretary General for his report on the situation in the Gaza Strip. We welcome the participation in today's meeting of the foreign ministers of regional states and relevant international organizations. The crisis in Gaza, whose scale in terms of civilian casualties has surpassed any conflict in recent decades, has led to escalation throughout the entire region, with violent flare-ups in a number of neighboring countries. In this context, we understand the desire of our Middle Eastern partners to speak out on this urgent issue that directly affects each of them. Colleagues, in recent weeks, a number of major developments have taken place at the UN regarding the Middle East, clearly reflecting growing solidarity among the international community regarding the fact that what is happening in Gaza due to Israel's actions, regardless of the justifications for those actions, is unacceptable and cannot continue. Last Thursday, 14 members of the Council voted in favor of a draft resolution demanding an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, the release of all hostages held by Hamas, the lifting of the severe humanitarian blockade of Gaza, and the provision of safe and unhindered access to those in need. Unfortunately, the United States blocked that resolution, using its veto for the 7th time on this issue. A little earlier, however, the Council did manage to agree on a statement, albeit a very general one, condemning Israel's attack on the sovereign state of Qatar. The UN has so far failed to stop the bloodshed in Gaza or to compel Israel to return to the path of a two-state solution. However, over the past 2 days during the international conference at the General Assembly, important symbolic steps have been taken, with a number of countries recognizing Palestinian statehood. This is a belated but extremely important signal to Israel's military and political leadership, a signal that justice for the Palestinian people must be restored. Sadly, it took nearly 2 years of Israeli operations in Gaza and over 65,000 civilian Palestinian deaths for this to happen. Recognition of the Palestinian state is not a favor to Ramallah. It is a historic duty owed to the Palestinian people, one that should have been fulfilled nearly 80 years ago. Russia has been calling for this for decades. Let me remind you that the USSR recognized the state of Palestine back in 1988. Israel, however, not only remains deaf to the appeals of the international community, but encouraged by its American allies, responds with threats. claiming that the wave of new recognitions of Palestinian statehood is allegedly a reward to Hamas for the October 7th terrorist attack. In West Jerusalem, there is open talk of formally annexing the West Bank following the high-level week. That is why a clear signal must be sent now that such steps are unacceptable. We must certainly not give in to any threats of retaliatory measures. As the Secretary General said, only our actions can put an end to what is happening. Colleagues, the international community's united support for the Palestinian people's aspirations to live peacefully in their own state is the momentum we must collectively build. We must work to translate into practical reality. The main task right now is to ensure that the crisis in Gaza is resolved not through brutal facts on the ground, in other words, by completely clearing out all Palestinians, which is the aim of Israelis' leadership, nor through their displacement from the enclave and its commercial redevelopment, as proposed by various radical Western plans. Rather, this must be done through humane, civilized diplomacy that unites efforts within the UN and regionally among Arab states seeking to help their Palestinian brothers and sisters. Palestinians are not the object of social experiments. They are a people with the same right to sovereign existence and development as our own nations. But diplomatic efforts of any kind will only succeed if Israeli authorities abandon their reliance on military solutions. They must recognize that this approach will bring nothing good for Israel itself, which simply cannot develop and live in security in the context of a military operation on all fronts. The second key element is for Washington to recognize all this as well and stop viewing UN fora and multilateral diplomacy as an enemy that supposedly obstructs American diplomacy on the ground. Unfortunately, what we currently see is the exact opposite. Both Israel and the United States continue to claim that West Jerusalem is acting humanely in its fight against terrorism. This is how official Israeli reports justify strikes on hospitals and schools, attacks on humanitarian convoys, and the deaths of women, children, and aid workers. Hate speech and propaganda bring ordinary Israeli soldiers to kill dozens of innocent Palestinian civilians daily, sincerely believing that this is all for the greater good of the Israeli state. In this way, for nearly 2 years, West Jerusalem has been systematically constructing and imposing a distorted narrative in which Palestinians are second-class people who can be exterminated, displaced, starved, and killed even directly at humanitarian aid distribution points. UN leadership, its humanitarian bodies, and even member states calling for a ceasefire and humanitarian access are unabashedly labeled by Israeli representatives as terrorist accomplices. This radical, distorted rhetoric, along with West Jerusalem's clear intent to continuously escalate the situation in the region, a situation that is already drawn in Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Yemen, and Qatar, undermines any progress towards a peaceful resolution of the Middle East crisis. The Israeli strike on Doha, one of the key mediators in negotiations, clearly demonstrated that Israel is not aiming for diplomacy, but rather for endless war, even at the cost of the remaining hostages who, with this war, are left with no chance of survival. It is also clear that Israel's strategic endgame is to take full control of all Palestinian territory, both Gaza and the West Bank. Annexation plans are discussed openly, not only without hesitation, but with pride and a sense of fulfilling a historic mission. And these are not just empty words. Gaza is being systematically cleared, carved up into so-called security zones that shrink by the day. The West Bank is being built up with new Israeli settlements, and fanatical settlers in the world's worst traditions of the colonialism of past centuries abuse the Palestinian population and drive them from their homelands as the authorities stand by and do nothing. an aggressive settlement policy is being actively implemented, one where Palestinians are at best relegated to the role of ghetto residents and at worst to exiles. Mr. President, this picture of horrifying injustice, violence, and trampling of human dignity unfolding in the occupied Palestinian territory is a call to action. This is what hundreds of thousands of people around the world are demanding from us in the street. An end to the senseless bloodshed in Gaza and the liberation of Palestine. This is also what Israeli hostages and their families are demanding as they protest in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and other cities, calling for a comprehensive deal to release prisoners and end the fighting. No one wants war, not ordinary Palestinians nor ordinary Israelis. This heartfelt plea was voiced by Israeli citizen Galit Dan, whose daughter and mother were killed on October 7th. She said, "I don't want revenge, I want hope. In the name of those who have lost everything and those who can still be saved, please stop the war." End of quote. Mr. President, we believe in the power of multilateral diplomacy. Although it has not always succeeded, over the 80 years of the UN's existence, it has been thanks to this diplomacy that the planet has avoided a third world war. We're confident that it can also help resolve the long-standing Middle East crisis. This requires the collective will of the international community, expressed not only in declarations from high rostrums, but in concrete actions. We strongly urge our American colleagues to cast aside their rigid positions and engage in the real efforts that the UN Security Council must undertake in accordance with its mandate to maintain international peace and security. This will only benefit your closest ally, whose security cannot be ensured by force alone. The fact that such an approach is a dead end has been proven by decades of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is time to recognize that only a diplomatic settlement of the Palestinian issue based on the two-state solution can guarantee lasting peace in the Middle East, security for Israeli citizens, and the just aspirations of the Palestinian people for their own state. Otherwise, endless and senseless bloodshed will continue, claiming ever more civilian lives, sowing discord between new generations of Arabs and Israelis, and destroying any prospects that they might one day coexist peacefully and develop freely. This must not be allowed. We trust that other reasonable members of the international community share this view. We stand ready to work with them to finally make a peaceful and prosperous Middle East a reality. This is a historic responsibility of the UN, its Security Council, and each and every one of us. We urge that it be fulfilled. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement. I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the State of Palestine.
Allow me at the outset to thank the Korean presidency of the Security Council for convening this important meeting, and to thank the OIC countries, members of the Council, for requesting this meeting to highlight the horrific situation in Gaza as world leaders meet here in New York. I also want to thank the high-level representatives participating in this meeting. Allow me to also thank Secretary General Guterres for his relentless efforts and his very moving and inspiring statements in these past 2 days. And through him, we wish to extend Palestine's gratitude to the entire United Nations and its personnel on the ground, with remembrance of those who were killed while trying to save lives in the midst of this genocide. Mr. President, we just adopted a declaration on protection of humanitarian personnel on the North Lawn Sunday afternoon. This Council has adopted resolutions on protection of civilians, including children and women and humanitarians and journalists. In Gaza, not only do they not benefit from protection, They are primary targets of the Israeli onslaught. Mr. President, the Palestinian people have suffered from the denial of their existence for decades. Now, they are being confronted yet again with an attempt to destroy our nation altogether. Recognition of the State of Palestine is an affirmation that the world rejects such denial, rejects the attempts at our destruction, and supports our right to existence, our right to self-determination. And that is not a gift, this is a right, and the Palestinian people have been struggling for almost 100 years for the attainment of such a right. It was not born recently. It is also a clear indication that the international community refuses to abandon the rule of international law and refuses to abandon the two-state solution, the only path to regional peace and security. This recognition is not taking place in a vacuum. It is an integral part of the international mobilization to end this horrific war and move towards peace. The New York Declaration adopted in the General Assembly by the historic high-level international conference co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France charts a clear path to the independence and sovereignty of the State of Palestine, living side by side in peace and security with Israel based on the relevant UN resolutions. And while all eyes were turned towards New York yesterday, as President Macron took to the podium to announce the historic decision to recognize the State of Palestine alongside other countries, including the United Kingdom, all minds and hearts were turned towards Gaza. Ending the genocide in Gaza is the utmost priority, one that can suffer no delay, one that requires resolute action. Only an immediate ceasefire can save lives, the lives of 2 million Palestinians, children, women, and men, the lives of 20 Israeli hostages. The slaughter must stop. The destruction must stop. The occupation-made famine must be brought to an end without delay. Israel must fully withdraw its forces, and the Palestinian people should have freedom and dignity. We support the mediation efforts by the US, Egypt, and Qatar, and condemn yet again the Israeli strike on the territory of Qatar, a key mediator as it was convening a meeting to advance a ceasefire agreement and this never-ending regional escalation. Mr. President, nothing justifies delaying such a ceasefire that is the only way to stop the bloodshed, release the hostages and prisoners and human remains, and allow unhindered humanitarian access. We need decisive actions to deter the prolongation and escalation of this war, and we thank the countries who have undertaken such measures. The Council has a sacred mandate in this regard that it has been prevented from honoring. I thank Algeria and the E10 for relentless efforts and for putting forward last week a draft resolution to yet again pursue such an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, and I thank the 14 members of this Council who supported such a draft resolution that was blocked by a veto. Mr. President, the New York Declaration foresees the deployment of an international stabilization mission upon invitation by Palestine and mandated by the Security Council to protect the Palestinian people, uphold the ceasefire, support the Palestinian National Authority security forces, and provide security guarantees to all. This must be supported. The Gaza Strip must be reunified with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority as reaffirmed repeatedly by this Council. We call for your support to our policy of one Palestinian state, one Palestinian government, one law, and one gun. The Arab OIC reconstruction plan must be implemented without delay. Our people urgently need recovery, need food, water, medicine, and care, need shelter, need healing. We are ready to work with the international community, with the United Nations, leading humanitarian efforts, including UNRWA, to make this happen. We are ready to work with the U.S. administration. Our President reiterated that yesterday in the General Assembly, and I will not react to the falsification of our record by the new PR, the new ambassador of the United States. We will work with this administration, with Saudi Arabia, and regional actors, France and international partners, and the members of this Council to advance these goals for peace. Mr. President, Palestinians are not lesser beings. We are entitled to life and liberty and dignity. The horrors inflicted by Israel upon our people in Gaza can have no justification. Colonization and occupation have no justification. We are not condemned to live under perpetual occupation, nor are Palestinians and Israelis are condemned to perpetual war. We are committed to peace in words and deeds, and we will honor our obligations. But Israel must also be made to respect its obligations. It is not only one-way street. No genocide, no dispossession, no forcible displacement, no colonization, no annexation, no occupation. A change in long overdue and sea change we are seeing across the world in support of Palestinian self-determination and independence, in support of peace and security, must lead to a fundamental change on the ground. Save Gaza, save Palestine, save peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have requested to speak in order to make three essential points about the horror that we are witnessing in Palestine. So let me address them. First, we join others in expressing our deepest concern about Israel's expanded military campaign ongoing in Gaza as we meet. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire, drastically improved humanitarian access, and the unconditional release of remaining hostages. Second, while this crisis requires immediate action, it is just as important to lay the foundations now for the day after the war and for the end to the conflict. As the conference yesterday made clear, the overwhelming majority of member states of the United Nations consider the two-state solution the only credible basis for peace in the Middle East, peace for Israelis and peace for Palestinians. Mr. President, my capital city, Oslo, is in many ways synonymous with those efforts thanks to the Oslo Accords that created the Palestinian Authority back in 1993. Ever since, my country has worked towards one goal: peace, security, and dignity for the Palestinians and the Israelis, living side by side in two sovereign states, enjoying the rights and obligations that follow from the Charter of the United Nations. Norway recognized the state of Palestine in May last year. That was a hand to those on both sides who seek peaceful solution. And I need to say on behalf of those who recognized Palestine yesterday, doing so is turning the back on terror. It is turning the back on Hamas. It is taking the voice away from them and handing it to the peaceful part of the Palestinian overwhelming majority who want to live with rights and obligation under the Charter. Our decision reflected a realization that the old approach, waiting for a negotiated outcome before we recognize, was no longer a feasible option. One party simply refused to engage and to veto progress, and we cannot live with that. So let this be clear, a Palestinian state has been part of the vision for decades. Today we are far from realizing it on the ground. But the international support for and recognition of the State of Palestine is gaining momentum. The majority is growing. And I commend France and Saudi Arabia for arranging the historic session in the General Assembly yesterday. This week, 2 additional permanent members of the Security Council declared it is time. Which brings me to my third point, Mr. President. Let us use this momentum also to mobilize necessary financial support to support the Palestinian authorities with necessary reforms, to implement the roadmap that was agreed in the General Assembly on September 12th, and to resume meaningful engagement and decisive peace talks. Norway will host, as we do every year, a ministerial meeting of the International Donor Group for Palestine, the AHLC, in New York this week. As stated by Prime Minister Mustafa, the severe lack of funds represents an existential and immediate threat to Palestine state building. Together with a broad group of countries, we are working to raise emergency funding for that Palestinian government. We encourage all member states to contribute. And we continue to call on Israel to release tax revenues owed to Palestine. This is Palestinian value creation being held and kept away, and that has to end. There will be no state of Palestine or a body to govern Gaza the day after the war ends without a functioning, reformed, and legitimate Palestinian authority. That is critical for peace and security in the region, including for Israel, Mr. President. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Stere for the statement. I now give the floor to His Highness Sheikh Sabah Al-Khaled Al-Hamad Al-Mubarak Al-Sabah, the Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the GCC member states, which are the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the Sultanate of Oman, the State of Qatar, and my country, the State of Kuwait. At the outset, we thank the countries of the OIC for asking for this urgent session. And we also thank the Republic of Korea, which is presiding over the Council this month, for convening this session at this critical moment. Mr. President, we are meeting today while the tragedy in Gaza has been going on for more than 2 years. The brave and defenseless Palestinian people are facing an unfair blockade, a huge devastation. They have lost thousands of innocent civilians, the numbers of which have exceeded 60,000 martyrs, mostly women and children. What is happening is the Gaza Strip is the living example of genocide and ethnic cleansing. It is a bleeding wound in the conscience of humanity that cannot be left unanswered. We have been following with great concern the recent military escalation, and we strongly condemn the Israeli attacks against the brotherly state of Qatar. And we unambiguously affirm that any violation of the security of any Gulf state is an attack against all the GCC countries. Our security is one, our stance is one, and our destiny is one. Mr. President, just and lasting peace in our region cannot prevail unless through the two-state solution based on the resolutions of the international legitimacy and mostly the Security Council resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. This is the only path to end occupation and to guarantee the rights of the Palestinian people, the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, and the establishment of their independent state along the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. I warn against attempts to undermine this solution or bypass it through the policies of settlement, displacement, and imposing a fait accompli. The international community, and particularly the Security Council, are requested to shoulder all their responsibilities to prevent the ongoing violations and to guarantee the accountability of the perpetrators and to guarantee that the Palestinian people can exercise their inalienable right to self-determination. In this context, we welcome the recognition by some countries of the State of Palestine yesterday in the high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. These are welcomed and courageous actions that are in line with international law and in line with rights. In conclusion, the GCC member states reaffirm their steadfast solidarity with the Palestinian people. We stand by all countries that are being
foster the development of communities where these minerals foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive. There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the Global South, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the North for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the Global South countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, the economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic embargo against Cuba, which has caused untold damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are failing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global south. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that there are countries that continue to violate international law and also defy the United Nations resolutions and rulings, also from bodies like the International Court of Justice. The establishment of the Hague Group and the Madrid Group aim to reaffirm the primacy of international law, promoting accountability and ensuring support for a just peace. We cannot and should not accept that members of this organization continue willfully to violate without consequence the charter that we have all agreed to uphold. Therefore, as nations that have pledged to uphold the UN Charter, we have the ultimate responsibility to ensure and protect the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice. There is growing global consensus. There is growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have a duty to act. South Africa has acted in the interest of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling that indeed genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop. We welcome the historic high-level meeting held yesterday on the two-state solution yesterday in this very chamber. This reflects the determination of the global majority, a global majority that now stands at 142 and more countries, that Palestinians deserve a peaceful state alongside a peaceful Israel. Many nations in the world are calling for that, and that is the voice that we believe that Israel should heed, and those powerful nations that can make a two-state solution viable and possible and implementable should act in that regard. The long overdue announcement by increasing number of countries to recognize the state of Palestine is testament to this determination. We have a responsibility as the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the right also of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in January of 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The resolution was passed shortly after the catastrophic use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That killed thousands of people. Decades later, we have not made significant progress in the fulfillment of the commitment to nuclear disarmament. In 2026, next year, South Africa will be presiding over the first review conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty reaffirms that there is no greater assurance of non-proliferation than the complete prohibition of nuclear weapons. I was glad to hear that a number of leaders stood here to speak against nuclear weapons and the use thereof. This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality, the empowerment of the women and girls of the world. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the empowerment of women and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in all spheres of life. Yes, we would support also the election of a female Secretary General of the United Nations. The Beijing conference milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to advance human rights, dignity, and justice for all. We are all equal, men and women, and there is no reason that we continue to hold the women of the world backwards. The right to development must be central to the policies and operational activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, programs, as well as funds. It must be at the core of the policies and strategies of the international financial and multilateral trading systems. As we celebrate 80 years of the United Nations, we must seize the opportunity to build a better United Nations for the next 80 years. What is needed now is a stronger and more capable United Nations, a United Nations that is based on the renewed commitment to its founding principles. We must invigorate the negotiations on the Security Council reform at the intergovernmental negotiations in the General Assembly, including by initiating text-based negotiations. The Security Council must be accountable. It must also be representative. It must be democratic and effective in executing its mandate. We can no longer accept that a large portion of the world's population is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. My own continent, Africa, home to 1.4 billion people, as well as South America, are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. This is unjust, this is unacceptable, and it must end. We want representation in the Security Council. We look forward to working with the Secretary General on the UN 80 initiative to ensure that our organization works more effectively and efficiently. Mandates given by member states must be implemented, and the necessary structural changes and program realignment must be implemented across the UN system. In the face of the decrease in funding to the United Nations to fulfill its mandate, the UN 80 initiative is important to maintain the integrity of the multilateral system and to uphold international law. Lastly, I am reminded that our collective membership of the United Nations is our shared humanity in action. The United Nations at 80 compels us to reflect on our collective achievements and to chart a way forward, building an organization that is able to address our common challenges. We must rise to the occasion and do our utmost together to ensure the political, economic, and social freedom of all humanity. We must reaffirm that freedom is indivisible and that the denial of the rights of one person diminishes the freedom of all of us. We must reaffirm the equal dignity and worth of every person and must therefore leave no one behind and no country behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Secretary General, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted to extend my congratulations to you with the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly. Our meeting today is taking place in a complex, rapidly changing global situation that calls for new approaches to the work of our organization and its future. Today, across the world, the role and place of international institutions are weakening. Confrontations, conflicts, and wars are intensifying. Technological and social inequality is increasing. An economic and humanitarian crisis are deepening. All of this is creating an entirely new and unsettling geopolitical reality. We highly commend the efforts of His Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres aimed at maintaining our organization as a main platform for the peaceful resolution of the most difficult and pressing global issues. In this regard, we fully support the UN80 initiative and reaffirm our strong commitment to the Pact for the Future. We support the transformation of the United Nations Security Council and the expansion of its membership in order to effectively address current threats and challenges and protect the interests of the developing countries. Distinguished participants of the session, we are pursuing a policy to build a democratic, law-governed, social, and secular new Uzbekistan in full alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, we are consistently continuing our irreversible reforms. Our top priority goal is to fundamentally transform the lives of each and every family and citizen in our country to enhance human dignity and well-being. In recent years, we have managed to reduce the poverty rate in Uzbekistan from 35% to 6.6%. We have achieved this result primarily through the transformation of the education and science sector, establishment of innovative industries and high-tech manufacturing enterprises, modernization of green energy and transport infrastructure, comprehensive development of small businesses, and as a result, the creation of millions of jobs. In our country, preschool education coverage has increased from 27% to 78%, while the higher education uptake among our youth has risen from 9% to 42%. Most importantly, we consider enhancing the prestige of the teaching profession as a key issue. In order to create a single international platform for the exchange of teachers' experience and knowledge, we propose to hold a World Summit on Professional Education in Uzbekistan. We are also creating an advanced healthcare system in our country. We invite all our foreign partners to participate in a high-level event dedicated to the fight against childhood cancer and other serious diseases, which will be held tomorrow at our initiative at the United Nations headquarters. Another important area is gender policy. We aim to further strengthen the role of women in social, political, and business life of our country. We advocate for holding the Asian Women's Forum in a regular basis in our region, turning it into a permanent platform. I would like to emphasize once again, we remain committed to our obligations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. By the year 2030, we intend to join the ranks of upper middle income countries. To this end, we will consistently continue our open and pragmatic policy. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, from this esteemed podium, we declared our firm determination to transform Central Asia into a region of peace, good neighborliness, and partnership. Today, we can confidently declare that we have achieved this strategic goal. The era of closed borders, unresolved disputes, and conflicts is in the past. In recent years, the volume of mutual trade, investments, and transportation of goods in our region has increased fivefold. We are implementing joint investment funds, cross-border trade, and industrial cooperation zones, and major infrastructure projects. We also recognize as a common achievement that the consultative meeting of the heads of the state of Central Asia have become an effective mechanism for deepening regional integration. I can confidently affirm that as of now, we are at the beginning stage of the forming a new Central Asia. Our region, thanks to its unity, stability, and distinct identity, is in this regard. Together with UN structures, we propose to implement a number of new projects and programs in our region. In particular, we propose holding an international forum under the auspices of ECOSOC and UNCTAD, dedicated to the economic development of the Central Asian states, establishing a regional hub for green technologies in industry jointly with UNIDO, adopting program on the rational use of water resources, the creation of green spaces, and the achievement of demographic resilience in our region. In addition, we propose the adoption of UN General Assembly resolution supporting the efforts of the Central Asian countries aimed at deepening regional partnership and economic integration. Distinguished heads of delegations, speaking about global and regional security, and sustainable development, it is impossible to overlook the issue of Afghanistan. Supporting the aspirations of Afghan people for a peaceful and stable life requires the united efforts of the international community. I would like to emphasize that it is of utmost importance to prevent this country's isolation. We intend to implement large-scale economic and infrastructure projects in that country. We propose to adopt a dedicated UN resolution on the development of transport and energy corridors of international significance through the territory of Afghanistan. At the same time, we cannot turn a blind eye to the deeply worsening humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. We call for an immediate cessation of hostility and the continuation of political negotiations. In line with the UN resolutions, we remain steadfast supporters of the two-state solution principle. We are also deeply concerned by the situation around Ukraine. We welcome the start of the high-level dialogue aimed at resolving the crisis through diplomatic means. Distinguished participants of the event, effective measures are being undertaken to implement the global counterterrorism strategy in Central Asia. In cooperation with the UN Office of Counterterrorism, a regional council on rehabilitation and reintegration was established. We propose to transform this council into an international competence center. This very body will serve as an important platform for exchanging experiences on adapting to peaceful life for those repatriated from conflict zones. Furthermore, we stand ready to provide all the necessary conditions for the establishment of the Regional Office of Counterterrorism in Uzbekistan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in today's world full of threats, we are witnessing how vulnerable the global transport system is. These challenges primarily have a negative impact on the stability of landlocked developing countries. It is of utmost importance to ensure the security of international transit corridors and to establish efficient logistics networks. In this regard, we believe the time has come to introduce a global mechanism on strengthening transport connectivity to achieve sustainable development goals. I would also like to draw special attention to the increasingly acute challenges of climate change. For instance, the consequences of the RLC desiccation must remain at the constant focus of the international community. We are consistently continuing our work to restore the RLC ecosystem. In recent years, salt-tolerant desert plants have been planted on 2 million hectares of the dried seabed of RLC. By the year 2030, green cover will be created on 80% of this area. Another serious issue is the water scarcity. As of now, more than 2 billion people in the world do not have access to clean drinking water. We are planning to hold a World Forum on Water Saving in our country. The outcomes of this conference are expected to recognize the water crisis as a serious threat to sustainable development. We intend to adopt a special roadmap for the wide introduction of innovation technologies in a global level. Another adverse consequence of climate change is the intensifying trend of climate migration. Unfortunately, clear international mechanisms and the legal framework in this direction have not yet been created. We advocate for the adoption of the Global Pact for a broad international partnership and coordinated policy on this serious issue. Dear participants of the meeting, it is of great importance to prevent inequalities in digital development, and the use of artificial intelligence between countries. We propose to create an international cooperation mechanism aimed at the gratis exchange of practical solutions and models of artificial intelligence in healthcare, education, and culture. I would like to emphasize another priority issue. Our future, the destiny, and the prosperity of the world are in the hands of the younger generation. It is our urgent task to instill in the hearts and minds of our sons and daughters the most noble ideas, such as peace, humanism, and friendship, mutual trust, and respect. In this regard, we put forward a proposal to establish the World Youth Movement for Peace and to locate its headquarters in Uzbekistan. We are consistently implementing a policy of tolerance in our society. At the same time, we will actively continue our efforts to deeply study the ideas of Islamic enlightenment and promote them to the world. In the coming months, we will open the Center of Islamic Civilization, which is unique for our wider region. We intend to hold a special presentation at the United Nations of the rich spiritual and scientific heritage of our great ancestors, thinkers and scholars such as Imam Bukhari, Imam Tirmizi, and Imam Maturidi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the new Uzbekistan is a supporter of mutual solidarity, open dialogue, and close partnership with all countries. We are always ready to contribute to strengthening dialogue among peoples, cultures, and civilizations, and to achieving universal human goals. I thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Republic of Uzbekistan. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The fifth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hurelsuk Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock on assuming the important role of the President of the General Assembly at this historic moment marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and my best wishes for a successful session. 8 centuries ago, the great Chinggis Khan established the Great Mongolian Empire, bringing together the West and the East under the rule of justice and principled statecraft. Spanning the vast expanse of Eurasia, the Pax Mongolica era heralded a period of remarkable progress and flourishing for humankind. The Pax Mongolica embodied progressive ideals that form the basis of today's collective efforts to maintain global peace and stability. Then, 8 decades ago, when the dust and ashes of the World War had not cleared yet and humanity had not healed yet from fear and anxiety, the United Nations, a great family of nations, rose to prominence as a guarantor of world peace and security and a sanctuary of hope and trust. Since its establishment, the United Nations has illuminated humanity's path, serving as a steadfast beacon of hope and trust for nations to maintain peaceful coexistence and share a prosperous future. In today's volatile and challenging international environment, we welcome Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights as the theme for the 80th session of the General Assembly and the general debate. Indeed, this theme calls upon us to assess and reflect upon the United Nations' achievements and challenges over the past 80 years, further strengthen its work in accordance with the United Nations Charter and the principles of international law, and combine our collective voices and efforts in pursuit of concrete and tangible outcomes. Distinguished delegates, Mongolia has consistently upheld the United Nations Charter and universally recognized principles and norms of international law, respecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of all states, resolving disputes by peaceful means, respecting human rights and freedoms, and fostering equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. Since becoming a full-fledged member of the United Nations in 1961, Mongolia has steadfastly supported the organization's efforts to strengthen international peace and security. It has demonstrated its enduring commitments to disarmament and non-proliferation and declared its territories nuclear weapon-free status. Furthermore, Mongolia has actively collaborated with the United Nations at all levels, including establishing a dialogue mechanism in Northeast Asia, participating in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, and putting forward various proposals and initiatives in the areas of socio-economic development, environment, and climate change to advance the implementation of development policy and goals. During his visit to Mongolia in 2022, United Nations Secretary-General Mr. Antonio Guterres described our nation as a symbol of peace in a troubled world. It is a profound recognition of Mongolia's humble contributions and dedication to the work of the United Nations and its enduring commitment to the cause of peace. Over the past 23 years, Mongolia has continuously deployed personnel from its armed forces to United Nations peacekeeping operations, making a meaningful contribution to global and regional peace and security. During this period, Mongolia has deployed more than 23,000 peacekeepers to 16 United Nations peacekeeping missions and consistently ranked among the top 20 troop and police contributing countries out of more than 120 member states. As we mark the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, it is a pleasure to announce that through the steady increase in the deployment of female military personnel, the proportion of women peacekeepers from Mongolia has reached 14% in 2025. Mongolia will continue to extend its unwavering support to the United Nations in its efforts to maintain international peace and security, and it remains committed to contributing to peacekeeping operations. Distinguished delegates, at this critical juncture, with only 5 years remaining until the 2030 agenda deadline, global progress toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals stands at the mere 17%. According to the Sustainable Development Report 2025, Mongolia's implementation of the SDGs has reached 66.7%, ranking it 14th in the United Nations Multilateralism Index. This is a testament to our decades-long efforts and a worthy achievement. I want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts of the international community and all member states in advancing the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We welcome the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, held recently in Seville, Spain, where broad consensus was reached on the crucial role of financing in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We also appreciate that the conference agreed to increase the engagement of developing countries and take comprehensive actions aimed at reforming the current international financial architecture. Within the framework of implementing the Seville commitment adopted at the conference, it is essential to direct international development cooperation towards supporting the most vulnerable groups and addressing their challenges. It is my pleasure to note that Mongolia has been playing an active role within the United Nations in advocating the interests of landlocked developing countries, in raising awareness of their special needs and unique circumstances, and closely collaborating with them to ensure their voices are heard on the global stage. The 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries convened in August in Turkmenistan and adopted the Avaza Program of Action for 2024 and 2034. Landlocked developing countries have long faced trade and economic development challenges due to their geographic location. Member states have committed to implementing the program to advance the development of landlocked developing countries over the next decade and bring positive improvements to the livelihoods of more than 600 million people living in these countries. To ensure the effective implementation of the Avaza Program of Action, it is crucial for landlocked developing countries to align their national development plans with the program while mobilizing all available resources to strengthen regional integration and cooperation. Furthermore, we call upon the international community, financial institutions, and development partners to provide concrete support and cooperation with landlocked developing countries. Distinguished delegates, Mother Earth is our one and only home. However, as a result of humanity's careless behavior towards the environment, Mother Earth, with her very existence under threat, is sending a distress call like a patient in critical condition. If we do not take resolute action to preserve our Mother Earth now, she will inevitably find her own way to survive, with or without us. Since ancient times, we Mongols have believed that all beneath the sky is alive. We have revered mountains, rivers, plants, and animals, understanding that the harmony of the earth and the living world is inseparably intertwined with humanity's inner life and conscious actions. 2 millennia ago, the great Han Modon of the Huns, the Mongols' ancestors, proclaimed that the very foundation of the state is the land. Thus, UNESCO recognized this time-honored tradition of revering nature by inscribing the Mongolian traditional ritual of worshipping sacred sites on the last of the intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. We Mongols are a people blessed with the beautiful tradition of living in harmony with Mother Nature, preserving her pristine purity and nurturing our children from an early age with the mindset and spirit to cherish her. Accordingly, the United Nations General Assembly resolution entitled 800 Years of Mongolian Statehood, adopted in 2005, highly appreciated the contribution of Mongols to humankind's history and recognized the ever-increasing significance and relevance of a culture of living in harmony with nature, which is inherent in nomadic civilization in today's world. Today, we are committed to sharing our cultural heritage and traditional knowledge, rooted in a profound respect for living in harmony with nature, with the international community as a valuable contribution to building resilience and enhancing adaptation to climate change. In 2026, Mongolia will host the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification and observe the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. In this spirit, our country, in partnership with the United Nations, spearheads the International 10-Year Rangeland Flagship Initiative. We warmly invite you to join us in supporting and collaborating on this important endeavor. Mongolian people say, the source of life is water, and the source of water is tree. Access to safe drinking water is declining worldwide, with 3.6 billion people currently affected by water scarcity. Therefore, it is imperative for countries to implement integrated management of land and water resources in a coordinated manner and to place special emphasis on preventing water scarcity. I cordially invite you all to participate at the highest level with broad participation in the 17th session of the Conference of the Party to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, scheduled from August 17 to 28, 2026 in Ulaanbaatar. This conference seeks comprehensive solutions to adapt to climate change, protect and enhance water resources, and combat desertification and land degradation. Distinguished delegates, from the moment of birth, we Mongols have grown up on horseback, carrying our glory across the world on noble steeds and contributing to the writing of humanity's proud and enduring history. We Mongols are a nation steeped in a unique cultural heritage. We honor our noble horse in our state emblem, craft our state flag with the mane and tail hair of our swift steeds, and the souls of people around the world are spellbound by the haunting melody of horse fiddle known as the morning whore. Since ancient times, horses have been integral to human livelihoods, culture, and civilization. With the goal of preserving and safeguarding cultural heritage and traditions associated with horses and highlighting their enduring role in humankind's livelihoods, Mongolia proposed a resolution to designate July 11th as World Horse Day. This resolution was adopted during the plenary meeting of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly on June 3, 2025. On this occasion, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the horse-loving people of Mongolia to all UN member states for their support in adopting this resolution to designate and observe World Horse Day on the day of Mongolia's National Nadam Festival, which is also inscribed on UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Distinguished delegates, this year, countries around the world are assessing the progress made over the past 30 years since the adoption of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Mongolia has undertaken a broad range of policies and activities to advance the social development goals outlined in these milestone documents, related legal frameworks, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These efforts have focused on poverty reduction, promoting social equality and inclusion, supporting families, children, and youth, and protecting the rights of the elderly and persons with disabilities. Among these efforts, the state policy on gender equality aims to ensure equal rights, opportunities, and treatment for both men and women while actively preventing and eliminating gender-based discrimination. Notably, Mongolia has greatly prioritized advancing gender equality and increasing women's participation in decision-making, with women now making up 25% of our parliament. We are pleased to underscore that, according to the Global Gender Gap Report 2025 by the World Economic Forum, Mongolia ranked 65th globally, improving by 20 places from the previous year and securing 5th place in the Asia-Pacific region. In recent years, Mongolia has regularly hosted international events dedicated to women and gender equality, including the International Conference on Strengthening the Role of Women in Peacekeeping in 2022, the Female Foreign Ministers Meeting in 2023, and the World Women's Forum in 2024 in cooperation with the United Nations. Last month, we successfully hosted the World Women Entrepreneurs Forum under the theme Inspire, Impact, Invest in Ulaanbaatar. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all countries that supported and participated in the forum. Mongolia will continue to serve as a strong bridge of partnership, cooperation, and solidarity in advancing women's leadership and participation at all levels of social and political life. Distinguished delegates, the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, "The only constant in life is change." Supported by its member states, successive UN leadership have consistently pursued reforms to refine the organization's structure and operations across all aspects. In this context, Mongolia welcomes and supports the UN 80 initiative that the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres presented. We are confident that ensuring gender equality in senior leadership positions within the United Nations will undoubtedly have a positive impact on fostering more transparent, balanced, and inclusive decision-making processes. Therefore, we support initiatives to nominate women candidates for the UN Secretary-General and the Rotation for Equality initiative, which calls for gender rotation in the UN General Assembly President's position. Furthermore, Mongolia upholds and implements the principles of the UN Charter and universally recognized norms of international law, actively contributing to strengthening the UN-centered multilateral system. Mongolia reaffirms its commitment to the UN reform, particularly of the Security Council, to ensure it reflects current realities and embodies equitable and fair representation, inclusivity, transparency, effectiveness, democracy, and accountability. In an era defined by escalating conflicts, rising walls of distrust, and deepening divisions, it is more vital than ever to foster international relations grounded not merely in multipolarity, but on multi-pillar principles that honor each nation's history, culture, civilization, national interests, and unique development paths. The United Nations was established 80 years ago with the noble goals of saving humanity from the scourge of war and maintaining international peace and security. The United Nations, the cornerstone for the peaceful and harmonious coexistence among nations, must be reinforced and empowered through strong multi-pillar principles that ensure equal rights and balanced influence. Therefore, let us reflect solemnly on whether the mission entrusted to the United Nations 8 decades ago has been fully realized, and let all member states join hands in a shared commitment to revitalize the organization into a powerful institution strong enough to usher in Pax Globalica, a lasting world peace, by embodying the ideals of the Pax Mongolica, which laid the foundation for peaceful coexistence among nations and human progress 8 centuries ago. At this pivotal moment, as we commemorate the historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I would like to emphasize the growing importance of its role in fostering mutual understanding, trust, and respect among nations, as well as in advancing peace, stability, development, and the vision of a world free from war. Mongolia has consistently pursued a peace-loving and multi-pillar foreign policy, made tangible contributions to international peace and sustainable development, and remains committed to fulfilling this responsibility with honor. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all on the momentous occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. May the eternal blue sky bless us with peace throughout the world. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sardar Bardi Muhammadov, President of Turkmenistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished heads and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to congratulate you on the opening of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish you a productive session. I would like to congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly and wish her every success. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Ambassador
de notre objectif principal commun, le maintien de la paix et de la sécurité, la création de conditions propices au développement graduel, la préservation des prémices juridiques à l'origine de l'ordre mondial contemporain. C'est précisément à travers ce prisme que le Turkménistan aborde les principaux objectifs énoncés pour la 80e session de l'Assemblée générale, en plaçant en cette dernière de grands espoirs quant à la mise en place d'un ordre mondial, d'une architecture mondiale plus sûre, plus équilibrée, plus solide. Le principal axe de coopération entre le Turkménistan et l'ONU est la coopération en matière de paix et de sécurité internationale. Conscient de notre responsabilité d'État neutre, le Turkménistan est disposé à prendre de nouvelles mesures concrètes destinées à créer un climat de coopération, d'entente mutuelle, de dialogue respectueux en tant que principale condition susceptible de garantir la stabilité et le développement durable à l'échelle mondiale et régionale. Nous sommes persuadés qu'aujourd'hui, l'un des mécanismes les plus efficaces pour atteindre ces objectifs, c'est d'avoir recours au principe de la neutralité. Et à cet égard, le Turkménistan a proposé d'inscrire à l'ordre du jour de la 80e session de l'Assemblée générale un nouveau point distinct intitulé « Neutralité au service de la paix et de la sécurité ». Nous estimons que c'est essentiel face à la prise de conscience croissante de la communauté internationale de l'importance de la neutralité, de déployer tout son potentiel dans le cadre des stratégies en faveur de la paix de l'ONU. C'est dans ce sillage que le Turkménistan, au cours de la présente session, proposera d'examiner un projet de résolution sur le rôle et l'importance de la politique de neutralité aux fins du renforcement de la paix, de la sécurité internationale et du développement durable. Comme vous le savez, cette année a été proclamée par l'Assemblée générale à l'initiative du Turkménistan, Année internationale de la paix et de la confiance. Cet événement crucial coïncide avec l'anniversaire de la création de l'ONU. En décembre de cette année, le Turkménistan accueillera un forum international de haut niveau consacré à l'année de la paix et de la confiance. Nous estimons qu'il s'agit là d'une contribution tangible aux objectifs stratégiques de l'ONU et nous espérons pouvoir accueillir de nombreux participants internationaux de haut rang. Nous estimons que le processus de rapprochement des approches des États en matière de développement mondial, de renforcement de la confiance, d'entente mutuelle devraient être systématiques, cohérents. À cet égard, nous avons proposé la tenue d'un sommet mondial sur les questions de la culture de paix et de confiance. Un des principaux objectifs du sommet consiste à élaborer un code mondial de la confiance internationale qui permettrait de mieux organiser les relations entre les États sur la base des principes de respect de la souveraineté et de l'intégrité territoriale, mais également de la coopération et du règlement conjoint des problèmes de notre planète. À nos yeux, l'avènement de la paix et de l'entente mutuelle est intrinsèquement lié aux aspects de civilisation, du développement contemporain, à la nécessité de resserrer les liens culturels et spirituels. À cet égard, l'Asie centrale a été pendant des siècles un pont objectif entre les civilisations orientales et occidentales. Et aujourd'hui, nous voulons reprendre cette mission historique, être un espace de dialogue, de coopération, de rapprochement des valeurs et des différentes visions du monde. Ceci étant dit, le Turkménistan, lors de cette session, proposera d'organiser, en coopération avec l'ONU, un forum mondial intitulé « Asie centrale », espace de coexistence pacifique, avec la participation des pays de la région, les autres États intéressés ainsi que les institutions internationales. Le Turkménistan portera également à l'attention de l'Assemblée générale un projet de résolution sur la proclamation de la Journée internationale de la médiation, qui mettra en exergue l'importance de la diplomatie et d'enceintes neutres afin de désamorcer, ou plutôt de prévenir et de régler les conflits. L'une des priorités de notre pays demeure la participation à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable, le resserrement de la coopération dans des domaines cruciaux tels que les transports ou l'énergie. Étant un des centres de communication multilatérale sur ces questions, le Turkménistan continue de contribuer à l'avènement d'un système de développement mondial équitable, équilibré, inclusif. Nous allons proposer la proclamation à la présente session d'une décennie de l'ONU sur le transport durable 2026-2035. Nous allons donc présenter un projet de résolution en ce sens. Nous sommes convaincus que cette mesure permettra de resserrer les efforts de la communauté internationale afin de mettre en place des couloirs de transport, de garantir leur durabilité ainsi que l'accès à ces derniers de tous les pays. Notre pays portera également à l'attention de l'Assemblée générale un projet de résolution sur le rôle crucial de la connectivité énergétique stable et fiable aux fins du développement durable. À l'heure actuelle, parmi nos priorités en matière de développement figure la transformation numérique. Nous sommes convaincus que ce processus doit être équilibré, doit tenir compte de la réalité des intérêts légitimes de tous les États, dont les États en développement, et que ce processus doit être non politisé et impartial. À cet égard, le Turkménistan entend proposer la création d'une plateforme mondiale sur l'intégration numérique, fondée sur les principes d'égalité, de confiance et de rejet de l'utilisation des technologies d'information et de communication au détriment de la paix, de la sécurité ou du développement durable. Au cours de la présente session, le Turkménistan continuera de travailler sur les questions climatiques et écologiques pour qu'elles soient examinées de façon systématique dans le cadre de la sécurité, de la création de mécanismes multilatéraux de suivi ou de mécanismes de riposte aux catastrophes climatiques, écologiques et technologiques. Le Turkménistan lancera la création d'un centre régional de lutte contre la désertification pour les pays d'Asie centrale. À nos yeux, la création d'un tel centre contribuera à renforcer les capacités de la région, mais également la coopération en matière de protection de l'environnement et apportera son concours à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable, notamment pour ce qui est de lutter contre les changements climatiques et de préserver les écosystèmes arides. Notre pays promouvra l'initiative écologique pour la Caspienne, lancée à la 78e session de l'Assemblée générale, destinée à devenir une enceinte mondiale de préservation de l'écosystème de la mer Caspienne. Une grande étape devrait être franchie à cet égard lors du Forum écologique de la Caspienne que nous proposons d'organiser en 2026. Nous sommes persuadés qu'aujourd'hui, il convient de renforcer le rôle de l'ONU dans le cadre de la coopération humanitaire, d'œuvrer au rapprochement des pays, à l'entente mutuelle entre les peuples, de surmonter les obstacles spirituels, de mettre en place des canaux de diplomatie culturelle afin de garantir l'essor du dialogue interculturel et l'application de la résolution de l'Assemblée générale en faveur du multilinguisme dans les relations internationales. Nous proposons de proclamer une journée internationale de la diplomatie multilingue. Mesdames et messieurs, toutes ces initiatives internationales du Turkménistan sont toujours en phase avec la charte et les documents fondateurs de l'ONU, avec les objectifs à long terme. Ce n'est pas un hasard, et nous le soulignons toujours, que la coopération avec l'ONU est une priorité stratégique pour le Turkménistan. Nous le disons convaincus du fait que l'ONU est la seule organisation internationale dotée d'une légitimité universelle. Et à cet égard, elle doit garantir la paix et le développement. Elle doit être le socle de la sécurité et de la robustesse de l'architecture mondiale. Le Turkménistan continuera de plaider en faveur du renforcement d'un rôle central pour l'ONU dans les affaires internationales. Et à cet égard, il est essentiel de renforcer l'état de droit à l'échelle internationale, de peaufiner les normes internationales et de garantir la mise en œuvre des conventions, accords, traités et autres documents multilatéraux de l'ONU. Dans ce contexte, le Turkménistan proposera de proclamer 2028 année du droit international, ce qui permettrait grandement de renforcer les bases de droit international en faveur de la paix et de la coopération. Mesdames et messieurs, la présente réunion revêt la plus haute importance pour le Turkménistan. Il y a 30 ans, en cette enceinte, l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies avait adopté à l'unanimité la résolution sur la neutralité permanente du Turkménistan. Pour notre pays, cette date était à marquer d'une pierre blanche, car elle a déterminé toutes nos activités de politique étrangère et internationale. La reconnaissance internationale de notre neutralité a permis également de renforcer le développement de notre pays en créant des conditions propices à cette fin. Je voudrais à présent saisir cette occasion pour, au nom du peuple du Turkménistan, remercier tous les États membres de l'ONU d'avoir adopté en décembre 1995 une décision sur la reconnaissance de la neutralité permanente du Turkménistan, ce qui a été entériné dans 2 résolutions successives de l'Assemblée générale. Le Turkménistan se souviendra toujours de la confiance que vous nous avez témoignée dans le cadre de ces obligations internationales. Une fois de plus, je tiens à féliciter toutes les délégations à l'occasion du coup d'envoi de cette 80e session anniversaire de l'Assemblée générale de l'Organisation des Nations Unies. Je vous souhaite plein succès. J'espère que notre coopération et notre entente mutuelle s'en verront renforcées. Merci de votre attention. Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président du Turkménistan. L'Assemblée va à présent entendre une allocution de son Excellence Gabriel Boric-Font, président de la République du Chili. Je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence et je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, membres de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies, habitants et peuples du monde. 80 ans se sont écoulés depuis la création des Nations Unies. 80 ans se sont écoulés également depuis que Gabriela Mistral, une femme chilienne, a reçu le prix Nobel de littérature. Sa voix de poétesse, de professeur, de diplomate continue de résonner dans notre patrie et dans le monde entier. Et c'est précisément ici, à New York, en 1955, que l'ambassadeur chilien José Massa a transmis un message sur les droits humains, un message écrit par Gabriela Mistral. Et ce message disait « Je serais heureuse si votre noble effort pour réaliser les droits humains était adopté avec toute loyauté par toutes les nations du monde. Ce triomphe serait le plus grand triomphe de notre époque. » Est-ce que nous sommes arrivés à obtenir ce triomphe? La réponse est catégorique. Non. La vérité est que, vu où nous en sommes, je ne sais plus que dire sur Gaza, parce que nombreux sont ceux qui se sont exprimés depuis cette tribune et depuis d'autres tribunes. Mais finalement, quoi que nous disions, nous sommes face au regard perdu des parents de victimes. Aujourd'hui, des milliers d'êtres innocents perdent la vie tout simplement parce qu'ils sont palestiniens. De la même façon que lors de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, où des millions de personnes perdaient la vie simplement parce qu'elles étaient juives. Et je voudrais donc aujourd'hui, dans cette salle, vous parler d'humanité. Gaza. Gaza, c'est une crise mondiale, parce que c'est une crise de l'humanité. Et dans cette salle, je m'adresse à ceux qui sont présents et je m'adresse aussi à ceux qui nous écoutent depuis chez eux. Dans cette salle et dans toutes ces maisons du monde, nous sommes tous des êtres humains. Par conséquent, lorsque nous voyons mourir des enfants, des filles et des garçons, nous ressentons une véritable douleur chez nous au Chili. Et je sais que c'est une douleur qui est partagée dans la grande majorité des pays du monde. Aujourd'hui, nous nous heurtons à un véritable problème en tant qu'humanité. Et ce problème, c'est que très souvent, la douleur engendre la haine. Mais nous devrions lutter contre la haine de toutes nos forces. Nous devrions transformer la haine en soif de justice. Nous ne devrions faire aucune concession à la haine. Et j'aimerais bien voir Netanyahou détruit par un missile avec sa famille. Je voudrais bien voir Netanyahou, le responsable du génocide palestinien, devant un tribunal international. Dans un autre contexte, la guerre en Ukraine nous interpelle aussi. Et certains se poseront la question, quel est le rapport avec le Chili, pays tellement éloigné, pays éloigné d'une autre, finalement. Quel est le rapport entre l'Ukraine, entre Gaza, entre notre pays? Eh bien, finalement, même si nous ne comprenons pas la langue de ces pays, nous savons que finalement, c'est la même humanité. Et cet enfant tué à Gaza, cet enfant enlevé en Russie, tout ça, ça nous concerne, parce que c'est la même humanité. Et tout ce qui est crucial, c'est que nous devons garder foi dans l'humanité. Nos cœurs ne peuvent pas arrêter de s'émouvoir face à la douleur, face à la nécessité d'autres individus qui sont finalement comme nous. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous nous sommes fixés des règles. des règles qui sont le fruit de la civilisation, qui sont le résultat des tragédies qu'a connues l'humanité. Et ces règles, il faut le dire, il faut le dire depuis cette tribune, il faut les répéter, ces règles ne sont pas aujourd'hui respectées. Disons-le avec emphase. Ce n'est pas une bonne chose que d'inviter à négocier un pays neutre et ensuite de violer la souveraineté d'un pays comme Qatar. Ce n'est pas une bonne chose non plus que de bombarder les installations d'un pays, de la même façon que ce n'était pas une bonne chose que de bombarder l'Irak. Ce n'est pas juste de bombarder un pays souverain comme l'Ukraine et ensuite d'imposer une négociation et partir ensuite du principe que nous devons tous nous tenir certaines choses, comme le rappelait Albert Camus au sujet de l'expérience de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Si nous ne croyons à rien, si rien n'a plus de sens, si nous ne pouvons plus invoquer aucune valeur, alors tout est permis. Il n'y a ni bien, ni mal, et rien n'a plus aucune importance. Par conséquent, si nous acceptions cette idée, nous devrions admettre que la raison, c'est finalement la raison du plus fort, la raison de celui qui réussit. Et donc la règle qui régirait l'humanité, ce serait la loi du plus fort, la loi de celui qui réussit. Et je voudrais dire que, en dernière instance, ce raisonnement, c'est finalement la justification de l'assassinat. Et dans un monde comme celui-là, la vie d'un homme, la vie d'une femme ou la vie de leurs enfants dépendra toujours des armes et d'une bienveillance ou d'une malveillance arbitraire. Dans un monde tel que celui-ci, celui qui ne condamne pas une telle réalité de toutes ses forces est finalement aussi meurtrier que celui qui largue des bombes. Il faut avoir le pouvoir de dire cela suffit. C'est un pouvoir que nous avons tous en tant que dirigeants et dirigeantes dans cette salle. Et à ce titre, nous avons une plus grande responsabilité à assumer. Nous refusons de donner raison à ceux qui possèdent la force de l'argent. Et on nous dit que nous sommes utopiques. Mais finalement, qu'est-ce que l'histoire si ce n'est cet effort? Finalement, certains préfèrent simplement agir à court terme. Mais, de façon générale, cela nous conduit ensuite vers le précipice. En effet, il ne suffit pas de réussir comme on entend le terme réussite aujourd'hui dans le monde occidental pour continuer de lutter, parce que nous savons que ce qui nous a permis de changer le monde pour avoir davantage de justice, de liberté, d'égalité et de solidarité, c'est précisément cet effort. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle, mesdames et messieurs, lorsque l'on nous invite à la soumission, lorsque l'on affirme que l'intelligence est de trop, lorsque certains veulent nous montrer depuis cette tribune comment l'on peut mentir pour tirer parti d'une situation, eh bien nous répondons que non. Nous n'allons pas céder devant l'injustice, devant la violence et devant la passivité. Je peux et je dois peut-être respecter celui qui préfère le bleu que le vert. Je dois respecter celui qui a une autre religion. Je dois respecter l'autre. Et finalement, en fin de compte, je dois respecter la diversité d'opinions. Mais, tout en respectant la diversité d'opinions, tout en respectant la vie de celui qui a une autre opinion que la mienne, il faut bien tout de même avancer. Par exemple, aujourd'hui, depuis cette même tribune, quelqu'un a affirmé qu'il n'y avait pas de réchauffement mondial, pas de réchauffement climatique. C'est un mensonge. Et nous devons lutter contre les mensonges. Alors évidemment, nous pouvons essayer de discuter des meilleures solutions pour remédier au changement climatique. Nous pouvons discuter de la question de savoir qui est plus responsable que l'autre des changements climatiques. Mais on ne peut pas nier le changement climatique. On peut commencer à discuter de la façon dont les nazis ont pu dominer une partie de l'Europe, mais on ne peut pas nier l'Holocauste. On ne peut pas le faire. On peut discuter des effets secondaires d'un vaccin, mais on ne peut pas dire qu'un vaccin cause telle ou telle maladie comme l'autisme. Donc, le dialogue est important. Le dialogue entre des personnes qui ont une vision différente du monde est important. Et c'est précisément pour cela que sont nées les Nations Unies. Elles ont été créées pour dialoguer, pour décider du fait que la barbarie n'est pas acceptable, pour bien comprendre que les droits humains doivent être respectés sans se soucier de l'idéologie de la victime ou du criminel. Il faut bien comprendre que la raison doit toujours prévaloir sur la force. L'opposé du dialogue, c'est le mensonge, c'est le silence. Et autant le mensonge que le silence conduisent à la solitude la plus profonde. Par conséquent, quelle est la tâche qui nous incombe aujourd'hui? Nous devons tracer la voie vers l'avenir, nous s'acheminer vers l'avenir, vers cette humanité commune que nous voulons. Et c'est précisément ce qui anime le Chili. Cette soif de justice sociale, de démocratie, d'équité, de respect, de la liberté d'expression, l'action climatique, tout ceci sont des piliers d'espérance, sont des appels à l'action. Aujourd'hui, le monde a besoin de voix fortes, de voix claires, qui défendent notre engagement en faveur de la démocratie, pour toujours sans nuance, sans excuse. C'est la raison pour laquelle cette semaine, avec le Brésil, la Colombie, l'Espagne et l'Uruguay, nous avons convoqué la deuxième rencontre pour la défense de la démocratie. C'est un effort collectif qui est né ici, à l'ONU, il y a un an. Nous voulons jeter des ponts afin de pouvoir déterminer quelles sont les failles de la démocratie. Nous voulons trouver des solutions pour y remédier, pour améliorer la qualité de vie de nos peuples. Nous contentons pas de montrer du doigt ce qui ne va pas dans le monde. Il ne faut pas se contenter de dire que ceci ou cela ne nous représente pas. Non, nous voulons expliquer et défendre ce en quoi nous croyons. Je voudrais, après ces quelques propos, m'appesantir brièvement sur une question particulière. Je viens du Chili, un pays tricontinental. Un pays intimement lié à l'océan. Nous avons plus de 7600 kilomètres de côte. Nous sommes un pays tourné vers l'océan et nous sommes donc fiers à ce titre d'avoir été le premier pays d'Amérique latine et le deuxième pays du monde à avoir adopté l'accord BBNJ. Et il y a eu, par ailleurs, la semaine dernière, la 60e ratification pour l'entrée en vigueur et par conséquent, la conférence des parties devra se tenir l'an prochain. Le premier mois de l'année, espérons-le. Et je voudrais ici réitérer notre offre pour que le secrétariat soit établi chez nous, parce que nous pensons qu'il est ainsi possible de rapprocher la gouvernance océanique à l'hémisphère sud. Nous sommes également un pays de l'Antarctique. Nous sommes attachés aux recherches scientifiques. Nous faisons partie de ce continent blanc. Et si vous êtes rendu sur ce continent, vous l'avez fait en passant par le Chili, certainement. Dans 2 semaines, nous allons avoir une réunion sur la préservation des ressources de l'Antarctique. Et par conséquent, l'heure est venue d'approuver la zone du domaine 1 de l'Antarctique après la demande présentée notamment par le Chili. Nous ne pouvons pas continuer d'exploiter des ressources si nous n'appliquons pas les mesures de préservation requises. N'oublions pas que nous faisons tous partie du même écosystème. Il faut préserver la vie sur Terre. C'est une tâche que nous devons assumer de toute urgence en assumant nos responsabilités. Pour ceux qui partagent ce monde aujourd'hui avec nous et aussi pour les générations futures. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vivons dans un monde marqué par des tensions, par la crise climatique, par la crise générale. Et je voudrais dire que dans ce contexte, le processus d'élection du secrétaire général a une importance particulière. Et je voudrais dire que dans les circonstances les plus difficiles, il est justement possible d'agir de façon lucide, en étant empreint d'humanité. Il faut bien comprendre que la tragédie humaine n'est jamais inévitable. Nous n'allons pas renoncer à l'espoir de régler les problèmes du monde. Les Nations Unies peuvent réussir et tout cela finalement dépend de nous. Et je voudrais vous dire que l'équilibre régional doit être respecté dans ce processus. C'est le moment idéal pour l'Amérique latine et les Caraïbes. Nous sommes une région sans guerre. Nous avons un engagement inébranlable en faveur de la Charte des Nations Unies. C'est ce que nous défendons depuis la création des Nations Unies. Il faut remédier à un déséquilibre de longue date. En 80 ans, les Nations Unies n'ont jamais eu une femme secrétaire générale des Nations Unies. En 80 ans, pas une seule femme. Or, l'ONU doit refléter les progrès du monde. Elle doit reconnaître qu'avoir une femme à sa tête serait non seulement un symbole d'équité, mais ce serait également une reconnaissance. La reconnaissance du fait que les femmes, qui représentent la moitié de la population mondiale, peuvent occuper toutes les fonctions dans le monde. Le Chili veut contribuer activement à cet effort collectif, et c'est la raison pour laquelle c'est pour moi un insigne honneur que d'annoncer depuis cette tribune que le Chili va présenter la candidature de notre ancienne présidente Michelle Bachelet. Michelle Bachelet comme candidate au poste de secrétaire générale des Nations Unies. Michelle Bachelet qui est par ailleurs dans cette même salle aujourd'hui. Michelle Bachelet n'est pas simplement une figure très reconnue, très respectée au niveau international. C'est une femme qui a des valeurs tout à fait cohérentes et fidèles à cette organisation. Et Michelle Bachelet a été présidente de notre pays. Elle a été ministre de la Santé, ministre de la Défense. Elle a été directrice exécutive d'ONU Femmes. Elle a été haute commissaire des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme. Michelle Bachelet a gouverné. Elle a négocié. Elle a guéri, elle a écouté. Son parcours, tout au long de sa vie, combine l'empathie avec la fermeté, l'empathie avec la compétence, et tout ceci avec des qualités d'exécution, des qualités de chef remarquables. J'ai une conviction qui, je le sais, est partagée dans mon pays. J'ai la conviction que Michelle Bachelet est une figure qui peut jeter des passerelles, jeter des ponts entre le nord et le sud, entre l'est et l'ouest. Elle sera là pour défendre les principes. Michelle Bachelet pourrait, en dirigeant les Nations Unies, redonner aux Nations Unies l'objectif qui est le leur. Antonio Guterres a donné tout ce qu'il avait, nous le savons tous, pour défendre et mener cette organisation. Nous sommes donc habités par cette conviction et le Chili présente donc cette candidature, convaincus que nous sommes que Michelle Bachelet peut apporter une contribution décisive pour qu'une fois de plus, les Nations Unies soient un lieu de rencontre, un lieu de solution, un lieu d'espoir réel pour le monde entier. Mesdames et messieurs, 80 ans. 80 ans se sont écoulés. Et nous voyons les avancées remarquables de la gouvernance internationale. Nous sommes face, certes, à bien des catastrophes, mais nous pouvons aussi dire que nous avons avancé. Ces avancées, toutefois, sont en danger. Qui va tracer les cartes de demain? Nous ne voulons pas que ce soit ce qui agresse, ce qui viole les décisions multilatérales, ce qui blesse les plus faibles. Nous voulons que tous les peuples du monde rassemblés ici, dans cette salle, tracent ce chemin définitif vers un avenir viable, un avenir où chaque être humain est respecté. Et pour y parvenir, cette organisation, rappelons-le, une organisation née des cendres de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, après l'échec de la Société des Nations, cette organisation, disais-je, est fondamentale. Et le renouvellement de cette organisation, la réforme de cette organisation est également fondamentale et urgente. Et donc, il nous faut une organisation renouvelée, certes réformée, mais qui obéisse au même objectif. Et je reprends ce que disait Victor Jara, extraordinaire chanteur chilien. C'est cet amour de la terre qui nous a aidés à vivre. C'est l'amour de la paix qui nous permet d'agir. L'amour de la liberté pour tous et toutes, pour que tous les peuples puissent vivre. Avançons, mesdames et messieurs, avançons ensemble, libres et égaux, divers et semblables. Avançons sur ce chemin partagé pour rechercher la vérité, la beauté, le bonheur et la justice. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias.
Je vous remercie. Au nom de l'Assemblée, je remercie le président de la République du Chili. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre une allocution de son Excellence, Monsieur Emomali Rahmon, président de la République du Tadjikistan. Je prie les services de protocole d'accompagner son Excellence et j'invite son Excellence à s'adresser à l'Assemblée.
Excellence, Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. Aujourd'hui, alors que nous célébrons le 80e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte des Nations Unies, je tiens à féliciter sincèrement tous les États membres et je leur présente mes meilleurs vœux de succès en cette occasion. Le monde d'aujourd'hui est indéniablement marqué par l'instabilité, l'imprévisibilité et une complexité croissante. Les tensions géopolitiques, les efforts visant à refaçonner les relations internationales, les conflits, les confrontations aux quatre coins du monde, auxquelles s'ajoutent de graves menaces pesant sur notre sécurité, met en péril la paix et la sécurité. Dans le même temps, les retombées des changements climatiques et des inégalités sociales croissantes freinent le développement durable de notre planète. Face à des circonstances aussi complexes et tumultueuses, le rôle de l'ONU en tant qu'enceinte de dialogue inclusif, de coopération et de promotion de la paix et de la sécurité de par le monde demeure plus important que jamais. À cet égard, nos pays devraient conjuguer leurs efforts afin de protéger ce principe en renouant pleinement avec le respect du droit international. Dans le cadre de ce processus, renforcer une coopération sur un pied d'égalité entre les petits et les grands États est également une mesure cruciale et opportune. Monsieur le Président, la stratégie de développement national du Tadjikistan à l'horizon 2030 est pleinement conforme aux objectifs de développement durable et nous sommes favorables à la pleine mise en œuvre de ce programme mondial. Hélas, les pays en développement, en particulier les pays montagneux et enclavés, sont confrontés à d'innombrables écueils et difficultés dans l'atteinte de ces objectifs. Les pays particulièrement vulnérables comprennent qu'ils doivent prendre des mesures d'envergure afin de financer leur développement durable et d'avoir davantage accès aux ressources financières. En dépit d'initiatives notables en la matière, les montants fournis par la communauté internationale en faveur du développement durable ne sont pas à la hauteur face aux besoins actuels. Cette situation nécessite une riposte opportune, l'allocation de fonds supplémentaires et la refonte du système financier international. Le Tadjikistan plaide en faveur de réformes équitables et efficaces des instruments financiers internationaux. À l'heure actuelle, nous constatons divers degrés de progrès économique entre les pays et l'influence des pays développés, des organisations internationales financières pourrait grandement contribuer à résoudre ces problèmes. Bon nombre de pays en développement ou les moins avancés sont à la merci des retombées, des crises économiques et financières, de la pauvreté, des maladies infectieuses, y compris la Covid-19, de catastrophes naturelles et d'insécurité alimentaire. Ces pays doivent mettre en œuvre des mesures de soutien financier, notamment aux fins de l'allègement de la dette. De notre avis, l'heure est venue de prendre très au sérieux cette question. Mesdames et messieurs, aujourd'hui, les incidences des changements climatiques se font ressentir dans divers pays de par le monde, y compris au Tadjikistan, et entravent grandement la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Notre pays, dont 93% est recouvert de montagnes, s'inquiète vivement des effets délétères des changements climatiques. Les modifications du cycle hydrologique, une vague d'inondations, de sécheresses ou de graves tempêtes de poussière au fil des dernières décennies ont eu des répercussions directes sur nos ressources alimentaires, nos ressources hydriques et énergétiques et la sécurité alimentaire. Chaque année, nous essuyons des pertes matérielles et financières colossales en raison de catastrophes naturelles liées à l'eau. Hélas, ce phénomène entraîne souvent des pertes en vie humaine et la destruction d'infrastructures critiques. Les répercussions des changements climatiques et de l'élévation des températures ont accéléré la fonte des glaciers et détérioré les écosystèmes marins des océans. Je voudrais vous rappeler que le Tadjikistan a accueilli la conférence internationale de haut niveau sur la préservation des glaciers cet été à Douchanbé. Cette réunion a rassemblé la communauté internationale qui a pu ainsi discuter de toutes les questions ayant trait à la cryosphère. Soulignons que parmi les 14 000 glaciers du Tadjikistan, l'une des principales sources d'eau potable de la région, plus de 1300 ont complètement fondu. Et la cadence de la fonte de ces glaciers s'accélère. Et cela alors même que les glaciers du Tadjikistan et les autres sources hydriques représentent jusqu'à 60% des ressources hydriques de l'Asie centrale. Nous ne pouvons rester indifférents face à ces problèmes qui ont trait à l'essence de la vie humaine, tels que l'eau. Le Tadjikistan joue un rôle de premier plan dans la diplomatie de l'eau. Notre pays a adopté des mesures concrètes en coopération avec ses partenaires internationaux dans le cadre d'une initiative récente, la décennie internationale pour l'action Eau pour le développement durable 2018-2028. J'appelle les États membres et les autres parties prenantes à participer activement à la prochaine manifestation du processus de l'eau de Douchanbé, à savoir la conférence internationale de haut niveau qui se tiendra au Tadjikistan l'an prochain. Cette conférence, nul doute, insufflera un nouvel élan à nos efforts conjugués dans le cadre du programme d'action pour l'eau. Nous sommes convaincus qu'il s'agira là également d'un socle robuste pour lancer les préparatifs de la conférence des Nations Unies sur l'eau à Douchanbé en 2028. Madame la Présidente, des institutions robustes et la connaissance du droit sont les prémices de sociétés stables et justes. Aujourd'hui, la communauté internationale constate le mépris, les violations du droit international. Le droit international qui est pourtant le fondement de l'ordre, de la paix et de la stabilité de par le monde. Nous soulignons qu'il convient de respecter scrupuleusement le droit international ainsi que de régler tous les différends, les désaccords dans le cadre du droit. Bien conscient de cette réalité, le Tadjikistan propose que l'Assemblée générale envisage de proclamer une année internationale de la connaissance du droit. Nous invitons tous les États membres à se rallier à cette initiative et à renforcer la culture mondiale de transparence et de justice. Mesdames et messieurs, l'adoption rapide de technologies numériques et la bonne utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle peuvent contribuer grandement à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Je tiens à exprimer ma profonde gratitude à tous les États membres pour leur soutien indéfectible en faveur de la proposition du Tadjikistan d'adopter une résolution intitulée « Rôle de l'intelligence artificielle dans la création de nouvelles perspectives de développement durable en Asie centrale ». Je suis convaincue que la résolution adoptée par l'Assemblée générale le 25 juillet de cette année constituera un instrument clé aux fins de l'utilisation en toute sécurité de façon équitable de l'intelligence artificielle dans notre région. Dans ce contexte, nous envisageons de créer un centre régional de l'intelligence artificielle à Douchanbé. Centre qui, indéniablement, favoriserait la mise en œuvre d'initiatives et de projets conjoints entre les pays d'Asie centrale dans le domaine de l'intelligence artificielle. Il convient de souligner qu'aux côtés des avancées des technologies numériques, le nombre de nouvelles menaces pesant sur notre sécurité, en particulier provenant de la cybercriminalité, croît. Dès lors, La cybersécurité doit faire partie intégrante de la sécurité collective. Il est évident qu'aux côtés de la cybercriminalité, le terrorisme, l'extrémisme, le trafic d'armes, le trafic de stupéfiants et d'autres formes de criminalité transnationale organisée, tous ces éléments continuent de faire planer une grave menace sur la sécurité de notre planète. Le Tadjikistan est favorable à l'expansion de la coopération internationale dans le domaine de la sécurité mondiale dans le cadre du processus de lutte contre le terrorisme de Dushanbe. Nous sommes déterminés à nouer des liens constructifs dans le cadre de ces processus avec les organisations internationales et les États membres de l'ONU afin de décupler nos efforts pour contrer les menaces et les risques pour notre sécurité susmentionnés. Nous sommes d'avis que les organismes des Nations Unies pertinents, en particulier le Bureau de lutte contre le terrorisme, peuvent contribuer largement à la mise en œuvre des stratégies antiterroristes mondiales et des programmes à cet effet et renforcer l'aide apportée à tous les États membres en la matière. Mesdames et messieurs, le Tadjikistan appuie sans faille le règlement de tous les différends et de tous les conflits par des moyens politiques et diplomatiques. Nous devons redoubler d'efforts afin de faire advenir une paix pérenne et globale fondée sur le droit international. Il y a un an, du haut de cette tribune, j'avais proposé d'envisager une résolution de l'ONU décrétant une décennie de la promotion de la paix pour les générations futures. Un an plus tard, l'adoption d'une telle résolution est d'autant plus urgente face à l'instabilité de notre monde actuel. Cette initiative réunirait des conditions propices à la coopération internationale pour établir une paix durable. J'invite tous les États membres de l'ONU à appuyer cette proposition pour notre stabilité et une vie meilleure et plus prospère pour les générations futures. Mesdames et messieurs, notre position demeure inchangée, une position de principe sur la question palestinienne. Nous sommes d'avis qu'une paix pérenne au Moyen-Orient ne pourra être établie qu'en appliquant les résolutions de l'ONU et le principe de la solution des deux États. Dans ce contexte, nous rappelons que cette question doit être réglée exclusivement par la négociation et les moyens diplomatiques, conformément au droit international et en particulier à la Charte des Nations Unies. Nous plaidons en faveur d'un cessez-le-feu durable à Gaza et de l'accès à l'aide humanitaire. Le Tadjikistan appuie également la paix et la stabilité, la sécurité et le développement social et économique de l'Afghanistan voisin. Nous sommes tous disposés à prêter main forte à ce processus et à cet égard, nous invitons la communauté internationale à fournir une aide humanitaire en particulier aux régions touchées par la sécheresse et les tremblements de terre récents et d'en grande ampleur. Mesdames et messieurs, le Tadjikistan est favorable à une réforme profonde de l'ONU dans le cadre de l'initiative ONU 80, de l'ONU 2.0 et de la vision du secrétaire général pour des Nations Unies plus modernes. Dans le même temps, nous nous félicitons du Pacte pour l'avenir, initiative collective primordiale de promotion de la paix et du développement durable. Toutes ces initiatives incarnent nos aspirations communes et la volonté de la communauté internationale d'affronter les menaces contemporaines et de poser des jalons solides pour les générations futures. Nous réitérons qu'il est nécessaire de renforcer le rôle clé, le rôle de coordination de l'ONU pour ce qui est de garantir la paix et la sécurité pour tous. Ce n'est que grâce à la confiance, à la coopération, à une détermination sans faille que nous pourrons faire advenir un avenir juste, pacifique et durable pour l'ensemble de l'humanité. Le Tadjikistan est disposé à coopérer avec les pays partenaires et tous les États membres de l'ONU afin d'atteindre ces objectifs louables et de relever d'autres défis urgents pour notre planète. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de la République du Tadjikistan. L'Assemblée va à présent entendre une allocution de son Excellence Joseph Aoun, président de la République du Liban. Je prie le protocole à bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence et je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
السيدة الرئيسة، السيد الأمين العام، زملائي السيدات والسادة رؤساء الدول.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs, chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Je me tiens devant vous aujourd'hui pour parler de paix, de développement et de droits de l'homme, alors que mes compatriotes sont confrontés à la mort dans leur quotidien, qu'une partie de mon pays demeure occupée, que ma patrie et mon peuple vivent dans l'adversité et l'incertitude du devenir. Cette situation me ramène 77 ans en arrière, au comité de rédaction de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme en 1948. Lorsque la grande Eleanor Roosevelt intervint dans un débat animé en soutien à l'un des membres de ce comité afin qu'il ne soit pas laissé seul, dit-elle à son auditoire, ce à quoi le membre concerné répondit « Madame, mon souci n'est pas de me ranger du côté de la majorité ou de la minorité, mais du côté de la vérité. » L'auteur de ces mots n'est autre que Charles Malek, le philosophe libanais qui a contribué, avec d'autres grands esprits de ce monde, à donner à l'humanité cette déclaration éternelle. Il a également eu l'honneur de présider cette assemblée de 1958 à 1959, représentant mon pays, le Liban. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai voulu commémorer cet incident aujourd'hui pour deux raisons. D'abord, pour exprimer mon immense fierté, mais aussi mon sentiment de responsabilité accrue alors que je m'adresse à vous pour la première fois en ma qualité de président de la République libanaise à l'occasion du 80e anniversaire de cette grande organisation. Deuxièmement, parce que l'objet de notre session est de réfléchir à la relation inhérente entre ces trois principes vertueux que sont la paix, le développement et les droits humains. Et l'expérience libanaise, de même que les enseignements tirés au niveau régional et international, nous enseignent qu'il ne peut y avoir de développement sans paix, de croissance dans le chaos ou de prospérité au cœur des guerres et des conflits. La paix étant l'unique terreau du développement. De plus, ces mêmes expériences nous montrent que s'il ne peut y avoir de développement sans paix, celle-ci ne peut exister sans la justice. Or, la justice même est inatteignable sans les droits de l'homme, notamment le droit fondamental à vivre dans la dignité. Sans dignité, la paix est une illusion, une terre aride, oppressive, où ne pousse que la pauvreté, la violence et la guerre. Depuis la fondation de cette Assemblée et de cette noble organisation, sa charte stipule la détermination de préserver les générations futures du fléau de la guerre, afin de vivre en paix l'un avec l'autre dans un esprit de bon voisinage. Il est également question du recours aux institutions internationales pour favoriser le progrès économique et social de tous les peuples. Ces principes honorables figurent sur la charte de notre organisation depuis 80 ans, alors que dans notre vécu quotidien, le sang de nos peuples continue de couler. Les raisons pour cela sont multiples. Elles peuvent être attribuées à la nature humaine, ou à la dynamique des relations entre pays, au conflit d'intérêts, à l'hégémonie, ou encore à la capitalisation des atouts de puissance dans tous les domaines. Cependant, depuis 30 ans, un nouveau facteur est venu attiser cette situation, et plus particulièrement depuis que de cette même tribune on commençant à parler d'un nouvel ordre mondial. La cause principale découle des défis posés par la pluralité au sein des sociétés, qui se manifestent en crise d'identité, d'ethnicité à l'ère de la mondialisation. D'un côté, les hommes expriment un besoin réel de coopérer et de s'intégrer, et de l'autre, cette même impulsion génère une peur que cette ouverture de mette en péril leur identité. Cette dualité a contribué à reconduire l'humanité vers les conflits. Nous devons reconnaître ici que la religion est un facteur primaire, encore et aujourd'hui, dans la définition des identités des groupes humains. Au nom de la religion, des pays sont en guerre. De plus, la religion continue de façonner le monde d'une manière très profonde. Alors que l'islamophobie et la peur de l'autre, de la différence montent en Occident, l'Orient reste hanté par le souvenir de la colonisation et les reliquats des guerres de religion. En dépit des avancées scientifiques remarquables, le monde se trouve piégé dans une époque révolue. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, chers collègues, du cœur de ce dilemme émerge le rôle unique du Liban et sa signification sur la scène internationale. Au milieu du choc des civilisations, le Liban apparaît comme une nation où chrétiens et musulmans coexistent, égaux, à l'ombre d'une constitution qui garantit une représentation équitable aux deux communautés, au Parlement et au Conseil des ministres, et un cadre de citoyenneté pour tous les individus. Ce modèle bien que critiqué par certains, offre une approche unique, telle que sa sainteté, le pape Jean-Paul II l'a décrit. Je cite, « Le Liban est plus qu'un pays, c'est un message de pluralité et de liberté pour l'Orient et l'Occident. » Fin de citation. Je le répète et je le souligne. Le Liban est un message de liberté et de pluralité. Dans une région où les hommes tuent et se font tuer pour leurs croyances religieuses ou même pour un signe religieux ostentatoire, le Liban apparaît comme un modèle unique et remplaçable. Dans ce monde tourmenté, tiraillé entre ceux qui veulent imposer un habit religieux et se déterminer à les en empêcher, le Liban offre un modèle unique, indispensable à la région et au monde entier. Un modèle qui mérite de vivre, un modèle qui doit exister pour la région et pour le monde, un modèle qui m'a permis à moi, Libanais arabe, de devenir le seul président chrétien dans une région qui s'étend de l'est de l'Asie aux côtes de l'Europe. Mon pays, ce Liban, à la fois terre de laïcité et de foi profonde, existant sans la coercition d'un quelconque contrat, d'une restriction ou d'une imposition de quelque sorte, est en vérité un modèle à préserver par tous ceux qui croient en un avenir meilleur pour l'humanité. Cela appelle deux questions essentielles. Pourquoi la communauté internationale devrait-elle se soucier de la préservation du Liban? Et deuxièmement, et comment cela peut-il se faire? En effet, la sauvegarde du Liban, unique modèle de coexistence, est un devoir humain fondamental, puisque cette expérience, elle venait à disparaître, ne pourrait être reproduite nulle part ailleurs. Si ce modèle disparaît, où pourrions-nous le reproduire par ailleurs? Si le chrétien disparaît du Liban, l'équation, cet équilibre délicat s'effondre et sa justice disparaît. Si le musulman tombe, l'équation chancelle et son équilibre se brise. Et ceci sapera également la justice. Ainsi, la chute du Liban, précipitée par la perte de l'une de ses composantes intégrales, favoriserait de part et d'autre du globe la montée de tous les extrémismes et de la violence physique, morale, voire sanglante. Il est clair, à mes yeux aujourd'hui, que nombre des raisons sous-jacentes de la guerre au Liban, de même que les motifs insidieux qui en sont la cause, des motifs plus profonds, avaient pour but de détruire ce modèle unique. Ces actions ont servi à justifier un Orient fracturé par des identités et des ethnicités rivales, destinées à maintenir la région dans un état de conflit permanent. Bien que certaines entités puissent tirer profit de cette situation, son contraire néanmoins demeure dans l'intérêt du monde et de l'humanité qui œuvre pour la paix globale. Ainsi, la réussite de l'expérience libanaise servirait de modèle de référence pour tous les pays. Ce modèle aujourd'hui est le modèle d'un Liban qui est aujourd'hui un pays vivant, résolu, déterminé et énergique, refusant de succomber face à l'adversité. Pour le sauver, il faut tout simplement s'engager fermement, en parole et en action, afin de le libérer de l'occupation et d'assurer la souveraineté exclusive de l'État libanais sur l'ensemble de son territoire, uniquement par ses forces armées légales et légitimes. Telle est la volonté unanime des Libanais depuis la déclaration du 27 novembre 2024, qui fut adoptée avec le soutien des États-Unis, de la France et de cette même organisation, comme mécanisme pour appliquer la résolution 1701 du Conseil de sécurité. J'avais réaffirmé cet engagement dans mon discours d'investiture en janvier 2024, après mon élection à la présidence, et le gouvernement aussi l'a réaffirmé dans son communiqué ministériel en février dernier. Tout au long de nos négociations avec l'émissaire du président Trump, l'ambassadeur Tom Barak, nous avons travaillé à l'élaboration d'un document pour garantir la stabilité sur notre territoire. Nous nous y sommes engagés, nous attendons que les parties concernées s'y engagent à leur tour. Le Liban cherche précisément cela aujourd'hui. Permettez-moi ici de vous parler en toute franchise. Permettez-moi ici de souligner avec beaucoup de fierté le caractère exceptionnel de mon pays, de mon peuple. Et nous méritons de le dire. La diaspora libanaise, dont les membres visitent chaque année le Liban, en nombre équivalent au tiers de la population résidente, constitue un testament à l'attachement des Libanais à leur mère patrie. De plus, chaque grand chantier ou projet majeur de notre région porte une signature libanaise, et pas un événement artistique ou culturel ne se fait sans une empreinte libanaise. En fait, je peux dire, avec quasi certitude, que dans chaque œuvre significative, il existe une contribution libanaise. Plus encore, parmi les membres de cette assemblée distinguée, rares sont les pays qui n'accueillent pas sur leur sol une présence libanaise active, productive et engagée. Les Libanais s'intègrent harmonieusement dans leur pays d'accueil. Nous, mesdames et messieurs, sommes un pays capable d'embrasser la modernisation et nous avons déjà entrepris un programme progressif pour notre sortie de la crise économique et financière. Il comporte un audit financier indépendant et prévoit la restructuration du secteur bancaire et la modernisation de l'administration. Nous avons également entrepris la lutte contre la corruption et le crime organisé afin de rétablir la confiance des Libanais en leur État et la confiance du monde dans le Liban. Simultanément, nous avons entamé des réformes législatives et institutionnelles consacrant l'indépendance des autorités de régulation des secteurs productifs du pays. Nous avons aussi consolidé l'indépendance du système judiciaire et nous nous sommes alignés sur les normes internationales dans la lutte contre le blanchiment d'argent et le financement du terrorisme. Notre gouvernement a également entériné récemment l'adhésion du Liban à la Convention des Nations Unies sur la diversité biologique, fidèle à notre engagement historique vis-à-vis des principes de la légitimité internationale. De même que nous sommes résolus à promouvoir les libertés publiques, à lutter contre les discours de haine et à engager les femmes et les hommes dans la prise de décision, y compris les jeunes femmes et les jeunes hommes. Nous ne serons prospères que si nos citoyens, tous nos citoyens, vivent dans la dignité. Mesdames et messieurs, l'investissement du Liban dans l'enseignement de qualité est séculaire. Aujourd'hui, cet investissement s'étend à l'économie de la connaissance. Le Liban, fort d'un capital humain inestimable, se trouve à un carrefour incontournable par où passent tous les couloirs commerciaux. Nous avançons sur tous ces plans, alors que notre pays ploie sous plusieurs fardeaux simultanés. Nous assumons ces fardeaux avec sérieux et responsabilité. Le plus pressant demeure l'instabilité le long de notre frontière sud, où nous demandons l'arrêt immédiat des agressions israéliennes, le retrait total de l'ensemble de notre territoire occupé et la libération de nos otages, que nous n'oublions pas, que nous ne laisserons pas de côté, et nous insistons sur l'application complète de la résolution 1701 du Conseil de sécurité. Cela peut se faire avec l'aide du mandat accordé à la force de la FINUL, en collaboration pour une période transitoire avec l'armée libanaise afin de rétablir la paix et la stabilité. Dans ce contexte, permettez-moi de remercier les membres du Conseil de sécurité qui ont voté le renouvellement du mandat de la FINUL afin de nous aider à rétablir une paix et une stabilité durable. Cependant, les causes profondes de notre conflit transcendent nos frontières. Pour cela, notre devoir moral, humain et politique est de demander la fin immédiate à la tragédie qui se déroule à Gaza. Nous appelons à la relance d'un nouveau processus politique visant à trouver une solution juste et durable au problème palestinien, à la question palestinienne issue de la décision de la communauté internationale et du principe de la solution des deux États, vivant dans la sûreté et la dignité, tel que voté par votre Assemblée générale à la majorité de 142 États. Dans la déclaration de New York. Le deuxième fardeau que nous sommes contraints d'épauler à l'heure actuelle est la question des déplacés syriens qui a lieu sur notre sol et qui, lorsque mesurée au nombre d'habitants au Liban, reste inédite, étant la plus grande dans l'histoire. Le Liban espère des Nations Unies et de leurs institutions spécialisées ainsi que des autorités syriennes qu'elles apportent une solution à cette situation critique. À travers des négociations directes et avec le soutien du Royaume d'Arabie saoudite, nous souhaitons trouver des accords et des mémorandums d'accord sur tous les aspects de nos relations bilatérales. Sur plusieurs aspects de ces relations, le but étant d'assurer le retour en sécurité et en toute dignité des citoyens syriens déplacés et de rétablir les relations spéciales qui unissent le Liban et la Syrie, relations de bon voisinage et de coopération étroite dans différents domaines dépassant ainsi tous les malentendus du passé. Le troisième fardeau qui nous accable aujourd'hui est la reconstruction du Liban par suite de l'agression israélienne sur notre territoire, surtout en ce qui concerne l'infrastructure nécessaire au retour de l'autorité libanaise à l'ensemble des zones frontalières. mais aussi la reconstruction des habitations et des villages passés au bulldozer et anéantis par l'agression, car il ne peut y avoir de stabilité s'ils ne sont pas reconstruits et leur beauté retrouvée. De plus, subsiste la question de la fourniture aux forces armées légales des moyens nécessaires pour assurer la défense du territoire et l'intégrité nationale. Nous demeurons confiants dans les initiatives publiques visant à organiser des conférences internationales dédiées à cet effet. Mesdames et messieurs, le Liban ne recherche aucune faveur, aucun privilège. Il appelle, en fait, la communauté internationale à agir avec responsabilité, équité et égalité, lui permettant ainsi de recouvrer son rôle comme terre de liberté et de pluralité. C'est ce même esprit qui a motivé cette vénérable assemblée le 16 septembre 2019 à répondre favorablement à sa requête d'établir l'Académie de l'homme pour la rencontre et le dialogue. Sur son sol, une décision ajournée, éclipsée par les différentes crises que le Liban subit depuis plusieurs années. Aujourd'hui, le Liban est résolu à faire revivre cette initiative vitale du 16 août 2019. Notre engagement consiste à nous rassurer nous-mêmes et envoyer un message au monde. Le Liban veut retrouver sa juste place au sein de la communauté internationale et son statut parmi les pays réunis aux Nations Unies, plateforme des valeurs humaines et de l'avancement de l'humanité. Pour finir, je souhaite revenir à mon message d'ouverture. Alors que je me tiens parmi vous, plaidant pour la paix, mes compatriotes continuent de payer de leur vie. La lutte reste très acharnée entre deux options. Un Liban, terre de vie et de joie, irradiant ses deux valeurs, sa région au monde entier, ou un Liban, lieu de misère et de malheur, disséminant les graines du conflit à la région et au monde. Nous, au Liban, avons choisi la première option. Un Liban, terre de vie et de joie, et nous allons nous y engager entièrement. Je fais appel à vous tous pour la paix dans notre région, ainsi que pour le bien de l'humanité. Tenez-vous à nos côtés, n'abandonnez pas le Liban. Je vous remercie. Au nom de l'Assemblée, je souhaite remercier le président de la République libanaise. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre une allocution de son Excellence, M. Emmanuel Macron, président de la République française. Je prie le protocole d'accompagner son Excellence et j'invite son Excellence à prononcer son allocution devant l'Assemblée.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Madame la Secrétaire générale adjointe, Monsieur le Secrétaire général adjoint, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadrices, ambassadeurs et délégués, je suis heureux de m'exprimer une nouvelle fois devant vous lors de cette 80e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies. 8 décennies que nous avons voulu consacrer au service de la paix, du développement, des droits humains. 80 ans qui nous obligent à mesurer le chemin parcouru et à adapter notre pas à la marche du monde. Le 26 juin 1945, nous adoptions la Charte des Nations Unies après 2 guerres mondiales, alors que les combats faisaient encore rage en Asie, que la décolonisation était à peine entamée, que l'Union soviétique étendait son empire et que nous comptions les morts par millions et découvrions l'horreur de la Shoah. Oui, cette étape du monde n'était pas terminée et pourtant nous étions en train de bâtir, à coup de résolution et de détermination, cette volonté de préserver les générations futures du fléau de la guerre et proclamions notre foi dans les droits fondamentaux de l'homme et nous nous engagions à créer les conditions de la justice, à favoriser le progrès social, à pratiquer la tolérance et à vivre en paix les uns avec les autres. Nous ne rêvions pas, et en convoquant ici notre passé, ce que nous étions il y a 80 ans, j'ai envie de vous dire ce soir, nous avons le droit de rêver. parce que notre monde d'aujourd'hui mérite la même détermination à agir ensemble. Nous étions 51 à San Francisco et ce sont désormais 193 États membres qui siègent dans cette Assemblée. Les textes qui font notre organisation posent clairement les principes de l'action collective. Ils expriment des valeurs communes. Ils définissent des procédures robustes. Et je sais pourtant combien les frustrations sont là que nourrit la représentation inégale des États, en particulier au Conseil de sécurité. Et c'est pourquoi je soutiens avec force son élargissement, sa réforme, en particulier son élargissement pour le continent africain. Je sais aussi combien les équilibres politiques, économiques et sociaux ont évolué et que de nouveaux acteurs ont pris plus de responsabilités et qu'une multitude s'interroge sur la promesse des Nations Unies, sa réalité et son bénéfice. Alors ne nous mentons pas, ce 80e anniversaire n'est pas une fête. Les conflits armés se multiplient, internes ou internationaux, étatiques ou provoqués par l'action criminelle et terroriste. Et les belligérants bafouent délibérément les conventions de Genève, comme si l'horreur servait la vengeance ou la terreur la victoire. Gaza, l'Ukraine, le Soudan, Haïti, la Birmanie, la République démocratique du Congo. La liste est aussi longue qu'insoutenable des violences que subissent les populations dans ces territoires de guerre. De grandes transformations sont aussi en cours pour nous tous sur cette planète. Le changement climatique n'est pas maîtrisé, l'effondrement de la biodiversité se poursuit, les efforts que la plupart d'entre nous sont prêts à faire se heurtent au cynisme de quelques-uns qui peuvent faire la différence mais s'y refusent encore. Et nous voyons l'accélération des technologies qui ouvrent d'immenses horizons, d'immenses opportunités, mais laissent aussi le champ libre à des forces d'autant plus dangereuses qu'elles ne sont pas régulées. Nous voyons le commerce mondial qui vit l'heure des guerres tarifaires, lesquelles s'ajoutent aux déséquilibres mondiaux. Cette alarme n'éteint pour autant pas l'espoir. Nos divisions n'empêchent pas que la Syrie s'est libérée de la dictature, que l'Ukraine tient bon et que la paix est possible dans la région des Grands Lacs. Nous avons aussi approuvé des traités et des accords ambitieux que certains pensaient impossibles. Un traité sur les pandémies, un traité pour protéger la haute mer, un autre pour financer le développement. C'est bien que la complexité du monde n'est pas une raison de renoncer à nos principes et nos ambitions. Et en quelque sorte, nous vivons un moment paradoxal où nous avons besoin, plus que jamais, de restaurer l'esprit de coopération qui a prévalu il y a 80 ans. Et où pour autant nous sommes en train de nous diviser, et où, il faut bien le dire, les divisions au sommet de l'ordre mondial, la fracturation du monde, nous freine dans notre capacité collective à régler les grands conflits du moment ou à relever les défis qui supposent de nous entendre. La France est fière de compter parmi les peuples des Nations Unies et rend hommage à tous ceux qui les servent. Soldats sous casque bleu qui maintiennent la paix où personne ne va plus, travailleurs humanitaires et personnels de santé qui se portent au secours des plus fragiles, juristes, observateurs, rapporteurs qui témoignent de la réalité, imposent la force du droit et préviennent l'arbitraire. Et je voudrais ici aussi parler de temps et temps de nos ONG, de nos soignants, de nos journalistes, bien d'autres encore, qui témoignent que cette organisation est irremplaçable. C'est la raison pour laquelle ceux qui en sont les pires critiques sont aussi ceux qui veulent changer les règles du jeu, sûrs qu'ils sont de leur domination et plus intéressés à se partager le monde qu'à dégager les compromis nécessaires au bien commun. Au fond, le grand risque du moment que nous vivons, c'est le risque de voir l'état de fait l'emporter. C'est le risque de voir la loi du plus fort l'emporter. C'est le risque de voir l'égoïsme de quelques-uns l'emporter. C'est le risque de voir quelques-uns penser qu'à eux seuls, ils peuvent décider du cours du monde et d'oublier qu'il n'y a pas de communauté internationale sans un rapport respectueux entre pairs, sans une coopération entre pairs, qui seul rend possible la paix, qui seul rend possible de relever les défis du changement climatique, de la transformation technologique ou de la lutte contre les proliférations militaire. C'est pourquoi la priorité, 80 ans après, qui doit être la nôtre, est de savoir retrouver la sève de ce multilatéralisme efficace, d'une efficacité collective. Là où il faut bien le dire, l'anti-jeu, dirait-on ailleurs, de quelques-uns rend presque impossible l'efficacité de notre organisation collective. Il nous faut travailler ensemble pour retrouver ce multilatéralisme efficace. Et il est vain à cet égard de diviser le Nord du Sud, de penser qu'il y aurait un Occident uni face à un Sud global. Fantasme, récit du moment qui voudrait opposer bloc à bloc les uns aux autres. Ici, dans cette enceinte, il n'y a que des femmes et des hommes qui n'ont pas les mêmes religions, qui pensent différemment, dont les civilisations sont parfois différentes, mais qui ont décidé un beau jour que bâtir la paix, relever les défis, en particulier de l'inégalité ou des grandes transitions du monde, supposait qu'ils oublient ces différences pour coopérer tous ensemble. C'est pourquoi il nous faut consolider plutôt les règles existantes et les institutions qui garantissent notre autorité collective et cette efficacité. Les droits de l'homme restent le pilier central de l'édifice des Nations Unies et donnent leur cohérence à l'ensemble des mesures que nous prenons. Et dans cette période où les conflits se multiplient et s'étendent, ce sont aussi à des crises massives des droits humains que nous faisons face. Notre devoir à tous est donc de veiller au respect du droit humanitaire international, comme nous proposons de le faire dans ce cadre de l'initiative mondiale que nous portons avec quelques homologues, l'Afrique du Sud, le Brésil, la Chine, la Jordanie, le Kazakhstan et le CICR. Soutenons la Cour pénale internationale dans sa lutte contre l'impunité. Permettons que les arrêts de la Cour de justice internationale soient mis en œuvre. L'autorité du droit est notre meilleure chance face à la loi du plus fort. L'application des principes est le seul remède aux 2 poids 2 mesures que tant d'entre nous sont venus dénoncer à cette tribune, devant cette Assemblée, depuis que nous en avons fait le Parlement du monde. La paix et la sécurité sont pour tous. C'est pourquoi il est si important que l'Ukraine résiste à la Russie et obtienne une paix qui dissuade celle-ci de lui voler encore son territoire, ses enfants, ses richesses et son avenir. L'agression russe n'est pas le problème de l'Europe, mais celui de nous tous ici. Elle pose l'éternelle question de l'autorité du droit face à la loi du plus fort, de la liberté face à l'impérialisme. L'Ukraine n'a pas voulu la guerre. Elle veut la paix. La France aussi veut la paix. Les Européens veulent la paix. Les États-Unis d'Amérique veulent la paix. Pour cela, l'Ukraine a un droit fondamental, celui de vivre en sécurité et de ne plus craindre que la Russie l'attaque à nouveau. C'est pourquoi la France, avec le Royaume-Uni, a bâti une coalition des volontaires rassemblant 35 nations pour donner à l'Ukraine des garanties indispensables à sa sécurité dans la durée. Nous créons ainsi les conditions d'une paix solide et juste qui permettra aux Ukrainiens d'accomplir leur destin. Et ce qui s'est passé ces dernières semaines dans l'espace aérien de la Pologne, cher Président, de la Roumanie, les provocations vues en Estonie ou ailleurs, sont la preuve aussi que tous les Européens sont défiés aussi par des menaces et des volontés de déstabilisation russe qui supposent une telle unité. L'Ukraine l'a dit souvent, elle est prête au cessez-le-feu et accepte la négociation. Il revient désormais à la Russie de prouver qu'elle peut choisir la paix alors qu'elle multiplie aujourd'hui les attaques contre les civils en Ukraine et les provocations que je viens d'évoquer. Dans cette attente, la France se tiendra fermement aux côtés de l'Ukraine, avec ses partenaires européens et tous ceux qui comprennent l'importance de mettre la Russie en échec pour préserver l'ordre mondial. Et je me félicite des propos il y a quelques heures du président des États-Unis d'Amérique, rappelant l'affaiblissement progressif de l'économie russe, les échecs sur le terrain de la Russie qui, imaginez-le, en plus de 1000 jours, a à peine pris 1% du territoire ukrainien, malgré tant et tant de pertes, tant et tant de victimes civiles. Et je me félicite de voir que le président américain croit dans la capacité de l'Ukraine, pas simplement à tenir, mais à faire valoir ses droits avec nous. C'est parce qu'elle refuse le double standard, ce 2 poids 2 mesures, que la France s'engage aussi aux côtés de l'Ukraine, comme je viens de l'évoquer, comme elle le fait pour la paix au Proche-Orient. Hier, nous avons adopté un plan crédible pour mettre fin à la guerre à Gaza, préserver une solution à 2 États, Israël et la Palestine, permettre la libération de tous les otages et sauver tant et tant de vies. Nous avons tracé un chemin vers la paix qui nécessite avant toute autre chose que les otages encore détenus par le Hamas soient libérés, que les frappes sur Gaza cessent. Et je suis heureux que l'Arabie saoudite et la France aient convaincu un grand nombre de membres de cette Assemblée de signer la déclaration de New York. Nous sommes 142 membres de cette Assemblée à tendre la main pour bâtir un chemin de paix. La paix immédiate, libération des otages, cessez-le-feu, la stabilisation de Gaza, la démilitarisation et le démantèlement du Hamas, et une reconnaissance réciproque de 2 États et un État de Palestine démilitarisé, reconnaissant Israël, et un État d'Israël reconnaissant un État de Palestine. Et tous les États de la région qui ne l'ont pas encore fait, reconnaissant ainsi l'État d'Israël. Par cette reconnaissance qui est en fait un chemin vers la paix, c'est aussi la stabilité de la région tout entière que nous cherchons à bâtir. Il ne peut pas y avoir de sécurité, de stabilité pour Israël si c'est une guerre permanente avec tous les voisins qui est conduite. Paix avec la Palestine, en Cisjordanie et à Gaza, et à travers Jérusalem. Paix au Liban, où la lutte contre le terrorisme ne peut pas se faire au détriment de la souveraineté des Libanaises et des Libanais. Et c'est pourquoi je me félicite du travail que nous avons conduit main dans la main avec les États-Unis d'Amérique, avec les Nations Unies et la FINUL, pour bâtir ce chemin qui permet de restaurer la souveraineté du Liban, remettre les forces armées libanaises en situation, avec l'appui de la FINUL, de retrouver point à point cette souveraineté et évidemment de bâtir ce monopole des armes qui seules peuvent être détenues par les forces armées libanaises. Le Liban respire mieux quand le Hezbollah est moins fort. Le Liban respirera encore mieux quand l'ensemble des caches d'armes, quand l'ensemble des armes détenues par le Hezbollah seront reprises à la main des forces armées libanaises. Il n'y a pas d'autre choix. La France réunira à ce titre prochainement une conférence de soutien à la reconstruction du Liban et nous appuierons aussi la conférence que nos amis saoudiens tiendront en soutien aux forces armées libanaises. De la même manière, la Syrie doit retrouver son unité et sa souveraineté. La Syrie est plus libre depuis que le régime d'Assad est tombé. J'ai reçu le président de la transition à Paris, je le reverrai demain, et avec plusieurs États de la région, nous œuvrons pour que la Syrie puisse respecter toutes les composantes de sa société civile, qui en font la force, la sève, et en même temps puisse, en retrouvant cette unité, retrouver la pleine maîtrise, elle aussi, de sa souveraineté. Et puis, la région ne pourra être en paix que si le programme nucléaire iranien, qui a été partiellement détruit, est à nouveau pleinement contrôlé. C'est pourquoi la France, l'Allemagne et le Royaume-Uni ont déclenché d'un accord commun le processus menant au rétablissement de toutes les sanctions internationales prises précédemment contre l'Iran. Celui-ci porte seul la responsabilité de manquer à ses obligations, mais peut encore décider d'ouvrir les portes à l'AIEA, de faire la lumière sur son stock d'uranium enrichi et d'accepter de nouvelles négociations. Les prochaines heures seront déterminantes. Soit l'Iran fait un geste, se réengage dans un chemin de paix, de responsabilité, permettant de retrouver ce chemin et à l'AIEA de faire son travail et au stock d'être ainsi transféré, soit les sanctions devront s'appliquer. J'aurai l'occasion de m'en entretenir demain avec le président Pezeshkian. Sur chacune de ces questions cruciales, la France avance des solutions concrètes. Le plan pour que cesse la guerre en Ukraine existe. Le plan pour faire la paix au Proche-Orient existe. Le plan pour remettre sous contrôle le programme nucléaire iranien existe. Le plan pour retrouver la pleine souveraineté du Liban au sud existe. Chaque fois, nous voulons être le partenaire de tous ceux qui partagent cette exigence d'agir efficacement. Pourtant, le risque existe aussi que nous nous lassions d'agir et détournions le regard de trop de détresse. La tragédie humanitaire en cours au Soudan est sans doute la plus grave de toutes aujourd'hui. Il nous appartient collectivement de nous mobiliser, comme nous l'avons fait à Paris en 2024. Coordonnons nos efforts pour agir ensemble, pour que les belligérants acceptent la négociation et remettent le pouvoir aux civils. De la même manière, dans la région des Grands Lacs, la souveraineté et l'intégrité territoriale de la République démocratique du Congo doivent être respectées. Il faut rendre l'espoir à la population des Kivu et aux centaines de milliers de personnes qui ont été déplacées. Et c'est aussi pour cela que nous réunirons le mois prochain à Paris tous ceux qui peuvent répondre à l'urgence humanitaire et faire converger les initiatives de paix. Et je me félicite de ce qui a été conduit par l'Union africaine, par tant de voisins, par le Qatar, par les États-Unis d'Amérique. Mais l'urgence humanitaire, là aussi, est indispensable. Nous ne devons oublier aucun de ces conflits. Nous n'avons pas le droit, à aucun moment, de nous décourager. Cette capacité de sursaut, c'est notre force, c'est ce qui nous a rassemblés il y a 8 décennies. Nous n'avons aucun droit à la fatigue dans ce moment que nous vivons. Ayant égrené, sans être pour autant complet, tant de crises, je regarde avec vous lucidement le monde dans lequel nous vivons. Nous voyons partout les risques de prolifération revenir et les nouvelles menaces sans cadre collectif réémerger. L'urgence est aussi à rebâtir un cadre crédible, vérifiable pour lutter contre toute prolifération nucléaire, de reconstruire un cadre crédible pour recontenir les menaces et les proliférations balistiques. Je n'oublie pas les menaces chimiques, bactériologiques, et je n'oublie pas les risques nouveaux, ceux qui impliquent l'intelligence artificielle, le quantique, le cyber ou le spatial. Autant de menaces sur lesquelles nos cadres existants communs ont été affaiblis ces dernières années. Parfois parce que certains les ont rendus caducs, d'autres fois parce que les règles de vérification n'ont pas été dûment observées, aussi parce que l'accélération technologique fait que celle-ci et ses capacités d'innovation vont plus vite que nos cadres existants. Sur tous ces points, nous n'avons pas le droit de céder. Et notre responsabilité est d'avancer, de bâtir ce cadre de paix indispensable. C'est la même exigence d'efficacité, ce même multilatéralisme efficace qu'il nous faut avoir sur les grands défis globaux qui sont les nôtres. Je sais l'attention que le secrétaire général y accorde et je veux le remercier de l'ambition qu'il affiche pour notre organisation au travers de l'initiative ONU 80. Et je partage cette préoccupation. Oui, il nous faut, dans ce moment de désordre que j'évoquais pour les grandes questions de paix et de guerre, ne pas oublier que nous avons tant de défis globaux qui supposent le même esprit de coopération. Regardons en face nos grands déséquilibres mondiaux. Ils touchent toutes les économies, certes les plus riches, et je parle au nom de l'une d'entre elles, mais encore plus les pays à revenus intermédiaires, les pays développement et évidemment les plus pauvres. Si nous n'arrivons pas à avoir une conversation internationale organisée sur les grands déséquilibres de la planète, si nous y répondons de manière dispersée et non coopérative, nous les aggraverons. Aujourd'hui, notre défi, c'est de voir comment aider la Chine à développer la demande intérieure dont elle a tant besoin. Comment essayer de faire que les capacités de production remarquables qu'elle a su développer ces dernières années, ces capacités technologiques, font l'objet parfois de transferts de technologie, mais aussi s'accompagnent d'un développement harmonieux de son marché intérieur. Comment faire face aujourd'hui aux déséquilibres commerciaux américains de manière coopérative et pas par des tarifs qui viendront fracturer notre commerce international? Et comment faire que nous ayons une Europe qui arrive à répondre aux besoins d'investissement collectifs qui sont aujourd'hui les nôtres? Ces défis supposent que nous ayons des coopérations entre grandes économies, mais que nous n'opposions pas aussi le G7 avec les BRICS, et c'est tout l'agenda que nous nous fixions pour le G7 français de 2026, en lien évidemment avec la présidence canadienne aujourd'hui du G7 et les présidences successives du G20. Il nous faut retrouver cet esprit de coopération qui est indispensable. Parce que c'est ce qui nous permettra aussi d'avoir un agenda commun pour financer les défis mondiaux qui sont les nôtres. Regardons-nous aujourd'hui. Nous sommes partout en train de réduire nos ambitions communes pour financer les grands défis du monde. Baisse des financements collectifs pour la santé, baisse des financements collectifs pour la sécurité alimentaire, baisse des financements collectifs pour l'éducation. Ces défis sont pourtant les nôtres, autant et encore plus qu'ils l'étaient avant la pandémie de Covid-19. Et donc il est absolument indispensable que collectivement, nous sachions bâtir des solutions concrètes, des financements nouveaux pour le faire. Les Européens ont décidé de se mobiliser et je remercie la présidente de la Commission qui a eu un discours fort en la matière et mobilise les instruments de financement européens nous avons mis ensemble pour répondre à ces grands défis. Mais nous devons le faire aussi dans un cadre rénové, celui que nous avons essayé ensemble de bâtir pendant la pandémie elle-même, avec nos partenaires africains, lors du sommet des financements que nous avions ensemble construit en 2021, celui ensemble que nous avons poursuivi lors du sommet des 4P, où nous avons bâti ce pacte pour la prospérité des peuples et la planète, au fond avec un même agenda. Nous devons ensemble mieux coopérer face aux déséquilibres économiques mondiaux. Nous devons bâtir un agenda de croissance partout. Mais nous devons le faire pour aussi aider les pays à financer les efforts d'éducation, de santé, de stabilisation et de sécurité alimentaire et pour relever les défis de la biodiversité et du climat. Sortons de ce dilemme où il faudrait choisir entre la croissance et le climat et la biodiversité. Nous pouvons le faire si nous savons mobiliser ces financements, publics et privés, dans un cadre qui réunit l'Est, l'Ouest, le Sud et le Nord. C'est ce cadre que nous avons bâti. Il suppose de maintenant accélérer la transition qui a commencé à être conduite, et je veux les en remercier, par les dirigeants de la Banque mondiale et du Fonds monétaire international. Mais il nous faut aller plus loin. Ces cadres sont encore devenus obsolètes. Nous avons besoin de mobiliser davantage de financements privés pour accompagner ces transitions, dans les pays à revenus intermédiaires, dans les pays en développement, dans les pays les plus pauvres. Il nous faut construire des mécanismes de garantie, de prise en charge des premières pertes. Il nous faut mobiliser plus de financements privés pour venir dans ces pays et les aider à la croissance. C'est indispensable si nous voulons éviter les crises, les déstabilisations de demain. Cet agenda est un agenda qui nous réunit et qui sort en quelque sorte quelques-uns de leur égoïsme et évite que quelques autres soient en quelque sorte confrontés seuls aux défis qui sont les leurs. C'est pourquoi aussi nous devons continuer, quels que soient les vents mauvais qui soufflent, à nous mobiliser face aux défis de la biodiversité et du climat. Je le disais, nous avons su ensemble bâtir des victoires ces derniers mois. Le traité de Nice, qui a pu rentrer en vigueur par une mobilisation collective, va enfin donner un cadre de régulation à nos océans. C'était attendu depuis des décennies. C'est la même mobilisation collective que nous devons avoir sur le plastique. Bâtir un traité international visant à mettre fin à la pollution plastique. C'est la même mobilisation que nous devons avoir pour déployer de manière beaucoup plus efficace les crédits biodiversité et redonner plus de consistance à nos crédits carbone. Et c'est la même mobilisation qu'il nous faut avoir en vue de la COP de Belém. Je le dis ici, l'Europe et la France seront au rendez-vous. Elles seront au rendez-vous des objectifs de 2035 qui nous sont assignés, seront au rendez-vous aussi de la mobilisation de tous les financements pour mener cette transition, qu'ils soient publics ou privés. Nous n'avons pas le droit, là aussi, de nous détourner des objectifs que nous nous sommes assignés à nous-mêmes. Nous n'avons pas le droit, en quelque sorte, de nous replier. Comme vous l'avez compris, tous ces défis globaux, l'éducation, la santé, l'agriculture, la sécurité alimentaire, la biodiversité, le climat, la lutte en fond contre toutes les inégalités qui déstabilisent notre ordre mondial, supposent le même esprit de coopération que celui que j'évoquais face aux guerres ou aux déstabilisations. Le défi qui est le nôtre, c'est que les crises sont multiples, s'accumulent, et que mon discours, déjà trop long, est pour autant très incomplet. mais je vous rassure, je vais l'arrêter là. Mais je vais vous le dire avec beaucoup de force. Malgré tout cela, la liste longue qui parfois donne le sentiment que nous pourrions être accablés, notre devoir est de rester debout et de continuer à agir ensemble. Il y a 80 ans, ceux qui nous ont précédés étaient face à l'effondrement. La guerre n'était pas terminée. Le pire venait de se produire. Un monde déjà divisé était en train de se composer. Et ils ont décidé de construire ce trésor que sont les Nations Unies. On pourrait accabler notre Assemblée de plein de reproches, y compris des reproches qui ne sont pas tout à fait justes. Cette Assemblée, c'est nous. Si elle est inefficace, c'est que quelques-uns la bloquent, et souvent les plus puissants. Si elle ne va pas assez vite, c'est que nous ne sommes pas assez déterminés pour la faire avancer. Les Nations Unies, c'est nous tous. Il y a une chose, c'est que nous n'avons pas le droit au cynisme. Nous n'avons pas droit à la fatigue. Nous n'avons pas droit à l'esprit de défaite. Parce que notre monde est là devant nous. Et le risque qui court, c'est celui de la fragmentation, de la loi du plus fort, de l'état de fait, du cynisme et en quelque sorte de la perte de contrôle. Oui, c'est bien ça, la perte de contrôle. C'est ce que vivent partout nos peuples. La peur devant un futur qu'ils ne contrôlent plus, la peur devant des migrations subies chez les uns, la peur devant un climat qu'on n'arrive plus à contrôler, la peur devant des inégalités qu'on n'arrive plus à stabiliser, la peur devant une guerre qu'on n'arrive pas à arrêter. Cette peur n'a qu'un ami, le plus fort qui en a créé les conditions, le cynique qui pense qu'on peut se débrouiller à l'abri, à quelques-uns qui réussissent. Nous n'avons qu'une responsabilité, agir ensemble, bâtir ce multilatéralisme efficace à nouveau, avec la même foi, la même détermination que les pères fondateurs de cette Assemblée. Le faire avec encore plus d'efficacité, mais avec la même volonté. Ne rien céder aux injustices, ne rien céder à la fatalité. Agir, agir, agir. Alors c'est à nous de faire, ensemble. Je vous remercie.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je remercie le président de la République française. L'Assemblée va à présent écouter une allocution de son Excellence Sadir Japarov, président de la République kirghize.